In the next 10 hours, we are going to build 15 awesome projects using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. These are beginner-friendly projects that are designed to help you practice and level up your skills. We have things like a quiz app, expense tracker, currency converter, recipe search, GitHub Finder, you name it, we have it all. You will find the timestamps in the description so you can jump to any project anytime. If you know the basics of these technologies, you are all set because everything is explained clearly and step by step. And the source code of these projects will be free in the description, which means this course doesn't cost you anything. And if you would like to support this content, you can subscribe, leave a like, and add a random comment for the algorithms. And if you're looking to build full stack real world projects, we also got a 100-hour premium course where we build apps like Tinder clone, Netflix, Spotify, Twitter, and Amazon. It's been getting great feedback from everyone who has joined so far. So if you're interested, I'll leave the discount link in the description. So with that being said, if you're ready, let's get into it. Okay, so just before we get started, I wanted to mention a couple of different things. So the first one is that I am using VS Code from start till the end. If you wanted to get the exact same thing, just head over to VS Code and install it. Super easy, super clean to work with. The other thing that I'd like to mention, for every single project, I will create an empty folder that you can call this anything, right? So I'll put the project name. This is just a like example name, but we will have 3 different files. That will be index.html, style.css file, and then the script.js file. So we're gonna have the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in all these files. And then there is one extension that I'd like to mention. Now let's say h1 and let's say hey. How do we see this output? So you have to install the live server extension, which is something that I already have. So just go ahead and install it. Then you can press right click and then say open with live server. Now let's put them side by side. This is the output that we just got. Okay, now let's say hey 123. As soon as you update and you save, it is going to update the output. So this is a really important extension that you should install. And if you're wondering about my theme, I'd like to mention that one as well. It is called Houston. You know, just in case if you're wondering, you can install it. I really like this theme. Okay, so one last thing, which will be the diagrams that you can find the link in the description, completely free. So basically, whenever we build an application, first you can take a look at the screenshots. This is the output. This is the end result for the quiz application, right? And if you wanted to build it by yourself, you can take a look at these styles or these designs that I've just put right here. And then one more thing, time to time we'll be copying and pasting some really boring stuff. And this is a GitHub gist that I have created. The link will be in the description. Now throughout this tutorial, I am using Mac, but if you're using Windows, it's completely fine. There is almost no changes at all. Okay, so these are the things that I wanted to mention just before we get started. And at the very end, I have included one bonus project. So in total, we're gonna build 16 different projects. I hope you will enjoy every single one of them. If so, don't forget to subscribe and let's get started with the very first project. Alright, so let's get started. In this section, we're gonna build a quiz game. And before we jump into the code, I'd like to show you the end result so that you know what you're gonna have at the end of the section. So this is the UI that you're gonna get when you first visit the application. We have a button where we can start the quiz. I'll just click to it, the UI will be updated. We got a question and how many questions we have in total and what is our score, as well as a progress bar. So let's go ahead and answer some of these questions correctly and some of them incorrectly. So here we go, we got different feedback depending on our answer, right? So let's try to complete it. Okay. Now once we are done with it, we are gonna get a feedback as well as how many correct answers we have. Depending on the answer, we will have a different feedback. So if this was 5 out of 5, we would get something like perfect, you're a genius, something like that. And if you got like 1 out of 5, it would say keep studying, you'll get better, and you can just restart the quiz. So this is the end result. This is what we're gonna have. Now let's just jump into the code. So I just have an empty folder in my VS Code. This is the name that I came up with, quiz-game. You can call this anything. Just go ahead and open this up. Now we're gonna have three different files. I'll say index.html. Let's create style.css as well as the script.js file. These are the convention names. You can't really call them anything, but most of the time, this is what you're gonna call them, right? All right, so the first thing we'll be doing, get started with HTML, then we're gonna put the styling, and finally, we will put the JavaScript to make it functionally work, right? So let's go into the index.html, and I can just zoom in, shrink the left-hand side, and just get the boilerplate code with this exclamation point with VS Code. All right, let's just put the title, let's say quiz game, and then we can link our CSS file, right? We can say link :CSS. Here we go. If your file name was something like styles, let me put styles.css, then you would come here and update it. But if you go with the style, this is the benefit in VS Code, right? If you just say link CSS, it is the correct name. Okay, so this is one thing that I'd like to mention at the beginning. Now we'll go ahead and build the HTML part, right? The markup. So I'll go ahead just right inside the body. I'll say I'll have a div that will be my container. So I'll say class container. And then the other thing we'd like to have is the start screen. Now let me display pretty quickly. When you refresh, this is the start screen, right? When you say start quiz, the start screen will just disappear. And this is what we call the quiz screen. So we're gonna build two different divs for them. I'll say one div, and let's duplicate this. Give a little bit space. This is gonna be the start screen. I'll say class. It will take the class name of screen, and initially this will be the active. And then let's put an ID so that we can select it in our JavaScript file. I'll say start-screen. You can call this anything, but I would say just follow along with me. Just do whatever I do, like at least until you complete the project. Once you're done with it, you can go ahead, update anything, just customize the project, make it your own. But if you're following along, just go with me so that we can have the exact same output and you don't really encounter any problems. All right, now the first thing we'd like to have is the H1. I'd like to just put them side by side. Let me take this, if I can take that correctly. Okay, for some reason I can't. Okay, here we go. And I'd like to run this demo application. So this is the end result, but the one that we have, I'll just say open with live server. It should be right here. Here we go. Now I got some warnings because I am already running the demo application, but that's fine. Now we don't have any content at the moment, but let's go ahead and get started with it. The first thing we'd like to put is this H1 that says quiz time. So right inside this start screen, I'll have an H1 where I'll say quiz time and exclamation point. Right after this, we'll say p tag, and we can put this text. Let me copy and paste. We can type this out, and this should be the output. We're going to add styling just to make it nice. And finally, we'll have a button. Let's say start quiz. And this will take an ID. Let's say start btn. Okay, now let's build the other screen, which is the quiz screen, right? I'd like to maybe just shrink this a little bit more. Okay, so this is the one that we're gonna build for the quiz screen. Let's say class of screen, and we'll say ID will be quiz-screen. Let's put the markup. So I'll have a div. This will be the quiz header that we have. I'll say class quiz-header, and we'll say it'll have an H2 that will have an ID. Let's say question text, and we'll say question goes here. So you can put really anything here because we will update this value whenever we got a next question, right? As you can tell, this will be updated with JavaScript. Here we can see every single time this will be something else. So I'll just say question goes here. And then we'll go ahead and say div that will get the quiz info. So I'll say class quiz dash info. And then we can put something like p tag. And we'll say question. So this is the part that we are trying to build. We'll say question. And now, as you can imagine, this part is dynamic. So when you select something, it'll be updated. So we'd like to have this as a span so that we can have an ID. I'll say current dash question. And at the beginning, it'll be 1, but we will be updating it whenever we go to the next question, right? So for now, we'll just start with 1, and then we'll say of span. So once again, we'll have another span because we will say questions.length. Maybe in your code, you will add 10 different questions. So this will be dynamic depending on the length of the questions list, right? Depending on the array. So for now, just follow along with me. I promise everything will make sense once we just move forward with this project. All right, I can show you the entire screen. I'll just zoom out so that you can see everything in one line. Right after this p tag, we're gonna put our score, right? So I'll say give a little bit space, one more p tag, and I'll say score. Now this part once again will be dynamic, right? So we'll say span. Initially it'll be 0, and to be able to select it from our JavaScript code, we'll say ID of score. All right, so this is what we'll have for this span. So I would like to save my code. Right after the quiz header, I'd like to put an answer container. So this is that container. Here we can see we have a bunch of different answers, and we don't really know what are gonna be the answers, because if you take a look at it, whenever the question changes, we got different answers, right? So this will be dynamic coming from our JavaScript code. That's why we're gonna leave the content empty. So let's see what I mean. We'll have a div. Let me zoom in. So we have the div, we'll say ID of, let's say, answers container, and this will take the class name of the exact same thing. Let's say answers container. So we'll use the class to give some styling, and we'll use the ID to be able to select that query selector, right? Now I'll just put a comment here. I'll say answer buttons will be inserted here from our JavaScript code later at some point. Okay, so this is what we're gonna have for the answers container, just an empty div. Then we can put the progress bar. I'll say div, let's say class of progress dash bar, and we'll go within this div. We'll have one more div with the, let's say, ID of progress and class of progress, just like that. The content will be empty. We will calculate it depending on where we are, right? Okay, now let's save. This is what we'll have. And finally, we're gonna have the result screen, right? Let me just pretty quickly complete this. Okay, so this is the results screen that we're gonna have. Right after the progress bar, as well as this div, which is our container for the quiz screen, right? We'll have one more screen. Let's say div, this is the very last one, and we'll say ID will be result dash screen. And at the beginning of this tutorial, I said we're gonna have 2 screens, but my bad. Turns out we are gonna have 3 different screens: the quiz screen, result screen, as well as the start screen, right? Okay, once again, my bad. Let me just zoom in. This will have the class name of screen as well. And if you say active on this one, which is what we're gonna be doing once we complete the project, this is what you would see. But initially, this will not be the active. Then we can have an H1, let's say quiz results. Then we're gonna have this text, this one, and then the button. I'll just say div class name of result dash info. We'll have a p tag, let's say you scored, and the span, because this will be dynamic. Let's say initially it'll be 0, and then ID of final score within this p tag, but outside of the span, we'll say out of. I'll just zoom out so that you can see it clearly. We'll put another span. Let's say this will take the ID of maximum score, and we can say something like 5. And right after this p tag, we would like to put the result message. So I'll just say div. Let's take the ID of result dash message. And for now, we can say something like good job, but depending on your performance, you'll see something else, right? And we're gonna put this in our JavaScript code. I'll say good job. Then finally, I think that's it. The only thing we left is this button. So right after this result message and this div, which is the result info, just go outside and say button ID of restart btn, and we'll say restart quiz. Okay, so believe it or not, this is the entire markup that we need to have. Now we'll just jump into the CSS file and get started with the styling. So I'll just visit the CSS file that we have, and let's get started with the basic reset. So I'll say basic reset that we're gonna have in almost every single project. So the first thing you would like to do is just say asterisk and then say margin of 0 on every single element. Same thing for the padding. And then finally, and the most important one, is the box sizing of border box. So I assume that everyone knows this, but just in case some of you guys don't know this, I'd like to explain pretty quickly. If you know this property, you can just skip a couple of seconds or even minutes. Okay, so I just have a diagram that we're gonna go through, and this is the end result screenshots that if you wanted to have, the link of this diagram will be in the description. Okay, now let's take a look at the box sizing of border box. So what this does in the first place, it changes how the browser calculates an element's total width and height. Now what happens if you don't use this, right? So let's say you don't have this in your code. Okay, this is what will happen. Let's say you would like to have a div with 100 pixels wide, but you have added some paddings such as 10 pixels horizontally from the left hand side and right hand side. Now what will happen is this. Browser will say, alright, you wanted to have 100 pixels, but now you have added 10 pixels from the right and from the left. Okay, so we got 10 and 10 more. Now in total, we have 120 pixels, which is something that we don't really want. At first we said, hey dude, we want 100 pixels wide, but now we have 120 pixels, which is something that is unexpected and that we don't really want and need, right? What we want is this one. We would like to say, okay, let's go ahead, use the box sizing of border box. So this is the example if you use it. I'd like to just copy this, or maybe do Control-Z a bit. Okay, so this is what will happen. We have 100 pixels wide, and we would like to add some paddings from the right hand side and left hand side. They will be added, so we got padding from the right and left, they're equal to 10 pixels. Now the rest is going to be 80 pixels, because in total we have 100 pixels. And now if you take a look at this, at the end of the day, you still have 100 pixels wide div. And this is something that you would like to have 99% of the time. Trust me, you don't really ever want to have the other case where width changes, because just imagine you came here in your code, right? You said, I want this div to be width of 100 pixels, and you write some more CSS properties, and then you said, all right, padding is going to be, let's say, 20 pixels. And then now the width has changed because you didn't use this property. And this is something really, really common. If you have ever got unexpected results, you would know that it is because of this property. I hope that makes sense. At the beginning, it kind of feels complicated, but at the end of the day, it just changes how the browser calculates an element's total width and height. Alright, so I'll just leave the example here. You can watch this again if you don't really understand it, or you can do some quick research. Just try to play around with it until it makes sense. Okay, now with this in mind, let's move on with our styling. this is something that I wanted to explain just before we continue, because this is the most important thing, I think. Let's say body, we're gonna put the background color. This will be a custom color like F5EFE6, just like this one. And then we can say display of flex. We'll say justify content center. And notice how I am using shortcuts. So I'll just say JCC and it should be completed. Same for the item. Let's say align item centers, or center I should say, AIC. Then we can say minimum height of 100 VH, and we can put the end result just next to it. Okay, so this is what we have at the moment. Let's say we would like to add padding from all directions of 1 REM, and then let's change the font family to be sans serif. Let's save. This is what we got. Now we would like to update our container. I'll go ahead, select this one, and I'll say background color of, let's say, white. This is gonna be for the container. We can add some border radiuses. Let's say 1 rem, and then we can give some box shadow. I'll say 0, I'll say 10 pixels, 30 pixels, and then we can add an RGBA color. Let's say 0, and it'll be basically black, but we're going to change the alpha value. So I'll just say 0.1, which stands for 0.1. If you wanted to, you can change this, let's say like 0.7. It is a lot more dark, but I think it doesn't really look nice. This one is a lot better. It is just subtle, but if you wanted to, you can update it. Then we can say something like width of 100%, but the maximum width will be 600 pixels, just like that. And then we'll say overflow of hidden. Finally, we'll say position relative. All right, now we'll go ahead and just build our screens. We'll put some comments. Let's say screens. We'll have the screen class that will be display of none for all of them, because we will add the active just in a second. Let's say padding of 2 REM, and then text align of center. Now everything will be disappear. Let's comment this. Okay, this is what we're gonna have. Only if we have the active class. So we'll say if screen has the active class, we'll say display of block. Here we can see. And if you take a look at the HTML code, we have the active class. Let's see, we have the active class on start screen. If you cut it from here and put it onto the quiz screen, here we can see now this is active. So I hope that makes sense, but initially the start screen should be active. And by the way, I have an additional folder. It's because I am running the end result as well as this demo application. They are both on a different port. VS Code just added this. If you don't have it, it's not really important. It is just a configuration file that I'll delete at the end of the section. All right, now let's go into the CSS file and keep building our styles. Here I'll go ahead and just add the start screen. Okay, I'll select this start screen. Let's go ahead, select the ID. I'll say H1, and we can say color of, let's say E86 A33, and I'll say margin bottom of 20 pixels. Then we can say font size of 2.5 REM. Okay, let's say if this is what we got. This should be active on the start screen. Okay, I have a typo, that's why it did not work. Here we go, now it has been updated. Now let's move on. I'll just go at the very bottom. I'll have the quiz screen. So I'll say dot quiz dash header. You'll say it'll be margin bottom of 30 pixels, or you can go with 2 REM. It should be the similar values. And then we'll say question dash text. We can add some more styling to the colors like 333, and then we'll say font size of 1.5 REM. Let's say margin bottom of 1 REM, and finally line height. Let's just increase it by 1.4, and then we can say update the quiz info. I'll say quiz dash info. We'll go ahead, say display flex, And you can always take a look at the end result just by going into the diagrams. Okay, so we're going to be building the quiz info, which is this part, I believe, right? We have something on the left, something on the right, etc. And we'll say display flags. Let's say justify content. Now it's going to be not center, but instead space between, because we have something on the right. I mean something on the left and something on the right. So they should be space between. We'll say space between. Let's give the color of 666. Then finally we'll say font size of 1 rem. Do we really need it? I think we don't really need this. By default it is 1 rem. And finally we'll just say margin bottom of something like 10 pixels. Alright, let's save, and then we'll go ahead, update the answers container. Okay, so right here I'll have display of flex, but this time it'll be flex direction of column, because as you can see we have something at the top, right? And then it is just going in the column direction. Then we'll go ahead, say gap of 10 pixels. Finally, margin bottom of 25 pixels, let's say. Then we can put the answer button. So every single one of these that you see, let me change the color pretty quickly. So this is an answer button, this is an answer button, right? Every one of them is an answer button. So let's go ahead and build it. I'll say dot answer dash btn. This is the class that we had. Now we'll just say background color of this custom color F8, F0, and E5. Then we'll go ahead, update the color itself. Let's say it'll be 333. Then let's update the border. I'll say 2 pixels, and the solid and color of EAD BC8. Alright, we'll go ahead, say border radius. Here we can see they have some rounded corners, so we can say 10 pixels, and then we'll give some padding, let's say just 1 rem, and then font size, let's say cursor will be pointer. Then we can say something like text align of left. And when we hover over this, we want the color change. So I'll go ahead to say restart the quiz. Here we can see the background changes. So we can say something like answer btn hover, and we'll say let's say background color will be updated to this value. I'll say EAD BC, but it'll be 8 this time. And then we'll say border color will also be updated. We can say border color. This will be DAC0AE. And let's actually take a look at what we have. So currently we cannot see that part because we don't really have the answers, right? We don't really have anything in the markup. This would be inserted. So we cannot really test it out, but we can take a look at the end result. And I want this transition to be like smooth, as you can tell right here. It just slides the slowly fades in, so we can go ahead and add it right here. I'll say transition will be on everything, let's say all, and it'll be 0.3 seconds, and we can say the ease function. Okay, then we can change the correct and incorrect styles. I'll go ahead and say answer button dot correct. So if it is correct, we're gonna get this green feedback. I'll say background color, it'll be this one, E6, FFF, and 0. So it's kind of like greenish color. And then we'll have border color, it'll be something different, like A3F0C4. Finally, the color itself, it'll be 28 A745. Now let's duplicate this basically. I'll select everything, duplicate this, but this time it'll be incorrect. And for the colors, please feel free to go ahead, pause the video, type this out. This is what I'll be doing, just copy and paste, and then we can move forward with the progress bar. Here I'll go ahead, say select the class, and we can give it a height like 10 pixels. Then we can say background color of, let's say F8, F0, and E5. And this should have the hash at the beginning. Then we'll say border radius of 5 pixels. It is just a little bit subtle, as you can tell. Then we'll say overflow of hidden. Finally, we can give some margin top of something like, let's say 20 pixels. And then we'll just get the progress itself. So one of them is the container, right? This is the container and this is the progress itself. I hope that makes sense. We'll say the height will be 100%, so it'll just fill the container. Then we can say background color will be something like this value, E8. Do we have it already? Okay, it is this one. As you can tell, we have used it previously in this button and in the title. Here I'll go ahead and say width of this. Initially it'll be 0%, right? When you first start the quiz, you don't really see it. It has width of 0. And as we move forward, as we select something, it'll just get incremented dynamically from our JavaScript code. Then we can add some transition, like transition will be implemented on the width, let's say 0.3 seconds, and ease. You can give one of them, but I'll just go with this one. Then we can finally add the results screen, which is going to look like this. Here, let's go ahead and select that one, and maybe I can add a comment like result screen and just scroll a little bit to give some space. Here I'll just select my, let's say ID. I was going to say class, but it's an ID. Let's say result dash screen, and we'll select the H1. So I'll give the color, this classic color that we have, and then we'll say margin bottom of 30 pixels. Then we can select the result dash info. Here I'll go ahead and say background color will be this value. So it is F8, F0, E5, and we'll say border radius of 10 pixels. We'll give padding of 20 pixels, and finally margin bottom of 30 pixels. Then we can select the p tag itself. Here I'll say result info and p element. We'll say it'll have the font size of 1.2 rem. We can give the color, which is going to be 333, and finally margin bottom of 1 rem, let's say. And then we can select the result message itself, which is this one, right? We got the P, we got the H1. Now it is time to get the result message itself. I will select it with the ID. So this is the font size, the font weight, it'll be a little bit bold, right? And then the color itself. Now we can change the button itself in general, right? We can say just select the button elements. We'll say background color will be the primary color that we have so far. Then we can give the color itself to be white, and we can say border will be none. Border radius will be 10 pixels so that they are rounded, and then we can say padding will be 15 pixels as well as 30 pixels. Then we can say font size of 1.1 rem. We'll just increment it a little bit. We'll say cursor will be pointer, just like this. And finally, we can add some transitions. So first I'll save, take a look at the end result. This is what we have, right? When you hover over this, nothing happens. So we can say button. On hover state, we're going to change the background color. It'll be D45B as well as 28. But there is no any transition, so we can go ahead and add the transition on the background color, just like what we have done previously. So now if you take a look at it, there is a transition. I think we are missing the margin top or margin bottom from this text. So let's see if I have a typo, then we can fix it. It should be in the start screen. So we are just missing this p tag margin bottom, and here is where it comes from. I'll just add this 5 lines of code. We selected the p tag under the start screen. We added some margin bottom and some other styling like color and font size. Let's save. Here we go, now it has been updated. And just before we jump into the JavaScript file, what I'd like to do, just scroll to the very bottom and add some media queries so that our application is responsive. Let's take a look at the end result. So I'll just try to refresh my page and try to open up the DevTools. So whenever we hit 500 pixels, just take a look at this. The UI will just change a little bit. So everything will shrink, as you can tell. Let's take a look at the quiz screen. Once I hit 500 pixels, everything just shrinks a little bit so that it is responsive and it is looking nice in our mobile phone. So this is what we'd like to do. Just update some stuff whenever we hit 500 pixels and below. So I'll just say responsive design, and we'll say add media. Then we can say something like maximum width of 500 pixels. So this will basically tell to the browser whenever we hit, so let me type, when we hit 500 pixels and below, go ahead and just implement the styles below. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Let's try to get started with it. The first thing we would like to do, just maybe update the padding on the screen. So I'll just say we have the screen. We would like to change the padding to be something like, let's see what we had previously. I don't really remember. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so padding is 2 rem. By default, it is equal to 32 pixels. So we can basically shrink this to half. So I'll just say 1 rem, right? Then we can change the font size of the H1. So I'll just say start screen H1. It should be font size of, let's say 2 rem. What it was at the beginning, did you update it? Okay, so it was 2.5. Now we'll just update it to 2, right? 2 rem. And then I'll add a couple of more things that is not really hard. That's just super simple. This is what I have added: the question text, answer button, and the button itself. Now let's save and try to see. So this is our application. When we hit 500 pixels, it just changes a little bit, right? Okay. You can pause the video, change anything that you wish, but these are the values that I'll have. Now that we have the styling as well as the markup, we are ready to get started with the JavaScript file. Now, before we write anything here, we would like to link this file from our index.html file. So just right above the body, I'll say script and select this source option. We'll just say script.js. Okay, now this file is linked to our website, and that means we can go ahead and get started with it. So the first thing we would like to do, select our DOM elements. So I'll go ahead, add a comment, and we'll have a bunch of different selectors. Let's say the first one will be start screen. That will be document dot get element by ID, and then the ID was start dash screen. I'll duplicate this. We'll have another one. This will be for quiz screen. I'll basically select this part, press Command D or Control D. Let's say this is the quiz screen. Now we'll have a bunch of different elements, and if you don't want to type them out, I have prepared a GitHub gist that you can find. The link will be in the description, completely free. Okay, so this is what we have. Just find the quiz project.md, and you can copy this entire selectors. So I'll get into this just in a second. For now, this is what you need to copy and paste. I'll basically delete everything and paste this in. So we selected everything. This will save us a lot of time. We basically have the screens. Let's say we have the button, the question text, answer container, and all the elements that we'll be using. And then we're going to create an array of quiz questions. So as you can tell, like I can copy and paste. No need to type this out from scratch. Okay, let's just paste this in and I'll walk you through it. And also let's take a look at the end result. So we have 5 different questions, right? First, we have an array that has 5 different objects. They all has the same fields. They have a question, which is the question itself, right? And then a list of answers. and each answer has a text as well as if it is the correct answer or not. So in this question, the Paris is the correct answer, right? So that's why we said this is true, the others are false. And depending on this field, we will give this kind of an feedback. So I hope that makes sense. You can add a lot more questions, but for now, I'll keep it simple. Just have only 5 different questions. Okay, now we can shrink this list and just scroll to the bottom, get started with our variables. So I'll just say quiz state vars, and we'll have 3 different variables. So I'll say let current question index. At the beginning, once you start the application, you will start from the very first question. That's why we'll say 0. And we'll say let score, which will be equal to 0 at the beginning, and answers disabled boolean, which will be equal to false. Now, why do we have this field? It's because, let's say you click to this answer and you immediately click to it again. You don't really want the score to be incremented, right? When you first click to it, it'll be disabled until we get the next question. I hope that makes sense. Really important field that we should have. And then we can now update our question and total counters. So what do I mean? Let's say total questions span. This is the element that we just selected right here. We will go ahead, select this, and we'll say the text content will be equal to quiz questions dot length. So this is what I have explained previously. Let me go ahead and save. And if we say start quiz, nothing happens, but we will just see this in a second. Now I'll also say the maximum score span will be equal to text content of quiz questions dot length. Okay, we'll just see these 2 different lines, what they do in a second. Then we can add our event listeners. Let's say start button dot add event listener, right? Once we click to it, we would like to do something, which will be the start quiz method. Let's go ahead and create it. We'll say function called start quiz. For now, we'll just leave it empty. Or you know what? Let's actually say console log quiz started. And let's duplicate this one. And this time it'll be for the restart button. Sorry. We'll say click restart the quiz. And this will be another function that we'll just build. So we can duplicate this one and say restart quiz. Okay, now let's open up the terminal. I'll just click to this one. Okay, what do we have? It says text content. Where do we have? Do we have a typo? Let's see. So I think we have some kind of typo because one of these is equal to undefined. So let's take a look at this. It is called total questions. I'd like to open up my index.html file. Do I have any typo? Let's say total questions. And it looks like I don't even have this field. Now let's see what are we missing. So right here, when we said one of, it should be 5, but we'll add this ID that says total questions. Okay, just go ahead, add this field. We forgot to add that, but now we should be good to go. I'll click to this button. It'll say quiz started, right? Okay, now that we have the methods, we can, I think, just start building them. So the first thing we would like to do, let me first zoom in. Once we start the quiz, we would like to just reset our variables. So here I'll say reset vars, and we'll say the current question index will be equal to 0 because we are just starting the quiz. Score will be equal to 0, and we will just update that span. Let's say score span dot text content will be equal to the score variable, which is equal to 0. You can also put 0 like this, but I think this is, yes, let's actually do it. Here I'll just say 0. Okay, now let's move on. We will say start screen dot class list dot remove the active class, because we just started the quiz. We would like to make the quiz screen to be active. Here I'll say go ahead, select the quiz screen, and add a class list of active. So I'll just save and test this out. I'll click to this one. Here we can see now this is active. The other one is not active. Okay, then we would like to say something like show question. So we're going to show one question at a time, and we can put it into this function. So let's copy the name and create a function right here. Okay, once again, we are going to reset the state. That will be answers disabled of false. Because if we are going to show the question, we would like to not disable the answers, right? Here I'll go ahead and get the current question. So I'll say const current question. And we can say something like quiz questions. And we can add our index, which is the current question index. We got the current question. Now we can update the question number, right? Which is going to be this part. So here I'll say current question span dot text content. It'll say whatever the current question index is plus 1, because this will start from 0. We would like to say something like 1. Okay, so this is the very first question. Instead of seeing 0, we'll just add 1. I know that we are going really slowly, but I just really want to make sure that everyone understands whatever we do. Okay, then the next thing is to update the progress bar. So first we need to get a %. I'll say const progress %. And let's try to calculate it. I'll say current question index divided by quiz questions dot length. I'll just zoom out, multiplied by 100. So this is the math that will give you the % correctly. Then we can say progress bar dot style dot width, and we'll say whatever the % is, this is what we have calculated, we'll say plus %. Now imagine this is what we're doing. Let's say the % is equal to 50. Now the width will be 50%, so it'll be something in middle, right? This is exactly what we are doing. Then we can update the question text. Here I'll go ahead and say question text dot text content will be equal to current question dot text. I'm sorry, the question itself. Because if you take a look at this array, we have the field, which is the question. It is this part, right? And this is exactly what we are doing. And after this, we can clear the previous answer buttons. So I'll just say explain this in a second. Okay, I'll even add a to-do right here. I'll show you this, what this does, but let's just write the code for now. I'll say answer container dot inner HTML will be equal to nothing. Then we can create the answer buttons, right? So this is a button, this is a button, so on and so forth. What do we want to do? Basically, go through these questions for every single answer, right? For this answer, for this one, and all of these, we would like to create buttons. So this is exactly what we'll be doing. Let's go ahead and say current question dot answers dot for each answer, we would like to run this method where we would like to create a button. So let's say const button document dot create element, and maybe we should zoom in. I don't really know. Let's zoom in. Okay, we'll say create an element that is called as button, right? Then we'll say button dot text content. We'll add the answer dot text, such as like Venus, Mars, Jupiter, whatever that is. And then we'll go ahead and say button dot class list dot add. We would like to add this answer button so that we can get the styling. And then one important thing, we need to add the correct property on the button, right? So this is false, this is true, and these are false. How do we add it? If I click to it, how my code knows that that was the correct answer? Well, we can use what we call a data set. So here I'll say button dot dataset dot correct. And you can call this anything really, like true, but you know, like anything, seriously, but it should be correct so that our code makes sense, right? This is at least what I'd like to call it. And I'll say it is equal to answer.correct. So either it is true or false. And only one of these buttons will be equal to true. And I'd like to put a comment. So I'll say, what is dataset? Now, basically, it is a property of the button element that allows you to store custom data. Okay, so you would like to use a dataset whenever you want to store some custom data. And this is exactly what we are doing. We are adding the true field on a button. You can call this, you can use this on anything, not only on the button, but it is something to keep in mind. And I'd like to add a comment right here. It is something that you would like to use whenever you want to store some custom data. Okay, now that we have added this field, we can add the click event into the answer itself. So when we click to it, something will happen. So we'll say button dot add event listener, which is going to be the click event. We'll call it the select answer method. This is something that we'll build. And finally, we'll say add to container. Let's say answer container dot append child, add the button. Now we have created the button, did a bunch of different things on it, but we never added to the UI. That's why we need this line to add it into the UI. All right, now let's save. We need to create this method. Let's just scroll right above the restart function. I'll create this one, add it, and just get started with it. Now, when you attach an event listener, by default, it will get an argument called event. So we can take the event so that we know, so that we can do a bunch of different things. And we're going to see what that is. Now, as I said before, when we click to an answer, we should check if the answer is disabled or not. So we'll say if answer disabled is equal to true, we would like to just return don't do anything. Otherwise, the score would be incremented in a way that we don't really need. So now that we check for it, this is something like an optimization check, really. Then we can go ahead, say answer disabled will be equal to true, because we are just selecting an answer, and we'll say get the selected button. So we'll say const selected button. Now, how do we know which one we clicked, right? If I click to this one, how do we know this is the one that we clicked? This is how we can do. We'll say event.target. This will basically give you the selected button. And we can say const is correct. This will be a boolean, and we'll say selected button dataset correct if it is equal to true. If this is the case, that means it is correct. Now notice how this and this one is matching. So here, if you said something like hello, you should also say hello, right? They should match. So once we got the variable, we would like to do something. Let me display. Now when we click to this one, we are getting some kind of a feedback. If you select the wrong answer, you get another feedback. So we would like to add a class that would update it. And this is exactly what we'll be doing. So I'll say array.from, and I'll explain why are we using it. Let's say answers container.children. We'll basically convert this into an array. I'll add a to-do, explain this in a second. Okay, now that we got all of them, we'll say for each every single button, just run this method. We'll say if button.dataset.correct, if it is equal to true. In this case, we would like to say button.classlist.add, just add the correct class. But else, we would like to add the incorrect class. So I'll go ahead and just say add the incorrect class. Let's save. Right after this, we would like to update the score if it is correct. So we'll say if is correct. Go ahead, say score plus plus, which is equal to 1, and we'll say score span.text content is equal to score itself. Here we go. And just before we move on with the next question, we would like to just wait a second, right? Here we can see we have 1 second of delay right here, and then we move on. So this is what we'd like to do. And if you want to add some delays, you would use the set timeout method, which would take a callback, as well as the timeout, which is going to be in milliseconds. So let's say we would like to wait about 1 second. So let's put 1000 milliseconds, and then we say current question index will be incremented. Then we'll say if current question index is less than quiz questions dot length. Now what are we doing here? Let me add a comment. I'll say check if there are more questions, or if the quiz is over. Because if the quiz is over, we're gonna see this screen, but else we'll just show another question. So if this is the case, that means we can show more questions. I'll just say call the show question method, but else I'll just say show results, which is another method that we need to create. So let's move on. We are almost, we are near to complete this file, and I'll walk you through it from start till the end. Okay, so if we want to show the results, we need to first hide the quiz screen and show the results screen. So this is what we'll be doing. Let's say quiz screen dot class list. You would like to remove the active class, and you would like to duplicate this. This time you would like to add the active class to the result screen, just like this. Then we would like to update the final score text content to be the score itself. Then we'll go ahead and say, so we will say something like good effort, or you're genius, or you're really bad, depending on the percentage, right? So here I'd like to say get the percentage. That will be equal to score divided by quiz questions dot length multiplied by 100, and I'll say if this is equal to 100, then we can say something like perfect, you're a genius. But we'll add a bunch of different else cases. So I'll say else if, and instead of typing them out, I just paste it. Here we can see we have else if of 80% and above, great job. Here 60 and above, good effort, all the way down to 40 and below. We'll just say keep studying. So this is really basic. That's why I didn't want to type this out. Let's leave the restart quiz functionality, or let's just build it. It's really, really simple. Then we'll just test out our application. Here I'll go ahead and say something like result screen dot classlist dot remove. It will just remove the active class. Then we can say start the quiz itself, because we're just restarting it, right? Let's save and give it a go. I'll refresh my page and say start the quiz. Here we go. Let's put the correct answer. This is what we got. We can say something like, again, correct answer, add the wrong answer this time. And there is one thing that is different from the end result. So if we select the correct answer, the wrong ones are also displayed. So we can fix it by scrolling to the top, where we have this else case. Here I'll say else if the button is equal to select the button, only then we would like to do this actually. Now let's save and give it a go. I'll put the wrong answer. This is what we got. We don't really see the wrong on all of them. I think it just makes it a lot more cleaner. Let's put the wrong one. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now we have some to-dos. Just before we get into it, let's complete the app, complete the quiz. Okay, we can restart it. Everything works as expected. Now let's take a look at the to-dos that we have. So I will just go ahead and delete this for a second and try to run my quiz, give it an answer. Now in the next run, as you can tell, the previous answers did not got removed, right? We got the new answers, but the previous ones are still here. So that's why whenever we show the questions, we would like to first get rid of the previous questions. So we say the answer container will be equal to nothing, right? Just go ahead, clear the content. I hope that makes sense. That was the very first to-do that we have. Now I can delete this to-do. And the other to-do that we have, let's just search for it. Okay, so we need to explain this array.from. Why do we need it in the first place? Now the short explanation is, this is not an array. First, we need to convert this to an array so that we can use dot for each method. But the longer answer is, let me try to explain by displaying it. So I will copy this, and whenever we start our quiz, I'll just say console log this into the terminal. Okay, let's open up our terminal and just try to see this in action. I'll say start the quiz. Now, as you can tell, this is an HTML collection, and you cannot really say something like children dot for each. So I'll try to do it. I'll say, get the element and say console log the element itself, right? Now, if you take a look at it, we should get some errors because you cannot really use the for each method on it. But if you wrap this with array.from, just like this, now this entire thing is an array. You can use for each on it. Let's save and take a look at it. Here we can see, even though we got undefined, but we didn't got any errors. That means it is working. And this is exactly what we are doing. So I'd like to put a comment right here on this to-do. So I just deleted that to-do comment, and this is what you're gonna have instead in the source code. And there is one thing that we are missing just before we end this section, which is the progress bar. It's because I am missing, I am having a typo. This should be double S, so progress, just like this. Now if we save, hopefully it should be right here working properly. And the other thing that we have that is missing is the score variable. Now it is working correctly, but once we restart the game, it is going to crash. So notice how we have 3 in this game, and if I say restart quiz and go with this one, now it is 4. Well, the reason is when we said reset the variables, here I just said we are gonna have the score that will be equal to 0. And then for some reason I have deleted that. So I don't know why I've done this, but this should be right here so that when we start the quiz, it will be equal to 0. Now let's pretty quickly go over this once again. So we're gonna have maybe 3 points once again. But if we restart the quiz and go with the correct answer, it should be 1, not 4, right? So that's something to keep in mind. And with this, I think we just completed the entire project. Everything is working as expected. So with that, I'll see you in the next project. In this section, we're gonna build a color palette generator. And this is the end result. Let's take a look at it, how that works. And then we'll just jump into the code and build the actual application. So when you first refresh the page, you will get a different color palette that you can copy either from the box itself or with the copy button. And then you can generate a new palette as much as you want. Every time you will get different colors. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and build our actual application. Okay, so once again, I have an empty folder called color palette generator, and I have 3 empty files, right? 3 empty files. So let's get started with the HTML. I'll get my boilerplate and let's say color palette generator as our title, and then we can link our CSS file as well as the JavaScript file at the very end of the body. Maybe we can say source will be the script.js file. Okay, now we'll go ahead and just get started with it. So the first thing I'd like to have is this container, right? Let's say container, which will be this white box that we can see. And then we'll just put the generate button. So we'll say button, let's give it an ID like generate -btn, and then we'll say generate palette. Okay, now I'd like to have this icon, right? This tab icon on the left hand side. And how can we put this? So we're gonna say something like, let's have an I element that will have the class name of FAS. FA, we'll say sync alt. But if you save and try to see the output, let's say open with live server, we cannot see anything. It's because we didn't import the tab icon, right? So let's go ahead and get the URL. I'll say cdn.js. From this website, we can search for font awesome. Okay, just go ahead, copy the link tag. and then we can paste it right here below to the title, and we should be able to get this button, as you can tell. Okay, now that we have the generate button, we'd like to go below to it, and we'll have another container. So I'll say class palette dash container. And I think we forgot to add the h1 that will be above the button, but still inside the container. I'll go ahead and just say h1 that will have the, actually no class names. We'll just say color palette generator. All right, then we'll go into the palette container. We will just build our boxes. So as we can tell, we have 5 different boxes, right? So let's try to build them. I'll say color box 1. We'll have a div with the class name of color dash box. Then we'll go within this div, create another div with the class name of color. This will not have any content, but we'll say style will be something like this. Background color of, we can give the value, so you can choose any value that you wish. I'll just go with this default value. Let's say E1F5FE. Okay, so this is what we're gonna have for the very first color, but we will be updating this whenever we say generate a new palette. So this will be a little bit later in the video. And then we'll say, let's create another div that will have the class of, let's say, color-info. Then we'll go ahead, create a span that will hold the hex value, and then an icon for the copy button. So this span will say this exact same value, but uppercase. So we'll say E1F5FE. Then let's give it a class. I'll say hex-value. And now let's try to put this button, which is going to be an I element, class of FAR, FA copy, and we'll say just class name of copy button. Let's say copy btn. Okay, now let's save, take a look at the output. This is what we got. This is the actual icon that we just used, right? Okay, and we can even add a title. So when you hover over this, let's say title, it'll say copy to clipboard. So this title will give something like this. Let me hover over that. Okay, so this is the title. This is that property that allows us to see that text. Now basically we're going to do the same thing 4 times, right? At the end of the day, we will have 5 different color boxes. So this is the very first one. I'll just try to maximize this screen and just put 4 different color boxes. So here is what I have just added, the exact same thing, but we have just changed the background color as well as the color itself in the hex value. So this is the second one that you can copy from the source code or just type this out. We have the same thing for this one, for the the last 2. And now we can go into the CSS file and try to build the UI, because currently this looks disgusting and feels like I have a typo right here in this span, especially for the color box of 1. Okay, this should be okay, just like that. Now we just get rid of that span text. Now we can go ahead and jump into the CSS file. So I'll just kill this one. Once again, I have this extra folder. Maybe you have it, you don't have it. It's not really important. It just says we'll just change your port because you have the end result running on this port. So at the end of this section, I will go ahead and delete this folder. It's not really important. Okay, now we can just get started with our CSS file. So the first thing I'd like to add will be the basic preset, where we'd like to select every single element and say margin of 0 and duplicate this. Do the same thing for padding. And finally, we'll say box sizing of border box. Now, one thing that I'd like to do is to update the font family in my entire document. Now, the classic way of doing it, I'll show you a better way. So this is the classic way of doing it. You would just visit Google Fonts, right? Let's say Google Fonts, and then you would search for a font family. Let's say it is Roboto. How do we pronounce it? I don't know. So we got this one. Then you would say get the font, get the embed code, and you would either get the link copy or the import copy. So for the CSS, right? Let's say you would copy this and come back here, add this, then you can use it in your entire document. So you can say font family will be the one that we just installed. Now let's save, it'll update the UI. Now you can install this without visiting the website. So you can do it from your VS Code. The first thing you'd like to do, just install an extension called Google Fonts. Okay, so go ahead and install it. Once you have done this, you can basically, oops, let's just delete this part. You can basically say Command Shift P or Control Shift P. Then you can search for Google Fonts. And if you wanted to add it into your CSS file, you would select this one, and then you would search for the font, so whatever that is. In our case, let's say it is Roboto. Here we go, we got the entire URL that we can save, and we're gonna have the exact same result. So without this, it would not work. Just notice how the font family has changed. But if I add this, now we are using the Roboto, right? Now I'd like to actually change this. Let's go ahead, get something else. I'll say, I'll get Poppins. Okay, then we'll update this part. Now it has just changed a little bit more. And if this is not available for some reason, if we cannot load it, we can just fallback this with sans serif. So this is one trick that you can keep in mind. And if you're going to add it into the index.html, you can do it in the exact same way. So just under your head element, right? So you can say Command Shift P, Google Fonts, but this time insert a link. Let's say Roboto. So this is what we got as a link import. I'll just delete that because we have it in the style.css file. So I hope this is a useful trick that you have just learned. Now let's go ahead and update our background color for the body, which will be a linear gradient. So we'll go from this color to this one, from left to right. So I'll just say body. The first thing I'd like to do, just say background, and we'll say linear dash gradient. We can say to right, or what I'll be doing is to say 135 degrees. We'll say go from this color, which will be 83, 8, D and F. Okay, from this one to C3, CF, E2. Okay, then we'll just say minimum height of 100 VH, so it'll take the entire screen. We'll say display flex, align item centered, and justify content of center. Then we'll say padding of, let's say, 20 pixels. So this is the output that we got. Now we'd like to select the container, and we'll say the background color will be white. We'll say border radius will be 1 rem, which is equal to 16 pixels. Then we can add the padding of 2 rem. I'll say width of 100%, and the maximum width will be 800 pixels. Let's save. This is what we got, and I'd like to add some box shadow, just tiny bit. So I'll say 0 to 10 pixels, 20 pixels, and my color, which is going to be black. But we'll just change the alpha color to 0.1. It's really subtle, but if you'd like to increase it, you can definitely do so. Let's just actually go with this one. Then after the container, we can select our H1 and say text align of center. And then we'll say margin bottom of 1.5 rem. And we can maybe just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so this is the normal level that we should have. And then I'll say color of 333. I'll say position will be relative. You will see why. And finally, we can say something like padding bottom of 0.5 rem. Okay, now we'll be using position relative because I will create an H1 after element. We'll be using this after pseudo element to be able to add this underline. And this will be positioned absolutely right below to this text. Now let's see how we can make that work. basically we'll go ahead and just say position this absolutely, and then we'll say bottom will be 0, but we would like to position this in the middle, right? So we're gonna say take it from the left of 50%, and we'd like to take it back with transform of translate x of minus 50%. So this is that trick that we are using so that it is being centered correctly. And we'll say the width of this could be 50%. You can use any value, like I'll show this what this does in a second. Then we'll say height could be 3 pixels. So this is what we have, 3 pixels on the height, and we'll say background color could be this one. Let's say 667 EENA. Okay, then we'll say just add a border radius of 2 pixels. Now let's save. Probably we're not gonna see anything. It's because if you're using the pseudo element, you have to have the content property, right? I'll just add the content. Even though it doesn't have anything, we are able to see it. Now, if you say width will be 10%, this is what will happen. If you say 100%, it'll be the entire H1 element. But I specifically want to go with 50%. And if you do not add this part, it's not going to be centered correctly, right? Because when you say left of 50%, it'll go from the left 50%, but it would be the starter point. So what you'd like to do, just take this 50% to the back. I hope that makes sense. Now this is working properly. And then we can now update the generate button. So I'll just scroll to right after this, and I'll say select the generate -btn. So I'll go ahead and say background. This is going to be a linear gradient from 45 degree from this color to this one. So this is what we got as the output. I'll just say the text color will be white. We can say the border will be none. Let's save. This is what we got. Now we'll like to say padding from top and bottom 0.8 rem, and from left and right 1.5 rem. So this is exactly what we got. Now we'll like to say border radius of something like 50 pixels. And then you will say cursor will be pointer. We'll say font size, or I'm sorry, font weight, let's say, will be 600. So it's a little bit more bold. Maybe we can go with 500. Okay, this is a lot more cleaner. Then we can say margin bottom of 2 rem. Here we go. And maybe we can update the font size, like let's say 1.1 rem. How would it look like? How about 1 rem? Okay, so we can definitely go with 1 rem, which is a lot more cleaner, right? Then we'll just go ahead, update the hover state. So I'd like to say generate -btn on hover state. We would like to basically translate this to the up direction, right? So I'll just say transform translate y -2 pixels. Now let's see, if I hover over this, it'll just go -2 pixels above. So let's say -20 pixels. It would be a little bit too much, right? Okay, and if you want this to go below, you would just say 2 pixels. Okay, I'll go with 2 pixels, -2 pixels, and we can give a little bit of box shadow on the hover state, like 0, 6 pixels, 10 pixels, and then our color, this will be a little bit different. Let's say RGBA, 102, 126, 234, and let's say 0.3. Okay, so as you can tell, it looks really, really clean. Now, when we click to it, it should go to the previous state. And we can do this with the active state. I'll copy this, paste this, but it'll be active. So we'll basically say transform will be translate y of 0 pixels, or just 0, right? So when you hover over this, it goes up. If you click to it, it'll just go back to the previous state. And after this one, we would like to add the palette container. Let's select it, and I'll say display of grid this time. We'll say, let's give it a gap of 1 rem. So basically, this is what we'd like to have, just a little bit of gap in between. And for the size, we will say grid template columns. We'll say repeat this. So the first option will be auto-fit, and we'll say minimum and maximum. We'll basically say in minimum it could be 130 pixels, and maximum it'll be just one fraction. Okay, now if you take a look at it, it'll be responsive, and we'll just even make it look cleaner. Let's go ahead, select the color box. I'll say this will have the border radius of 10 pixels. This will have the overflow of hidden, and we'll say give a little bit of box shadow, and I can just copy and paste this value. This will be, let's say, 0.01, so that it looks a little bit subtle. Then we can say the transition will be transform of 0.2 seconds. Then we can select the color box hover state, and let's go ahead, say on the transform, we'll say translate y of -5 pixels, so that we could have this exact same output, right? When you hover over this, it goes 5 pixels above. Okay, right after this color box, we'll just say the color itself. This is another element that we have. Let's say height will be 120 pixels. Here we go. And we can say the cursor will be pointer. Okay, now we can go ahead and select the color-info element, and it'll say background color will be white. We can go ahead and add some paddings. Let's say 0.7 rem. Save. Here we go. We'll say display of flex, so that we can say align items of centered and justify content space between, so they would be spaced out. And maybe we can say font size of 0.9 rem. I'll also go ahead select the hex value, and I'll say font weight will be 500, and the letter spacing could be 0.5 pixels, so that it looks a little bit more clean. And then we can get the copy button. So I'll just say dot copy dash btn. Let's say cursor will be pointer, just like every single button. We can say color will be this specific one. I'll go with 64748B. Okay, this is what we got. Now we'd like to just add a little bit of transition, because in the copy button hover state, let's first add this one. We'll say color will change a little bit. That's going to be equal to this one, let's say. Now, if you hover over this, it'll just happen instantly. So we can say transition the color property with 0.2 seconds. Okay, so it's just a little bit more subtle. And then finally, we can make this a little bit more, let's say, responsive. I'll go ahead add my media query. I'll say max width of 768 pixels. We would like to say palette container, and we'll just update the grid template columns. Let's say repeat. Here we'll say auto fit, but we would like to change the min max function with 100 pixels to one fraction. Here we can see once you hit 600, let's just take a look at it. Once you hit this breakpoint, which is 786 pixels, notice how from here, once we hit that, so it is right here, once you hit that, it'll just change a little bit, so that it is responsive and it's working correctly in the mobile phones as well. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for the CSS styling. Now we can go ahead and jump into the JavaScript file, where we can generate the palette and copy the values. So let's go ahead, close this file and open up the script.js. And the very first thing we would like to do, select our DOM elements. So I'll say const, let's get the generate button, and I'll say document get element by ID, and let's put the ID, which was generate -btn. Now I'd like to duplicate this, I was going to say, but let's actually type this out. I'll say palette container. We're going to select this one as well, that will be document.querySelector this time, because we're going to select it with the class. So say palette-container. This is what we have in our code. Now we'll go ahead and just add an event listener, right? I'll say generate button dot add event listener of click event. In this case, we'd like to call our method called generate palette. And let's create this method for the function, right? We'll say function generate palette and just leave it as an empty function for now. Now the other thing that we would like to do, whenever we refresh our page, we would like to have another palette, right? So I'll just go ahead and say, as soon as we visit this page, just go ahead, call this method. Now if you don't want to, you can delete this part. Really, it's not needed because by default we have a palette. Okay, so just in case if you want to get a different palette on refresh, you can basically add this one. Okay, for now I'll just keep this right here, and then we can move on with this method called generate palette. So in this method we'll have a colors array that will be empty initially. Then we'll go ahead create 5 random colors, and then we'll just push it into this array. So we'll say for let I starts from 0 all the way up to 5, so that we can just run this 5 times. And then in this case we'll like to say colors dot push, and we'll say generate a random color, which is going to be the method that we're gonna build right now. Generate random color. Now in this function we're gonna have a constant called letters, and this will start from 0 all the way up to 16. So we'll go like from 1 to 9, but then we'll say A, B, C, D, E, F. So this is up until 9, and then 10, 11, because this is how it works if you want to create colors with hex values, right? As you can tell, we have letters from A to F. Okay, so once you have this in mind, we can say let will create a color basically. The first value always will be this hash, and on top of it we'll add some random values such as this one or any kind of value that you can imagine. So I'll say for let I is equal to 0, and we're gonna run this 6 times, because if you have realized, we have 6 letters every single time, right? Just take a look at that. This is what we have, and we'll say while I is less than 6, we'll just go ahead and increment it by 1. And now we'll say go ahead add on top of the color variable, we'll say letters, and we'd like to basically select one of them randomly, right? So we'd like to add an index, and I'll say math.floor math.random, and we're going to multiply this by 16. Okay, now I'd like to show you what this does. Let's copy it, open up the terminal. I'll basically paste this every single time. So now we got 1, 6. As you can tell, we are getting random values from 0 all the way up to 15. Now 16 is not included because we only have 16 elements, but indexes are starting from 0, right? So if we have to put the indices, okay, this is kind of annoying, but this is the index of 0, 1, okay, why do I even type? So 0, 1, all the way up to 15. So that's why this will never give you the value of 16. At maximum, this could be 15. So this is something I wanted to highlight. And after this for loop, we would like to basically say return the color. So it would be returned, right? And then this would be pushed into the array. Now, if you would like to test this out, you can copy this function, put it into your terminal, and just call that method, which is called the generate random color. Just go ahead, call that. So every single time you'll get a different randomly generated color, as you can tell. Now we got the color. What do we want to do? So we got 5 different colors. We would like to take them and update the UI with it. So we'll say update palette display, and this is going to be a method where we'll just pass the colors. right? So we have generated some colors and we will pass it into this method so that it can update the UI with them. Now let's go ahead and create this method. Let's say function, we'll get the colors and we'll do something with it. So the first thing we'd like to do, just select all the color boxes. I'll go ahead and say const color boxes and say document the query selector all, where we have this class name color-box, and we'd like to loop through each color box and update it with a color from our array. So I'll say color boxes dot for each method, and we're gonna get every single box. Also, I'd like to get the index, so let's wrap this with brackets, and I'll say index as well. Let's run an arrow function. Here we'd like to we'd like to get the color itself. So I'll say colors by using the index, so we can get the color itself. We'll be doing this for every single colors, right? And then we'll say const, let's say color div. We can say box.query selector of box. Sorry, what am I doing? So this should be color, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and duplicate this. Now we would like to get the hex dash value, and we can update this variable. We'll say hex value. Now we are going to see why are we getting those in the first place. The first thing we would like to do is set the background color of the div. I'll say color div dot style, and we'll say background color will be equal to this color, whatever we have. And then we would like to update the text to show the hex value. I'll say hex value dot text content will be equal to color. Okay, let's save. Hopefully it should be working out. I'll say generate palette. As you can tell, we are just creating the values, right? We are creating all these colors, and then we are updating our palette, which is going to get every single colors, right? Then it will just loop through it so that it can update the UI. So I'll just click to it. These colors have been generated and we have updated the UI, both the background color as well as the text itself. Okay, now let's see what happens if we refresh the page. So every single time we're gonna get a different palette, because whenever we visit our page, we are running this method. But if you delete it, every single time, if you refresh, you're gonna get the exact same color palette. Maybe this is the behavior that you would like to have, so you can delete this line, or if you would like to get some random colors, you could add this one. I'll just go ahead and comment this out so that we can have this on every single refresh. Now the other thing that we need to add is the copy functionality. When I click to the box or into this icon, into this button, it should copy it. Now we would like to add an event listener for that as well. So just because we have the first event listener right here at the top, I'll just go ahead and add the second one below it. So I'll just say palette container dot add event listener, which is going to be the click event. We would like to run this function. Now you can either go with an arrow function like this, or you can go with a default anonymous function in this way. So this is what I'll be using. It's completely optional. I'll get the event, which is passed by default, and I'll say if. Now we have two different checks, which is this one. Either we click to the button itself or into the box itself, right? Both of them will copy the value. So let's handle the first case where the user clicked to the copy button. So I'll say if e.target.classList, this is how we can type this out, ClassList.contains the copy-btn. In this case, we would like to go ahead and do something, which is to first get the hex value. I'll say get the hex value, and how can we get this? So we'll say e.target.previous element sibling dot text content. Now that we got the hex value, we can copy it to the clipboard. Now why are we saying previous element sibling? Let's see why this is the case. Now if we click to the copy button, let's take a look at the index.html, where do we have the copy button? Let's search for it, copy-btn. Okay, now when we click to this element, we would like to go to the previous sibling, which is this one, and we would like to get the text content. So this is exactly what we are doing. We just got the text content, this is the value, and we would like to copy this to our clipboard. And how can we do so? Well, you can say navigator.clipboard.write text. Then you can basically put the hex value. Now let's save and take a look at it. If I click to this button, now it has been copied, but that was the end result, sorry. Let's go ahead and copy this one. Now it's been copied. If you paste it right here, as you can tell, it is this value that has just been copied. Now, once the value is copied, we would like to show some success feedback, just like this one. And this is working asynchronously. So what does that mean? We can add a method like .then at the end, and we'll say, once you have copied this to the clipboard, go ahead and run this method, which is to show copy success. Okay, but if you got some errors, we can handle it with .catch. So right after this, just chain .catch. We're gonna run this method where we get the error itself. Let's say error, and you can say something like alert the error. Or you can just put a console log if you really wanted to, just like this one. Okay, now we don't have this method. We're gonna be building it right now. I'll maybe just shrink every single one of these and create this method called show copy success. So this will be relatively simpler than you think. What do we want to do? Just basically display something and hide something else, right? Let's take a look at the end result. We're going to display this icon and hide it, then show this one once again. Just before we get into this function, I'd like to scroll to the top and get the copy button with this query selector, because we'll be using it in this method. So the first thing I'd like to do, just say copy button.classList.remove this one, let's say FAR and FA-copy. Then we'd like to add another one, so that will be FAS and FA check. And this should be add. Then we would like to change the color as well. So I'll say copy button.style.color will be this green one. So I'll say hash 48 BB7 and it should be 8. Let's save, take a look at it in this one. Okay, so for some reason this has been updated. Why this is the case? I'll refresh. I'm clicking to this one or this one, but the very first one has been updated. So it is strange that we're gonna take a look at it. I think it's because we didn't completed the else if case. We'll get into it just in a second. For now, let's move on with this method. So what do we want to do? Once we copy it, after 1.5 seconds, we would like to go back to the previous state. And if you want to add some delays, you can use set timeout method with the callback as well as your timeout. So I'll go with this value, which is equal to 1.5 seconds. I'll say copy button dot class list. Now we'll be doing remove, but this time we're gonna remove this one. And I'll duplicate this. This will be add. So we are basically negating what we have just done a couple of seconds ago. I'll say copy button dot style dot color will be basically nothing, so that it can go into the default color, right? We're just resetting it, sorry. Now let's save and get started with the else if case, and I think it should be good to go. I'll say else if e.target.classList.contains the color, and this means if user clicked directly on a color box, right? So in this case, we would like to run this block where I'd like to get the hex value. We'll say const hex value. This will be e.target.next element sibling the query selector, we would like to select the hex dash value, and I'll just maximize this. We'll say just get the text content. Now, why this is the case? Why are we getting the next element sibling? Let's take a look at it pretty quickly under index.html. So if we click to the color element, which is this one, we would like to go to the next sibling element, which is this color info, and from here we would like to get the hex value. So this is exactly what we are doing. We are just getting the text content, and then we would like to do the exact same thing that we have just done right here. I'll copy this, paste it, save. We're just basically copying it to the clipboard. Let's put them side by side, save this, and take a look at the end result. I'll say, just copy this one, but for some reason it is getting the very first one. Let me copy this and put it into the URL. So we are copying this value, but this UI has been updated. Let's see why this is the case. Alright, so the reason that this is happening is because of this copy button. Now, when you say query selector of the copy button, we have 5 different buttons, but it'll always select the very first one. So instead of actually saying copy button, we would like to delete this and we would like to make it dynamic. So whichever we clicked, it should copy that one. And for this, we can send an element to this method. So I'll say e.target in this one, and right here we will say e.target, we would like to find the copy button, because this is where we click to the box, right? When you click to the box, you would like to select this element. So I'll say e.target.next element sibling.query selector, and I'll say .copy-btn. Once again, let me maximize this. Here we go, this is what we got. And in this method, we would like to get the element as an argument. Instead of using that copy button, I'll just say Command D a couple of times, and I'll just say use that element. Now it should be working out as expected. If I try to copy this one, it'll update it. And if I click to this one will update it. Everything is working as expected, right? Okay, so that was the entire project. I just tried to go really slowly. I'm sorry if it is kind of boring, but I just tried to make sure that we understand everything, like the previous element sibling, the next element, so on and so forth. And we even made a mistake where we got the copy button with the query selector, but we just pretty quickly fixed it, where we need to pass the actual copy button dynamically, right? We have added the event target or the copy button itself, and then just handle it from the method. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. That's gonna be it for this project. I'll see you in the next one. In this section, we're gonna build a simple Kanban board. Now, if you have never heard of it, you can basically check it out and you can see a bunch of different examples, but I'd like to walk you through it within this example. So we're gonna have 3 different lists, such as the to-do category, in progress, as well as done. And you can take these cards and change the category, right? So I can take it, put it into this list, or this one, or even in this one. And I can even order them within the list itself. So we have a buy groceries at the top. If I wanted to, I can take it to the bottom. So this is the end result. This is what we're going to be building. And there is an API, which is the HTML drag and drop API. This is the documentation that you can take a look. Like if you want to learn everything about it, this is the article that you'd like to go through. But basically, I will simplify it and I'll just teach you the 90% of the things that you would need to get started with it. So this is the end result. This is what we're going to be building. Let's go ahead and jump into the code. I have an empty folder as always with 3 different files. Let's first get started with HTML. I'll just put them side by side. And by the way, the end result will be responsive, as you can tell. Well, it's maybe not that responsive. I think here we cannot scroll to the top, but we can fix it within our code. And I just even went pretty quickly, fixed the end result. So here we can see it is responsive. We are able to scroll to the top, to the bottom, and we have our columns, either like this or one at a time. Okay, now let's go ahead and have this index.html. Let's open this up with the live server. That should be right here. And we can close these warnings. Okay, so let's create our file. I'll say for the body, we would like to have a couple of different divs. So I'll just zoom in maybe, and I'll say we would like to have a div that will be our container. So I'll say class name of container. We'll go ahead, have this h1, which will be the simple Kanban board text. So I'll go ahead, paste this in, and then we're gonna have the board itself. So it'll be this container that you can see. Oops, okay, so it is this one that we have. So we'll just call this as the board. Let's say board, just like that. And we'll go ahead, have some lists. So I'll just say create a div with the list class, and this will take the ID of list 1. And we are going to duplicate this twice, but for now, let's say this is the list 1. And this will take the h2, which will be to do. So this is what we have just built, and we're going to put two different cards. So I'll say card class that will have the wash dishes. Now the most important thing, here it comes, it'll be draggable of true. Now let's see what this does. If I save, can I see anything on this file? No, I cannot. Okay, I just refreshed. Now we should be able to see it. Let's say dishes with double S. Okay, now it is working in live mode. Now what happens if you say draggable of true? Well, first let's delete it and try to see what happens if I try to drag this and drop it. I cannot, right? It is selectable. I'll just zoom in. So we can select it, but we cannot drag and drop it. But if you say draggable of true, now you can basically drag this and drop it any places, but we don't really have the functionality, so it is not going to work. But we're gonna make that work just in a second. So this is that thing that we need, and you can take a look at it. From the documentation, it should be somewhere right here. Okay. So now that we have the draggable of true, now that we know what this does, we'll go ahead, add an ID. I'll say this will be our very first card. I'll say card 1. And we can basically duplicate this one. This will be buy groceries, right? Let's type this out. So it'll be draggable of true, but card of 2, right? We'll just update the ID. So that's gonna be it for our very first list. Now we'd like to add the other ones, such as in progress and done. So I have just zoomed out. Right after the list 1, we'll go ahead add our list 2, which has the in progress, because this is what you have when you refresh the page. You have one item here and nothing on the done list. So this is exactly what we have done. We have one card in progress and nothing in the list of 3, which is done. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the HTML file. Now we would like to link our CSS file. I'll just say link CSS, which is the style.css file, and let's say Kanban board, because why not? And then we'd like to add the script source of script.js file. And the very first thing we would like to do is just build the style.css file. So as always, we're gonna add our basic reset, and this is the end result that we have at the moment. So I'll just say select everything, and we'll say padding of 0. Let's duplicate that. This will be margin of 0. And finally, box sizing of border box. We'll go ahead and select the body. The first thing I'd like to do, update the font family. So I'll say font family will be equal to, let's say, sans serif. Now everything has been updated. Then we'll say, let's update the background color. Instead of using white, I'll go with a kind of like a gray color. I'll say F8, F9, and FC. Then we'd like to say display of flex, justify content of center, and then align items of center. Now we'd like to say minimum height of 100 VH, and it'll put everything into the middle of the screen. Then we'd like to select our container, and we'd like to say text align of centered. Then we'd like to say width of 100%, and finally let's give some paddings like 1.2 rem. Okay, now this is what we have. let's go ahead and select H1. We'd like to say color of the classic one that we use. We'll say margin bottom of 20 pixels and font size of 2 rem. Okay, then we'd like to change the board class, right? I'll go ahead, select the board. Let's say display, display of flex, justify content. Now this will be spaced around, and let me display it in the end result so that they are spaced out, let's say spaced out evenly, right? Well, actually there is something called space evenly, but this is kind of similar, not exactly, but it'll do this similar thing, right? Okay. And then we'd like to say something like align items of start, actually flex start, just like this, and we'll say width of 100%, but we'd like to give some maximum width, which is going to be 1200 pixels. And then we can say margin of 0 as well as auto, and finally we'll just give some gap like 20 pixels. Alright, this is what we got. Still looks ugly, but we're gonna get there. I'll go ahead, say select the list. We'd like to say background color will be updated to something like E3, E4, and E8. Then we'll say padding of, let's say 1 rem. We can give border radius of 8 pixels for the rounded corners, width of, let's say 30%. So it is kind of like 30, 30, 30, and we have some spaces. It'll be kind of like 100% in total. Okay, then we'd like to say minimum height. Let's just type this out. I'll say minimum height will be 400 pixels. And then we can say, let's just give some box shadow, right? I'll say 0 and 4 pixels, 8 pixels. Then I'll say RGBA. Oops, if I can type correctly. Let's say RGBA. We'll go with 0. Okay, kind of annoying, but let's go ahead and type this out. And for the color, you can go with something like 0.4, but in this case, I'll just go with 0.2. This should be good to go. If we increase it, what happens? Let's see our end result. Like kind of ugly. So like 1.1 is even 0.2. And then we can add something like dot list h2. We would like to update the heading. I'll say color of 555 and margin bottom of 1 rem. And we can just increase the font size 1.5 rem. This is what we got. Now we would like to select the card itself. Let's say dot card. We would like to update the background color, and bunch of different things. So let's just say start with this one. This could be white. Here we go. And we'll say color will be 333. And then padding will be, let's say 1 rem. Then we could say margin bottom of 10 pixels. Now we have added the margin bottom. Let's say border radius of 8 pixels. Here we go. This is what we got. We'll say cursor of grab. Now this is kind of cool because once you hover over this, it has the grab, and there's also something called grabbing. When we click to it, this is how it'll look. So let's actually try to see it. I'll just say by default, this will be grab. But if we say card.active, it should be cursor of grabbing. Now let's see, this is grab and this is grabbing. Pretty cool, right? Then we would like to add one more thing, which is going to be box shadow. I'll say 0, 2 pixels, 4 pixels, and the same exact color. I'd like to copy and paste. Now we would like to add some transition. First, let's say here we'll have transform of scale. That will be 1.05, and box shadow. We would like to just update it a bit. I'll basically copy this entire thing, but duplicate it. I mean, increase it by 2, right? I'll just say this will be 4 pixels. We'll basically multiply it by 2. Now let's say active. This is what happens, but there is no transition, right? It is happening immediately. And we can go ahead and add it by adding the transition field. We'll say implement for the transform with 0.2 seconds. And we can add a comma, and we can say box shadow This would be, let's say, bugs shadow. This could also be 0.2 seconds. Let's save. Now it's like a little bit more smooth. I'll delete this just to see, like it is happening instantly, but once we have it, it's a lot more cleaner, right? And you can say something like all as well. Now it'll apply to everything, but I just wanted to show this. If you want to add some specific things, sorry, let's say for the transform, you want this to be in 2 seconds. Like as you can tell, it is just happening in 2 seconds, which is kind of ugly, but this is just an extreme example. So I hope that makes sense. And now that we have understand it, we can save and move on with the next class. I'll just say list.over. If we have this over class, we would like to update the background color to be, let's say, D1, D3, D8. Now, why do we need this over class? Let me display. If we go into the end result, so if you take it and put it right here, as you can tell, the background changes, right? And this is what we are doing. Once we once we enter into the container, we will add that class. And once we are out, we're going to remove it. I hope that makes sense. Now let's go right here. And finally, just make it a little bit more responsive. I'll say app media. So I'll say media max width 768 pixels. We'll like to change something, which will be the board. I'll say flex direction will be column. And we can say align items will be centered in this case. Then finally, the list will be width of 80% and margin bottom of 20 pixels. Okay, why does this looks that ugly? Okay, this should be 80%, not pixels. Here we go. Once you hit here, it's like completely responsive. So we have the entire UI, it is working as expected, but we don't really have the functionality. We can just drag and drop, or we could drag, but we cannot drop it. So for this, we will add the script.js file. So let's kill the left-hand side and get started with it. And I think this will be easier than you think, but let's go ahead and see what we'll have. So the first thing I'd like to do, just select all the cards and lists that we have in the UI. So I'll say const cards and maybe duplicate this. This will be lists. And for the cards, we'll say document.query selector all, and I'll copy this name. And then I'll say just select the card class. Then we'll go below, we'll say document, query selector all. This time we will select all the lists. Now what do we want to do first is to add some event listeners. Now notice how we have things like, in the end result, we have things like drag is started, drag is entered, right? So like drag is entered, drag is leave, so on and so forth. So we'll add all kinds of events that we would need for this project. So the first thing I'd like to do is to create a for loop. I'll say for const card of cards. Basically, we will add an event listener for every single card, and we can do it with a for loop. I'll say card.add event listener, and we're gonna listen for the drag start. Okay, this is how we can type this out. And once we have this event, we can run our method where we will handle this event. So I'll say drag start. This is something that we will create just in a second. Then we can say card add event listener for the drag and event, and we'll call our method to implement it, which is going to be called as a drag and. And now we would like to add some events for the lists, right? So we just added some events for the cards, but we would like to add some events for the lists themselves, right? I'll say for and do the exact same thing, const list of lists, and we'll add 4 different event listeners. So I'll just say list.add event listener, and I'll just duplicate this 3 times. Here we will listen for drag over, we will have drag enter, we'll have drag leave, and finally just a drop event. Now all of these events are coming completely from the documentation. You can double check, but I'd like to simplify it and walk you through it within this project. Okay, so we are listening for these events. We would like to handle them within a function. So I'll just say drag over for this one, and we'll do the same thing for drag enter, and these last two. I'll say drag leave, and finally drag drop. Now let's get started with the drag start function. Let's create it. So here is how I created it, and by default this will take an argument which is going to be the event. So the first thing we would like to do is this one. We'll say e.data transfer, just like this, and we'll say .set data. Now this is exactly coming from the documentation. Let's type this out and then I'll explain what this does. So we'll say text / plain, and we'll just say this .id. So this basically will set the ID, and I'll put a comment. This allows the drop location to know which element is being moved when you release it. So I hope this makes sense. You can take a look at the documentation. Let's just search for text plain. So this is exactly what we have, I think, at the top. Okay, so this is what they are doing. They say event.target.id. We are using this .id. It is kind of the similar thing. It is working in the same way. Okay, now let's go ahead and complete this function. This is all we need for it to handle the drag start. Now we're gonna add the drag end. I'll say function drag end. Now you can do anything that you wish within this function, but for now I'll just say console log drag ended. Now I'm not implementing anything at the moment, so just to see this event is actually existed, this is why I am implementing it right here, right? So we got the function. It's really simple. And now let's handle the drag over method. Once again, it will be super simple. Let's say function drag over, and we'll just take the event and we'll say something like event.prevent default. Now, why do we need this method? Why do we need to say event.prevent default? So if we have to explain it with a single sentence, this is what it would be. This line is important because by default, browsers don't allow you to drop elements onto other elements. So this is exactly what we are doing. We will just prevent the default behavior. Now, the other method that we would like to implement is the drag enter. If we take a look at the end result, as I said previously, when we enter into something, we will just see this different background color with the help of this over class. So this is what we have added, list.over. The background color will change. So this is exactly that method that we will handle. So let's say function drag enter now, right? And we'll take the event. We'll say first, let's prevent the default. It's the same reason that we have above. Finally, we'll just say this dot class list. Go ahead, just add the over class. Now, if we save, hopefully it should be working as expected. If I take this one, okay, why this does not work? Maybe we still didn't complete our code. That's the reason, but let's see how it'll happen. We just need to add one more method, or maybe even two. I'll say function, basically copy this, duplicate it. This will be drag over. And in this case, all we want to do, just remove the over class, and one last function that will be drag drop. So I definitely understand this might be kind of complex or even overwhelming, but everything that you have seen here are basically coming from the documentation. And personally, I didn't really memorize any of them. So if you delete this entire line, or if you delete this entire file and ask me to do it tomorrow again, maybe I'll just forget some part, which is completely fine, right? You don't need to memorize any of them, but just know, like, this is something that has existed. You can build your own version, or you can use even some built-in packages. So this is the point of this project in the first place, just to make you aware that something like this existed within HTML. And this is how we can build it pretty simply and quickly. Okay, with this explanation out of the way, let's go into the drag and drop method and say, give me the ID of the, ID of the element, right? I'll just say const ID. We'll say event, the exact same thing actually that we have done above. I'll copy this part, event data transfer, but this time we'll say get data. And this part will be the same. which is text slash plain. Then we would like to go ahead, just find the card. I'll say const card. We can say document.getElement by ID and just pass the ID within that. And we'll say this dot append child, because we are appending something, right? If I take this one and drop it, I just append this child into this parent. So that's why we need to call this method with the card itself. And finally, we'll just say this dot class list dot remove the over class. So that should be it. Hopefully everything should be working as expected. Let's go ahead and test this out. I'll refresh, take this, put it right here. Looks like it doesn't. Maybe we are missing something. Let's see why this is the case. So if we take a look at our terminal, we have an error that says drag leave is not defined. That's true because I forgot to call this as drag leave. Okay, that should be it. Now it should be working out as expected. I'll take this one, put it right here. This is what we got, and we can put it on this one, this one. Everything is working as expected. So that's gonna be it for this entire project. I hope you enjoyed it. Once again, the point of this project was to actually teach you that there is something called HTML drag and drop API. This has existed. This is something that you can use whenever you need it. Everything is coming from the documentation. It is kind of complicated, but you don't really need to memorize the entire syntax. All you have to do, just come up to the documentation, learn it, or try to copy and paste into your code. As long as it is working, I think that's completely fine. So with that, I'll see you in the next project. In this section, we're gonna build an expense tracker. Now this is the end result. Let's take a look at it, and then we'll just jump into the code. So we have a form where we can add a description like AirPods and then the amount. If it is an expense, we should put minus in front, and then we would say something like $250. Now, if you say add the transaction, it'll be added to the list with a nice animation, and your expenses will increase as well as your balance will be updated. Now, if you refresh your page, they will still be here because we will save them to the local storage. And then let's try to add something like salary. That will be an income, so we don't really want to put minus, just put the amount itself. So let's say 2,000. I'll add this. Here we go. Now it is in the salary list. Everything has been updated. I mean, it is in the transactions list. And if we wanted to, we can delete it. The UI will be updated immediately, as you can tell. And we could refresh. Everything would stay here, right there. And let's try to add something. Now, as you can tell, once we have a couple of different items, at some point, this will be scrollable. So this is something that we will learn as well. And if you wanted to have these screenshots, you can find the link in the description for the diagrams, just like any other project that we have so far, right? Okay, now with this in mind, let's go ahead, jump into the code and try to build this end result. So the first thing we would like to do, just get started with the HTML file. As always, I'll put them side by side and we'll just take a look at the end result as we go. And here we can see it is responsive as well. So even if you are in the smaller screens, it'll just work properly. Here we have a little bit of flaw, but I think that's fine. We could fix it in this, like in this project. Okay, so let's go ahead, get started with the HTML file. Let's put the title. I'll just say expense tracker, and we will link our CSS file. And let's go ahead, use a font family, just like we have done previously. I'll say Command-Shift-P. I'll say Google Fonts, and I'll just select the insert link. And for the font family, you can choose anything. I'll go with Poppins. Here we go, we got the import, and we can go into the body, create our container class. So I just fixed my typo. Let's say we'll have an H1, which will be this one. Let's say expense tracker, and we can save. Let's say open with live server. We'll get some warnings. That's fine. Here we go. Now it is working as expected. Now the other thing we would like to add is the balance container, right? So it is this one that we see. I'll go ahead and say something like balance container, and we'll have some items. like h2 of your balance, we can put the h1. This will be, let's say, ID, and this could even be h3. We can change it. I'll say balance. This will be the ID. When we first get started with it, it could be $0. So this is what I'll have. And then we can basically have the summary as well, which is going to be the income as well as the expenses, right? I'll say summary class. This will have the income as well as the expenses. Let's first get started with the income div. This will be in h3. Let's say income, this is the text, and then the p tag. Initially, it'll be 0, but we will update it within our JavaScript code. And for the p tag, we can say something like ID income-amount. Let's do the exact same thing for this one. This will be h3 of expenses. And we can basically duplicate this, put it right here. This will be expense amount. Initially, it'll be 0 as well. So outside of the summary, right, go ahead, find this one. And then outside of the balance container as well, we'll go ahead and put the main container, right? So this is what we have. Right below it, I'll say main-content, where we'd like to put the transaction container as well as the form itself. So here I'll go ahead and say transaction-container, and then I'll duplicate this. This will be the form container. Let me show the end result. So we have built the header part, right? Now we're going to build the transaction container as well as the form container. Okay, so let's get started with the very first one. So this will have an h2 that will say transactions. Then we can go right here, we'll have a UL, which stands for unordered lists, and we can give an ID. Let's say something like transaction-list. And now for the content, we are not going to have anything initially. This will be added with our JavaScript code. So I'll say transactions will be inserted here, right? And then right after this UL as well as the div, we'll go into the form container where we'd like to have the h2 that says add transaction. Then we can have our form. Now this is not going to have any actions, but it'll have an ID of transaction form. Then we'll go within this form, we'll have a div that will have the form group. So I'll say class form-group, where we'll have a label as well as an input. Now let's say this will be the description. This is the first input that we are building, and we can give it a for that will be description. And then we'll create the input. Let's say type will be text, ID will be description. Placeholder, it could be something like enter description and ... Finally, let's say this will be required. Now, why did we put for, that is for the ID of description? Well, it's because if you click to the label, it should focus into the input. So this is some best practice, one of the best practices that you should keep in mind. Okay, now that we got the very first form group, we can duplicate this. I'll basically copy it and paste this right here. This will be for the amount. For, let's update it, that will be amount. Type will be not text, but number this time, and this will be required as well. For the placeholder, we'll say enter amount, ... and after this div, but still within the form, we'll have a button. Let's say type will be submit, and we can say add transaction, just like this. But I think we are missing one more thing, which is this small element, right? Right below to the input, I'll say small, and we can say use negative for expenses. Okay, so with this, that's gonna be it for the entire HTML file. Let me show this from start to bottom. So we got the style.css length, we got the Poppins font import, we have the container with the balance container as well as the main content. Okay, so that's the entire file. Let's go ahead, link the JavaScript file as well. First, we will build the style.css and then we'll get into the JavaScript. So I will kill this file and let's shrink this so that we can see them side by side. And by the way, this is the end result that we have. Looks terrible, but we're gonna make it look nice. So the first thing we would like to do, as always, just put the margin of 0, add the padding of 0 and box sizing of border box so that we just have our basic reset. Then we can say body, and I'd like to put my background color, which will be a linear gradient within this degree from this color to this one. Now it is repeating itself, so we can say something like min height will be 100 ph. Here we go, now it has been fixed, and I'd like to add the font family. Let's say it'll be Poppins, and just fold it back with the sans serif. Then we can say display of flex. You can just say df, AIC, and JCC. Now everything should be centered. We could give some padding, such as 20 pixels, and then just update the color. That will be 2D 3436. Okay, this is what we have at the beginning. Now we'll update the container. I'll say width of 100%. Here we go. I'll say maximum width will be 1200 pixels. Background color, let's say, will be white. You can either say white or use the hash value, FFF. Let's say padding will be 2 rem. Let's give some border radiuses, such as 24 pixels, and then some box shadow. Let's say box shadow, and maybe just before that we could save. This is what we got. Let's say box shadow 012 pixels, duplicated, RGBA, and we'll go with the let's say black color, but for the alpha I'll say 0.15. So we have this subtle box shadow. If you wanted to, you could increase it, but I think this doesn't really look nice. This is a lot more cleaner. And then we can move on with the H1 element. So I'll go ahead, say H1, select this. Let's say text align will be centered. Here we go. We'll say color will be updated to something like 1A200, 2NC. Then we'll say margin bottom of 35 pixels. Let's say font size will be not font style, but font size will be equal to, let's say, 2.2 rem. Then we can say font weight will be 600, and let's just say letter spacing. Now we'll be using minus, so we'll say 0.5 pixels. So notice how they are just squeezed. If you say plus, this is what'll happen. Let's say like 5 pixels, too much wide, but we would like to go with minus in this case. Then let's select the H2. I'll say the color will be 2D 37 and 48. Here we go. We'll say margin bottom of 1 rem. We could say font size will be 1.25 rem and font weight of 500. Here we go. This is what we have. Now we would like to select the balance container. And say something like text align will be centered. Then we could say margin bottom 35 pixels, padding will be 34 pixels, and we would like to update the background color. Now this will be a linear gradient as well. This is what we have. Now we would like to add some border radius, such as 15 pixels, or maybe let's just say 1 rem. Here we go. Then we could add some box shadow on top of it. So say 0, 4 pixels, 12 pixels, and the, let's say, black color. And for the alpha value, we can go with even less than 1.15 that we have done above. I'll just go with 0.05. Super subtle, but why not, right? And then we can select the H1. I'll say balance container H1, font size 3 rem. We could say margin will be 15 pixels to 0, and margin bottom specifically will be 20 pixels. And what happens if you delete this one? I think there isn't that much of a change, but And if you're wondering which H1 is it is this one. You could basically add this line to be able to see an element. This is a really nice trick that you could add in any place. Let's say you're wondering which one is the balance container. You could say, let's add a border, 1 pixel solid red. Here we can see this is the container that we have selected. So this is some kind of like a debugging tool that you should keep in mind. Now we can go ahead, build the summary container. I'll say display will be grid, and we'll have 2 columns, right? Let's take a look at the end result. Here we go, we have 2 different columns. They will be side by side in large screens, but once we hit here, I think we could make them like 1 column at a time in our media queries. But for now, let's focus on this UI. Here I'll say display grid. Grid template columns will be 1FR, 1FR. Now they are side by side with the same size. Gap of, let's say, 24 pixels. And then we can say margin top of, maybe we could just say something like 24 pixels. Then we can go below, we'll select the main content. I'll say display will be grid for this one as well. And we'll do the exact same thing that we have done above. So I'd like to copy this and put it right here. Now they are side by side. And we can give some gap like 24 pixels. And then we can select the income as well as the expenses. So we can just separate them with a comma. Then I'll say the background color will be white. So I can say white just like this. And we can say padding will be 24 pixels. Let's save. This is what we got. We'd like to give some border radius of 1 rem. And you can add some box shadow, just like what we have done above. So I'll copy this, put it right here. Okay, now when we hover over this, we'd like to do something, which is to kind of like translate them in the Y direction, in the minus direction specifically. So I'll say transition, that will be on the transform, let's say 0.2 seconds, and you can use a method like ease. And then I'll say income hover state, and let's select the same thing for expenses. What we would like to do is basically say transform. Okay, why do I have a typo right here? Let's say transform will be translate Y minus, let's say something like 2 pixels. So this is what'll happen in the end result. Now we can update the titles, right? I'll just say dot income dot age 3. This will be color of kind of like a green color. Let's say it'll be 059669, like 9669, exactly like this. Then we can say font size will be 1.1 rem, and we can say font weight could be maybe like 600, just like this. I can go ahead and duplicate this for the expenses, but this time the color will be updated to something like DC, let's say 2626. It is this red color that we have. Then we can go ahead, select the p tags and update them as well. I'll basically do the exact same thing, maybe this one, put it right here. This will be p tag, and I will duplicate this, but this will be for the expenses. Okay, so we just basically selected the p tags for both of them, and we'll say the font size could be 1.75 rem. Here we can see they are just greater than the age 3, and we can say font weight for this one, let's say it'll be 500, and for this one it'll be 600. Then for the color, we are not going to put it right here, but we'll say something like margin top of, let's say 8 pixels. Okay, because the colors will be different. I'll basically get this one, say the color will be the exact same thing that we have right here, and we'll do the same thing for expenses. So I'll copy this and put the exact same color. Here we go. And the next thing that we would like to do, select the transaction container and put them in the, let's say, the column direction, right? So I'll go ahead right here. I'll say select the transaction container. This should be class. And I'll say something like height of 100 pixels. Sorry, 100%. Let's save. Now this will be updated later in the video. Let's say display of flex and flex direction of column. Okay, now we would like to go right below to it and we can select the transaction list. So I'll select it with the ID selector and I'll say the list style will be none. Now, unfortunately, we cannot see anything at the moment. Later in the video, once we add it from JavaScript, it'll be displayed right here. So this is the part that we are trying to build at the moment. Let's put the classes. We will see the end result a little bit later in the video. So we'll just get rid of the list style. We can say maximum height will be 500 pixels, and then we'll say overflow in the Y direction will be scroll, or let's say auto. Now what happens is this. Let me display pretty quickly. So the maximum height will be 500, as you can tell. If we have more content, they will overflow. And when they overflow, we would like to say auto so that we can get this scroll bar, right? I hope this makes sense. We have some, let's just put something. Let's just add something more. All right. So we have a bunch of different elements and the maximum height is 500 pixels. Now they are overflowing, right? In this case, we say overflow of Y direction will be auto so that we can get the scroll bar and nicely scroll within that. Okay, so this is exactly what we have done. We wanted to display it pretty quickly. Then we'll just say padding of right could be something like 8 pixels. And we can say flex grow will be 1. So it'll take the space as much as possible. Now I'd like to do something else, which is this scroll bar. So as you can tell, the color is a little bit different because we're going to style it manually. So we'll just customize it. And let's see how we can make it work. So we will basically say something like transaction list. I'll copy this name and we'll say double colons and dash WebKit. We can say scroll bar and we can update the width. So I'll say width will be 8 pixels. Now we can update the track as well as the thumb. Now what does that mean? So track is the background of the scroll bar. So what you have, like, what do you see here? I'll just zoom in. Okay, so this is the track and this is the thumb. Now we would like to select them and we'll say something like, when we hover over the thumb, just go ahead and change the color. Now we'll see this in a second. Let's be patient and type this out, right? I'll copy this entire thing. I'll say transaction list, WebKit scroll bar dash track. Let's duplicate this and this time it'll be thumb. And we'll just duplicate this once again. This will be thumb on the hover state. Let's build them. This will be the background color of, let's say, F1, F1, F1. And we'll say border radius of 4 pixels. And I'll just add a to-do, like to-do, show this later in the video. So once we add our transactions, I'll just come right here in the code and try to change something so that you can see what we are doing right here. And I'll add a comment for the track. I'll say track is the background of the scroll bar and thumb is the draggable part of the scroll bar. Now I'd like to change the background color on this one as well. That will be, let's say, CB, the 5E, and 0. Then we would like to say something like border radius of 4 pixels. Finally, we'll just update the background color on hover on the thumb. Okay, so this is the color that I'll be going with. Now that's gonna be it for the scroll bar styles. I'd like to put this to do right here. We'll just come back to it later in the video. Now the other thing that we'd like to style will be the transaction itself. As you can tell, it looks really clean and I'd like to just show you something. Now I'll add an element and once I say add transaction, notice how it'll be animated from the left hand side, right? So I'll just slide in. Let's say add transaction. Here you can see it just slides in. And for this, we'll be using an animation with keyframes. So let's go ahead and build the .transaction class. I'll say display of flex. We'll say justify content of space between. We'll go ahead and say align items of center, and we can give some padding such as 1 rem and 1.1, or let's say 1.2 rem. We'll go ahead and say margin bottom of 12 pixels, border radius of 12 pixels. Let's say background color of white. I'll say give some box shadow. It'll be subtle, but still 0. 2 pixels, 8 pixels. And RGBA, we'll go with this exact same value that we have previously. And I'll say transition will be all 0.2 seconds, and we'll say ease. Finally, we'll just say border right, because as you can tell, we would like to add some borders, right? I'll say border right will be 5 pixels solid. We don't really want to give a color at the moment because it'll be dynamic depending on the type, either income or expense. Okay. And one variable has the thing that will be the animation, and we can call this anything. I'll call it as slide in. Let's give something like 0.3 seconds, and I'll say ease. Now let's build the slide in animation. We can build it with keyframes. I'll say slide in. So whatever you put here, it should be right here as well. So if you said hello, this is the name of your keyframe. So you would say, here is my animation. I hope that makes sense. Now we would like to add 2 different props. We'll say go from this styles to this one. And now what is happening? Let's refresh. If you notice, like it is happening pretty quickly, but we are going from opacity of 0, say opacity of 0 to opacity of 1, and we are updating the transform on the x coordinate. So we'll go from left 20 pixels to the initial state. Now with the help of this one, right, we are starting from here going to this one that will make it to slide in from the left hand side. Okay, so we're gonna see this later in the video in action. And finally, we can add some hover states, update the transaction income, expense, etc. Now, I know that we are going really slowly, but I just want to explain every single thing in this style.css file because we are learning a lot of different new concepts in this tutorial, right? So let's just move on. Maybe we can speed things a little bit up, but let's go ahead and complete this entire file. Now, what do we want to do is this. When we hover over the transaction, we would like to change the box shadow and maybe take it to the right hand side a little bit, right? So I'll just add this part where I say transaction.hover, go ahead, translate it on the X direction and add some box shadow. And for the transaction income, we will add this border color, border right color specifically. And for the expense, we will add this one. So this is exactly what we have done. And we will say, now let's add this delete button. Now initially it is not really visible. Once you hover over the element, you're able to see it. And once you hover over the icon itself, you'll be able to see this background color, right? So to be able to implement that, I'll go ahead and say transaction.delete button. Now we'll say the background will be null initially, no borders at all. This would be the color, cursor pointer, font size, and opacity of 0. That means it is not going to be visible initially, but once we hover over it, we would like to change the opacity. And also we have like transition, some paddings, border radiuses, and some margin on the left hand side. So I'll say once we hover over the transaction, go ahead, select the delete button and say opacity will be 1. That will give this exact same behavior. So it is not visible, opacity of 0, but once you hover over it, it is visible, right? Now, the other thing that we would like to implement is this. When we hover over this, it'll just scale a little bit, right? And we should be able to see the background. So I'll go ahead, say transaction, select the delete button, and when we hover over that, change the background color and scale it a little bit up. Now I'm just copying and pasting, but explaining every single line. So I don't really think this is counted as copy and paste, because we are explaining every single line. Now we are going to go ahead and select the form container, build this one, and then we can jump into the JavaScript section. Okay, so once again, on the form, we have some linear gradients, we have some paddings, border radiuses, some box shadow, as you can tell, and the flex direction is column, right? We are going in the vertical direction. So I'll basically add everything that I just said into the form container, and then we can select the form itself and make it to be in the flex direction, column direction as well, just like this. Then we can add some margin bottoms on every single element, right? So we have this form group, which is our description and enter description input. We're going to give some margin bottom right here, and same for this one. So this is what we are doing, just adding some margin bottom on the form group class. Now we can select the label itself, just change the color, add some margin bottom, display of block, and font weight of 500. So at this point, we are just repeating ourselves, right? We are just adding the same thing here in this file. That's why I'd like to copy and paste for the next items and just walk you through it. You can type this out or get it from the source code. So for the input elements, we are adding the width, padding, some borders, border radius, font size, background color, and some transitions. Now when we focus into the input, we're going to add some box shadow and we will update the border color. Now let's see, if I click to this one, this is the end result by the way, but here is what happens. So this is that focus state that we have just added something in. Now we would like to say if we are on the hover state on the input, we would like to change the border color. And we can select the small element, just add some really basic styling. Then we can select our button. Now this button is the type of submit. How do you select a button that is type of submit specifically? Well, you can do something like button and then whatever the attribute that you would like to have. So the type is equal to submit. Go ahead, select that button specifically. So if you had a button right below to it and the type of this, let's say something different like menu, then this styles would not be implemented on this button. I hope that makes sense. And we are just changing the background color, adding some different colors, right? Such as white, border radiuses, like everything that you have seen here. Super simple. I don't really want to go through it. So we'd like to add the hover state as well as the active state on the button, right? On the active, we'll say translate y of 0. So first, when you hover over it, it is a little bit up. And once you click to it, it'll just go down. Okay, so that's the entire CSS that we need. The only thing we left is the responsiveness. Here I'd like to add my media queries pretty quickly. This is the first one that we'll add. And the other one is for even smaller screens, like for the mobile phones. Here are the stylings that I've just added. Super simple. These are the things that we have learned previously. So I'd like to just skip this pretty quickly. So 300 lines of CSS, that's huge, but we have learned lots of different new things in this project itself. Now in the next part, we can build the script.js file to implement the actual functionality. And this is the end result, by the way. The styles that we have written is working as expected. It is completely responsive up until here. So there is no issues at all. Okay, now we can just jump into the script.js and get started with it. So the first thing we would like to do, as always, just go ahead, get the DOM elements. Now I'll just paste this list because I don't want to type this out. And if you don't want to type this out as well, I have prepared a list for you. The link will be in the description. You can find the expense tracker.md file and go ahead, copy this entire thing, paste this in. So we're basically getting the balance element, income amount, expense amount, and everything that we would need. Now the first thing we would like to do, just get the transactions. And as I said previously, the previous transactions will be stored in the local storage. So if you refresh this page, like you will see the previous data. And for this, we can say something like let transactions. Initially, this could be an empty array, but we'll say or if we have something in the local storage, go ahead and get that. I'll just say get item transactions. Okay, now since we are getting something from the local storage, we'd like to wrap this with json.parse so that we can get the structured data instead of a string. Okay, here we go. This is what we're gonna have in a single line. And we would like to update these transactions list whenever we add something or whenever we delete something, right? Let's take a look at this part, by the way. Now, the first thing I'd like to do, get the transaction form element, right? On this one, we are gonna listen for the submit event. So I'll say transaction form element, the event listener, listen for the submit event, and we would like to run a method called add transaction. And this is what we would like to create now. I'll copy the name. Let's say function, paste this in. Okay, now this will get the event by default. So for now, if you just save this file and try to submit this form, so here I'll just say AirPods and let's say 200. If I say add the transaction, notice how it'll refresh my page. So this is the default behavior on forms, right? When you submit something, it'll go ahead and refresh your page. And what you'd like to do is just say event.prevent default so that it doesn't really refresh the page. Now we can go ahead, save this file, and let's test this out once again. We'll put something, let's say submit that. Now it doesn't really refresh my page, right? Now we're gonna go ahead and get some values, such as the form values, right? I'll just say get the form values. The very first one is the description. I'll say description element dot value. Let's say value, just like this. And we can say dot trim. Okay, we just got the description. Now we can get the amount. I'll say const amount. Let's say amount element dot value. And what I'd like to do, convert this to let's say integer. I'll just say parse float. Here we go. Because by default, the type of it would be string. Let's actually try to see. I'll just say console log type of amount. Without doing this, let's see what'll happen. What are we gonna get from the terminal? I'll say like 200. Add the transaction. Okay, it says description element is not a function. What do you mean? Okay, it should be value, but without, like, it's not a method, it's property. Let's save and add something like 200 and put something. As you can tell, the type is string by default. But if you add the parse float, here I'll just wrap it up. Now let's try to submit the same thing. Okay, type is number now, as we can tell. So this is what I'd like to do. And now we would like to create a transaction. I'll say transactions.push. We're gonna basically push an object into that list, right? I'll say ID could be date.now because we're going to sort them, right? Let's take a look at the end result. If you add something new, let's say 100, it will be added at the very top. So notice how it is right here, and this is how we can sort them depending on the type, or we can reverse them. That's another thing, but I'd like to just add a unique ID, and this is what we can use. Then we can say description, just add that. So you can say description, this is the key, and the value will be this one, but since it is the same thing on both sides, you can delete it and shorten this. And let's do the same thing for the amount. Okay, now we have updated the transactions list. We would like to save this to the local storage as well. I'll say local storage.set item, set it into the transactions, and we would like to say json.stringify. Whenever you want to add something to the local storage, you would like to stringify it first, and then whatever that is. In our case, it is the transactions array. Now that we have saved to the local storage, we can update the UI. So just say update transaction list, call the method. This is something that we're gonna build, and then let's say update summary as well. So this is another method that we're gonna build. Once we have done this, we can basically reset the form. I'll say transaction form element dot reset. it should be reset just like this. Okay, so let's get started with this method. I'll say function update transaction list, and we'll go inside. The first thing we'd like to do, just clear the previous list. So I'll say transaction element, list element dot inner HTML will be nothing, because basically we're just resetting it at the moment, and then we're going to add whatever we have. Now I'd like to sort the transactions by the most recent first. So I can say something like const sorted transactions. Just get everything that we have under the transactions, and we would like to reverse this. Here we go. You can also use the date, right? You can use the ID, sorted depending on the ID, but this would also work without any issues. And now we would like to add each transaction to the list. I'll say sorted transactions dot for each. Let's get the each transaction and run this method where we'd like to say create transaction element, which is going to be a method, and we'll just say transaction, pass it into it. Then we would like to build this method. This will give us the list item, right? It'll give us the, let's say, transaction element, and we would like to append this to the UI. I'll say transaction list element dot append child, and it will be this child, which is the transaction element. Now let's create this method. I know that at the moment it might not make too much sense, but once we complete everything, it should be pretty clear and crisp. So I'll go ahead and basically create this method. Here we go. This will take the transaction as the argument, and we are going to create a list item. Now why this is the case, here we said that the transactions will be inserted here, which is a UL element. So we'd like to basically put a couple of different list items right here, and those will be whatever you submit, right? Okay, so this is exactly what we're going to be doing right now. The first thing we'd like to do is just create a list element. I'll say document.create element, which is going to be a list item. Then we'll say list item dot class list dot add, and the thing that we'd like to add will be the transaction class. Then we'd like to add another thing that will be either income or expense. So I'll basically duplicate this, and here I'll say if transaction dot amount, if it is greater than 0, that means it is an income. So we're going to add the income class, but else if it is negative, which means it is an expense. I hope that makes sense. Now we can update the inner HTML, which is the content. Let's say inner HTML, and I'll put backticks because we'll go make this multiple lines. Here I'll have a span element, and we need to type this out manually. Let's open this up, close this off, and I'd like to say here it'll take the transaction dot description. Then we would like to have another span. I'll duplicate that. This will take the transaction dot amount. Now we would like to format this. We're gonna wrap it with a method, but I'll just leave it as a to-do in a second. The other thing that I'd like to do, still within the span, I'll create a button, which is going to be this delete button, right? Okay, so I'll say button and close this off. Okay, we're gonna give the class name. Let's say class will be equal to delete dash button. And please be very, very careful. Just type it out exactly what I do. So do not forget the codes, anything that we have right here. Otherwise, it's going to crash, right? So you should add the closing tags, opening tags, like everything, it should be correctly. Okay, we have the class name. On click, we're gonna add. So once we click to this button, what do we want to do? Just remove a transaction. Here I'll open up my codes, and I'll say remove transaction, call this method with the transaction ID. So this is another method that we're gonna build. Let's maximize this. Here I'll say we will put the transaction dot ID. Once again, this will make a lot of sense just in a couple of minutes. And for the button content, it could be this X icon, right? The X character. Okay, so this is what we have. We have a to-do. We will fix in a little bit. If you wanted to, you can add a comment, maybe right here. Let's say to-do, update the, let's say, amount formatting. So this is what I do almost always, adding a to-do so that I do not forget it in either case, right? In any case. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the inner HTML. Now we can basically return the list item, which is the thing that we are getting, and appending it to the UI. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this update transaction list method. The other thing that we need to build is the update summary method. For now, I'll comment this out and just test it out just to make sure that everything is working as expected. Okay, let's go here, I'll refresh, and we'll say enter description, could be like, let's say my salary, and for the amount, let's just go with 500, and I'll say add the transaction. As we can tell, it has been added without any issues, right? If we click to it, nothing will happen because we haven't built the method, but this is a bit later in the video. Okay, now we have updated this part, but the summary has not been updated. This is something that we would like to do right now. I'll go ahead, uncomment this one, copy the name and create the method at the very bottom. Let's say function. This will not get any arguments, but we'll just go right here and try to calculate the total balance. Okay, so the first thing I'd like to do, just say const balance. This will be the total balance. We'll say transactions, and we can use the reduce method. Let's say reduce, and you can use this on arrays. This is an array method, and since the transactions is an array, we can safely use it. And here's how that works. So this will basically take a callback and then an accumulator, right? And we are gonna start with 0 and we'll add on top of it. Now let me give you an example. Let's say we have an expense, or let's say we have an income of 100, we have an expense of -50, we have another income 200, and let's say another expense with, let's say, -200. What this method will do, it'll just get add these values on top of 0. So we're going to start with 0 plus 100 plus -50 plus 200 plus -200. So this will be equal to 0. This will be equal to 50. At the end, the balance will be 50. I hope that makes sense. And now let's see how this will work. I just need to explain it in really detail because maybe this is your very first time seeing this method. So we're going to get the accumulator, right? And then the transaction itself. So here we'll say accumulator plus, this is what we would like to return, transaction.amount. Okay, so once again, I'd like to walk you through it pretty quickly. So we're going to start with 0. Accumulator is equal to 0, and the first transaction is equal to 100. So 0 plus 100, this will be equal to 100, right? Now this will be the new accumulator. So we have 100 at the moment as our accumulator. So 100 plus -50, right? 100 plus -50 will be 50. This is our new accumulator. So on and so forth, we'll just go through it until we complete this entire array. I hope this makes sense. I genuinely wanted to explain this super slow so that it makes sense. Now we got the total balance. Let's try to calculate the income. So I'll say const income transactions. Now this is an array. We'd like to first filter out the, let's say first we'd like to get the incomes, right? The positive numbers. So we'll say get every single transaction where the transaction dot amount is greater than 0. And then we'll do the same thing that we have done above. We'd like to reduce it to a value. So we'll copy the entire thing, paste this in, dot reduce, we'll get accumulator, the transaction, and we will add it on top of 0. But this will be the positive values only. We can do the exact same thing for the expenses. And we'll say if the amount is less than 0, just grab them, and finally reduce it into a one single value. Now that we got all the values, we can update the UI. We'll say update UI. let's say balance element dot text content will be equal to the balance, and it will basically do the same thing for income amount element as well as the expense amount. So here I'll just say income, let's duplicate it, this will be expenses, and then we'll like to say expense amount element. Now I'll add another to do right here. I'll say to do fix the formatting. Again, we're going to create a method and wrap them with these arguments, but it'll just be in a couple of minutes. For now, let's save and actually test this out. So here I'll go ahead, take a look at the end result. This is what we have. I'll just refresh. We get rid of the previous state, but it'll just come back once we use the local storage. So for now, let's say my salary to this time, I'll add 500. Add the transaction. Here we can see the balance has been updated, right? And we can say now something like AirPods. It is expense. I'll say minus 200. Add the transaction. Everything is being updated. Now, as you can tell, this is not really formatted. We would like to see something like this. And it is really easy to build thanks to the internalization method or the API. Basically, I will create a method called format the currency. Let's say function format currency. This will take the number that we would like to format, and we'll say return new internalization. So intl the number format. So we'd like to use nus, and then an object where we can say the style will be equal to currency, and the currency itself will be, let's say, US dollars, and we'll just say dot format this number. Okay, now we can go ahead, wrap them with the format currency method, just like this. Now we are able to see them, but this is actually coming from HTML, right? This is the previous state. It is not coming from here, but if we were to get the previous items, so I'll just go ahead and add something else. Let's say something, and I'll say 1000. Add the transactions. Here we can see like it's been updated with the format currency method. Now the thing is, if we refresh this page, all the data is gone. It is actually in the local storage. So how can we get that? Well, basically in the initial render, we would like to call it the update summary as well as the update transaction list method. So let's go ahead, call both of them, and here we go. When you refresh, it'll just get you the data from the local storage. Okay, so I think I have another to do. Let's go scroll to the top. Here I said we would like to format the amount right here. I'll go ahead, wrap this transaction.amount with the format currency method. Now, if you save, everything should be working as expected. This is the correct usage, right? If you try to create a transaction element, I'll just say like AirPods 2, I'll say 500, and this should be an expense. As you can tell, it has been formatted right here as well. Without this, it wouldn't be. Okay, now I think the very last thing that we need is the remove transaction method. When we click to this button, it will run, but we don't really have it. So let's go ahead and create it. I'll say function remove transaction, and this will get the ID of the transaction so that we can identify which one is that we are trying to delete. So here I'll just say basically filter out the one we want to delete. Okay, we'll say the new transactions will be equal to transactions.filter. We're going to get every single transaction, but we would like to get the specific one and just filter that out, right? Like get rid of that. I'll say transaction.id. If it is not equal to this ID that we have, just keep it in the array. But if we have that, get rid of it. So this is how that works. And we'll say, now that we have updated it, let's save it to the local storage. So basically we will update our local storage, which is the transactions, and we'll say json.stringify, put the new transactions. Okay, finally we'll just update the UI, right? I'll say update transactions list, and finally update summary. So this is the beauty of having methods. So we don't really need to write this entire logic again and again. Whenever we need it, we would just call it, just like right here and even up here, as you can tell. Okay, now we can delete this to do, save this and give it a go with the remove functionality. So I'll delete the something. As you can tell, our income has been updated, the transaction list has been updated, and we can add more things. I'll basically go ahead and add some AirPods. So let's say minus 200. Let's add another thing like salary, 500. Basically anything. I'll just try to show something. Let's say, some text. Okay, so I said we're gonna have some to-dos in the style.css file when it comes to the WebKit scroll bar, right? Okay, now let's try to go over it once again. So I just said that the scroll bar track would be the background. Let's say the background color will be red. As you can tell, the background of the scroll bar is red at the moment. So this is something that you can play around with. I'll bring this back, and the scroll bar thumb is the scrollable element itself. So let's say the background will be blue. As you can tell, it's been updated, right? When we hover over this, it changes thanks to this line. Okay, so these are some values that you could play, and I wanted to add a to-do so that we can just go over it pretty quickly. Let's say you want to update the width. So this is how it'll look like. I think that this is a bit too much, so we can go with 8. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this entire project, where we have learned about a bunch of different things when it comes to the CSS. And for the very first time, we have worked with the local storage in this series. So I hope you enjoyed the entire project. I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, we're gonna build a bookmark saver application. So here's how that works. We can add a name as well as a URL. So let's go ahead and add something like, I'll say Twitter, and I can say HTTPS, and I can zoom in. Let's say twitter.com. Add the bookmark. Now it's been added. If we click to it, this is the page that we will be redirected. And if we wanted to, we can delete it. And everything that we have here will be saved to the local storage. So if you refresh the page, they'll still be here. Alright, so you can see the screenshot within our diagrams. Now let's get into the application. The very first thing I'd like to do, just build the HTML, then we're gonna get into the CSS and then the JavaScript file. Okay, so I'll maybe zoom in, just like this, and this is the end result, by the way. Let me update the title for that. I'll say end result, and we're gonna build our own document now. Let's say bookmark saver. Okay, let's open this up within a new tab. Okay, here we go. This is what we have. Now the very first thing I'd like to do is link my CSS file. Here we go. And then we can get started with the UI. So I'll just have an app container. Then we will have a h1 element that will be this title that says bookmark saver. Okay, then right below to it, we'll have an input container, right? I'll say input dash container. Here we go. And we're gonna put 2 different inputs, both of these, and then a button. So I'll say the very first one will be input, which is a type of text. We can give it an ID like bookmark dash name, and then a placeholder, which can be bookmark name, just like this one. Okay, then I'll go ahead and duplicate this one. The type for this will be URL. Let's say ID will be bookmark URL, and update the placeholder. Within, or I should say below to this input, we're gonna have a button. Let's say button, give it an ID like add dash bookmark. and then we will say add bookmark. Okay, so that's the entire UI. The very last thing that we need is kind of like a list component where we can put these items as we add something, right? Right after this button and after this div, so outside of the input container, we will have a UL with the ID that will be bookmark-list. For the content, we will not have anything. It'll be coming from the local storage, or whenever we add something, it'll just be updated. Okay, so that's the entire HTML file. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and add the script file. So we just linked our JavaScript file as well. Now it is time to move on with the CSS file. And by the way, this is what we have without any styling. Now let's go ahead and get started with the basic reset that we do every single time. So we'll say margin of 0, padding of 0, and box sizing of border box. Now we can select the body. Let's say font family will be sans serif. We can change the background color. Instead of the white value, I'll just go kind of like grayish, which will be this value. And then let's say color will be like 3 couple of times, and display of flex, justify content center, just like this, and then align item center. Now finally, we'll say entire height will be equal to the entire screen. Now everything has been centered. Now we would like to select the app container. We can say background color will be FFF, just like this, and padding, let's say 20 pixels from all directions, and let's give some rounded corners. I'll say border radius of 8 pixels, and some, let's say, box shadow that will be 0 to 4 pixels. Let's duplicate it, 8 pixels, or let's go even with 10 pixels. Then finally the color, I'll say RGBA, we'll go with the black one, 0.1. Okay, this is what we have. Now we'd like to say maximum width will be 400 pixels, and then the width will be 100%. Here we go. And then we can say text align will be centered. And instead of 100% width, I'll go with 90% so that it is not touching the corners. Here we go. Then I'll just say H1. Let's select the color and update it to be a green value like 2ECC71. Then we can say margin bottom of 20 pixels. This is what we got. Now we can select the input container itself. Input-container. We'll go ahead and say display flex so that they are side by side. We can say flex direction of column, because we want them to be in the column direction. Here we go. If you don't add this, by default they would be side by side. And then we'll like to say gap of 10. Then finally we can say margin bottom of 20 pixels from the list item that we'll have later in the video. Then we can say the input, that could be padding of 10 pixels. Then we can say give some border radiuses like 4 pixels. Then we can update the border itself. I'll say 1 pixel solid DDD. Here we go. Then we can select the button. I'll say padding of 10 pixels. Then we can say background color will be this exact same value. Then we can say something like the color could be white. Then no borders. Let's say border of none. We'll say border radius of 4 pixels. We can say the cursor will be pointer, and on hover that, let's say button dot hover state, we would like to change the background color to be this value, which will be 27AE60. Now we can add some transition, right? I'll say transition will be on the background color, and we'll say 0.3 seconds with the ease function. Okay, now we can get started with the bookmark list. Even though we don't have it in the UI, this will be held later in the video once we have these items, right? I'll say bookmark dash list, then we'll say list style will be none, and then we can say padding will be 0. Then we can select the list items itself. So we'll copy this thing. We'll say list item. We can change the background color, which will be this value. Let me paste this in. Then we can have some paddings like 10 pixels. We can update the border, which will be 1 pixel, solid, and DDD. We can say border radius will be 4 pixels, margin bottom of 10 pixels, display of flex, and then we would like to say like justify content will be space between. Let's say space between, and then align items center. Here we go. Then we can select the A elements. I'll say bookmark dash list A element, which is the link. That will be color of this exact value. And we can say text decoration will be none, so that we get rid of the underline text decoration, which is coming by default. Then we can select the button element, which is this one, and give this kind of like a delete background color, right? I'll say bookmark dash list, select the button. Background color will be E74 C3C, and then we can say color could be white as well. We'll go ahead, say no borders, some border radiuses like 4 pixels, padding of 5 pixels to 10 pixels from top and left, like top, bottom, and left and right, and then cursor will be pointer. Then we can finally say give some transition of, let's say, background color okay, so 0.3 seconds with the ease function. Now we can select the exact same thing but change the hover state. Okay, I'll say background color will be equal to this value, which is C0392B. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the entire styling. Now we can jump into the JavaScript code. And just before we jump into the JavaScript, you might be asking, what we have here is almost the exact same thing that we have on the button. So why do we need to add all of them? You're absolutely right. So we can go ahead and delete the parts that we don't really need. So this thing is exactly the same. We can delete it. These styles are exactly the same. We can delete it. The only difference will be the background color as well as the padding. So I'll go ahead, save. Nothing should change. Right, this would be working as expected. Now this is not what we have, but this is what we have at the moment, but the end result will look like this. So what we have just done, update the padding on this button as well as the background color. The everything by default would be coming from the regular button component that we have. Okay, with this in mind, let's go ahead, open up the script.js file and get started with it. So the first thing we would like to do, just get all the DOM elements that we would need, such as the name input, URL input, the button, as well as the list that we have right here. And I have prepared a GitHub gist that you can copy and paste all of them if you don't want to type this out. So the link will be in the description. Go ahead, find the bookmark saver.md and copy this entire thing. So this is what I have done. This is what I have right here, right? So we are basically selecting every single element with their IDs and assigning them into some variables. So the first thing we would like to do, whenever we visit this application, we want the bookmarks that we have in the local storage to be loaded immediately, right? So they are going to be coming from the local storage. So I'll just say document.add event listener whenever the DOM content loaded. Basically, whenever the website is loaded, we would like to call a method called load bookmarks. And this is something that we're going to build in a couple of minutes. For now, let's just leave it as an empty function. Okay, so that's the first thing. The other thing we would like to say is the add bookmark button event listener, right? We are going to add an event listener, which is going to be click, and we're going to call this anonymous function. So let's go ahead, create it, and just try to get started with it. So when you want to add something, the first thing we would like to do is get the name as well as the URL. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll just say const name bookmark name input dot value, and we can just trim that down. Let's duplicate this. This time this will be for the bookmark URL input. So we're going to get that value and assign it to URL. Okay, we got both of these values. But now if one of them is not provided, it'll say please enter both of them. I'll just put something here and try to add. As you can tell, it just crashes, right? So I'll say if there is no name or if there is no URL, we would like to alert something. I'll say please enter both name and URL. And we would like to just return out of it. So we don't really want to do anything else because they just failed. But in the else case, that means that they have provided both of them. We can go through a quick validation check. Now, what does that mean? I'll add, let's say, YouTube. But for the bookmark, I'll just say youtube.com without HTTP or HTTPS. Here we'll get an alert that says, please put one of these at the beginning. So this is what we're going to be doing. I'll say if URL dot starts with, well, actually not starts with. So if this is the case where it does not start with HTTP, and we'll say if it does not start with, I'll basically copy this entire thing and I'll say HTTPS. If this is the case, we can show an alert. Let's say please enter a valid URL starting with HTTP or HTTPS. And we'd like to return out of this method if this is the case. But in the else case, we can just go right here, call a method called add bookmark. This is something that we're going to create where we would like to add the name as well as the URL. And we also want to save this bookmark to local storage. So I'll say save bookmark, and I'll say add the name as well as the URL. Then finally, we would like to reset the form. Once we add something, it should update the UI, right? Let's take a look at the end result. I'll say HTTPS. At this form has been resetted. So we'll say bookmark name input dot value will be equal to an empty string. Let's do the same thing for bookmark URL input dot value. Okay, now it is time to build these methods. So the first thing I'll be doing is to build the add bookmark, not btn. This just should be add bookmark because it is a function that we are about to build. We're going to take the name as well as the URL, and we'll go ahead create a list item. We'll say document.create element. That will be a list item, and then we would like to create another element that will be a link. So here I'll say link, and then we would like to say link.href will be whatever the URL is. Then we can say link.text content will be whatever the name is, and when we click to the link, so notice how it'll open up in the new tab. And to be able to add this, we'll say link.target, say target will be equal to underscore blank. If you do not add this line, it'll be opened in the current tab, right? It'll just replace the current URL. This is what we have just done. And then we would like to add the remove button. So I'll say const remove btn, or let's just say button. That will be equal to document.create element, which is going to be a button element. Then we can add the text content. So I'll say remove button dot text content will be equal to remove. And then we can say remove button dot add event listener. So when we click to this button, we would like to delete something, right? So I'll say function, and within this we will say first remove this from the UI, right? I'll say bookmark list dot remove child, which is this list item that we just clicked. So we add the list item itself. It's because both of them are linked, right? So if you click to this button, it'll delete the li that you have just created, which is this one, that right here, right? And then once we have done this, once we update the UI, we would like to remove it from the local storage as well. I'll say remove bookmark from storage. And this is a method that we're going to build just in a second. Let's say pass the name as well as the URL. Okay, so we have created the list item, but we never added the link and the remove button into it, right? I'll just say li.append child, where we'll append the link, and then let's duplicate this. Within the li, we're gonna append the remove button. And finally, we will take the list item and append it to the UI. I'll say bookmark list.append child, and we're gonna basically append the list item itself. Okay, so let's move on. I'll just save. Now the next function that I'd like to create is called get bookmarks from storage. So this is a helper function that we'll be using a lot. And all this does, as the name suggests, it'll just go ahead to get the bookmarks from the local storage. So I'll say bookmarks will be equal to local storage.get item, and we can give this key, I'll say bookmarks, and we'll like to say just return the bookmarks. But now if this is undefined, right, we'd like to return an empty array instead. So I'll just say if we have the bookmarks, go ahead say json.parse the bookmarks, but else just return an empty array. And let's move on with the next function, which will be save bookmark. That will take the name as well as the URL. We'll go ahead and first get the bookmarks from the local storage. So this is why we have built this method in the first place. We'll just say get the bookmarks from the storage, and we'd like to add this new one on top of it. We'll say bookmarks dot push, where we'd like to push a new object with the name as well as the URL that we just got. And then we can say local storage dot set item. So we'll just update it with the new value, right? I'll say set item that will be added into the bookmarks, and we would like to add some value. So we'd like to say json.stringify and whatever the value is, which is the bookmarks. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this method as well. Now let's build this one as well as the remove bookmarks method, and that should be it. So if we want to load the bookmarks, we would like to say const bookmarks, just like what we have done here. I'll copy it and paste it. Then I'll say for every single one of them, just map through it and put it into the UI. So I'll say bookmarks dot for each, and for every single one of them, we would like to say add bookmark. Go ahead, call this method with the name. So I'll say dot name and the URL. And that should be it. This is going to update the UI. And finally, this is the very last function, I promise. I'll say remove bookmark from the storage. That will take the name as well as the URL, and we'll go into within this function, and let's grab every single bookmark that we have from the storage, and then we can filter this out, right? We're gonna delete this one that we would like the user wants to delete. I'll say the new bookmarks will be equal to bookmarks.filter, and we're gonna get the bookmark itself, right? Every single one of them, but we'd like to filter out only one of those. I'll say bookmark.name is not equal to this name, or let me maximize this. So we'll say or bookmark.url is not equal to the URL. So this will basically filter out the one that you'd like to delete. And finally, we can update the local storage once again, as we have done above. Okay, so I'll just save and give it a go. Test this out if it is working correctly or not. So I'll just refresh. Now let's try to add a bookmark name. I'll say my GitHub profile. Let's add it. I'll say github.com and my username. Now if I don't really add this field, I'll get an alert. If I don't add it with HTTP or HTTPS, I'll get an alert. But if I put it correctly, it should be added. And I'll refresh. It is still here. I can delete it. Here we go. And I can refresh it. Okay, it's still here. Why this is the case? So this is the case, it's because we say constant and we try to reassign it. If you take a look at the terminal, you're going to see that we have some errors. I'll try to say remove. Here we can see we are just getting some errors, our application breaks. So instead of const, we should say let. Now let's test this out. I'll go ahead, delete this, refresh. It is not there because it has been deleted. Okay, with this in mind, that's gonna be it for this entire project where we have built a bookmark saver. And I'll see you in the next project. In this section, we're gonna build a simple registration form where we have some form validations. So let me walk you through it in the end result and then we'll just jump into the code. So if I do not fill anything and I say register, I'll get a bunch of different errors. Let's go ahead and fill them in. I'll say this is the username, such as John Doe. Let's give it an email at gmail.com and I'll say password from 1 to 3 and 1 to 3. Now here we can see it says these are valid, but password must be at least 6 characters. So I'll go ahead and say 456. Now it says they do not match. And if I put everything correctly, but if I don't have a valid email, then it's going to crash as well. Email is not valid. Let's put this back and put something like just JO and run this. It says username must be at least 3 characters. And let's bring this back. Finally, let's say register. It says the registration is successful, and here we go, form has been resetted. So this is the entire project that we're gonna build, and you can find the screenshots within the diagram that we have the link in the description completely for free. Okay, now let's jump into VS Code. I have 3 different files, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Let's put them side by side. And first get started with HTML file. So I'll get my boilerplate and then I'll just add a title. Let's say form validator. I'll say a link my CSS file, and at the very bottom of the body, I'll say script source script.js. Okay, now let's get started with the container that we will have. And this will have a form. We are not going to have any actions, but we'll have an ID. Let's say it is called as registration-form. Then we'll go ahead and say h1. We're gonna put this h1, the heading, let's say register. Then we can go ahead and get the username field, right? So we're gonna build this one, then the rest, and finally the button. So I'll say form-group. That will have the label, input, and another element that we will see. So I'll say label. This will be for username input, and the text will be username. Let's say input, type of text, and we can say ID of the username, and then the placeholder, it'll be enter username. And we can run this file, by the way. Okay, so this is what we have. If we click to the label, it will focus because of the linking that we have. We say this label will be for the input that has ID of the username. So if I click to it, it focuses. And then we're going to create a small element that will be empty. And we're going to fill this in whenever we have an error, right? So this is that small element that will be hidden by default, and it's not going to have any content. So we're going to see this in a couple of minutes. All right, now what we can do is basically duplicate this for the email. Let's say the for will be for the email. This will be email as well. Type will be email. ID will be email, and we'll say enter email. Okay, let's duplicate this once again. This will be for the password. I'll basically select all of these, and I'll say password. Okay, and one last time, I'll duplicate this, and let's say that that was the password, and this is the confirm password. Okay, I'll select every single one of them. Let's say confirm password, and I'll give a space, and let's say enter, or let's just say for the placeholder, it'll be confirm password. Okay, so this is the end result that we have. We would like to add a button and then jump into the CSS file. Let's say type will be submit, and then the content will be register, just like this. Now let's save and go back into the CSS file that we have and get started with it. The very first thing I'd like to do, add my reset. So I'll say margin of 0, padding of 0, and box sizing of border box. I'll select the body element. I'll give the background color. Instead of white, I'll go with this hash value of F9 a couple of times. Here we go. And then I'll say font family. We can go with sans serif. If you'd like to change it, definitely feel free to do so. Then I'll say display flex, align item centered, justify content centered, and we'll say minimum height would be 100 VH. So we are basically setting up the height to be 100 VH and centering the entire content in the middle of the screen. Then we'll go ahead and select the container element. We'll say background color will be white. Here we go. We'll say border radius will be 8 pixels. So this is what we have. Maybe it is not really that visible, but this is that container we just created. And then, okay, this should not be a background repeat, but border dash radius. And then we'll say box shadow. I'll say 0 pixels, 5 pixels to 15 pixels, and then the RGBA of the classic color that we use. So I'll go with black, and for the alpha, I'll say 0.1. Here we go. Then I'll say width will be 100%, but the maximum width will be 400 pixels. And then we can say, give some paddings, such as 30 pixels, and then we could say overflow of hidden. Then I'll get the H1 and say text align will be centered. Then I can say color will be 3 bunch of times, and then margin bottom of 20 pixels, let's say. Here we go. You can also use REM. I'll just go with 1.2 REM. Then we can select the form group element. I'll go ahead and say margin bottom will be 20 pixels. Now we also want to add the position of relative, and because let me display, we'll say position will be relative because on these small elements we will position them absolutely. So that's why we are saying this is the position of relative. Then we can go ahead update our labels. We'll say select every single label, just say display of block. Then we'll like to say something like margin bottom of 5 pixels. Then we can say color will be updated to 555, and font weight could be a little bit bold. Here we go. Then I'll select my inputs. I'll say border will be 2 pixels. It'll be solid, and then hash value of F0 bunch of times. Alright, then we can say the border radius will be 4 pixels. We could say display will be block. Here we go. Then we can say width will be 100%. Then padding of, let's say 10 pixels. And on the input element, I'll say font size will be 14 pixels. And finally, the transition will be on the border color with 0.3 seconds. So this is what we have. Let's go ahead and add the focus state. I'll say input. If it is focused, go ahead say there is not going to be any outline, but we'd like to change the border color, which is going to be 3498 dB. Okay, let's try to focus on it. As you can tell, the border color will change. And then I'd like to select the small element. So here I'll say small. The visibility will be hidden by default. And I'll explain just in a second. Or actually, let me do it immediately. So when we have an error, so I'll refresh. So by default, it is invisible, right? We don't have any content. But if we cut something, if we have some errors, it'll be visible. So this is exactly what we are doing. By default, it'll be not visible, but then in a couple of minutes, we will say visibility will be visible. I hope that makes sense. Then we can position this absolutely to, let's say bottom minus 80 pixels or 18 pixels and left of 0. Then finally, we can decrement the font size to be 12 pixels. Now I'll just save this file. Let's take a look at the end result. I'll try to visit the index.html, and here on the very first input, I'll say on the first small element, I'll say username is required. Let's save. Now it is not really visible because of this line. Let's delete it. It's right here, as you can tell. Okay, and these errors will be added dynamically from our JavaScript code. And after the small element, we can select our button and style it. I'll say select the button. I'll say cursor will be pointer. Then we could say background color is going to be this exact same value that we had above, the primary blue button. We don't really want any borders, so I'll say border of none. Color could be white. Let's save. This is what we have. Now we're going to give the display of block, and then we'll say font size could be, let's say font size will be 1 rem. Then we can give some margin top of, let's say 20 pixels, and most importantly the padding of 12 pixels from all directions. And let's say border radius, border dash radius will be, let's say 4 pixels. If you wanted to, you can increment it, and I'll say width will be 100%. It'll take the entire width. And finally, the transition will be added on the background dash color with 0.3 seconds. Let's go ahead and say button. If it is on the hover state, we'll update the background color to be this value, which is going to be 2980 B9. Okay, it is this dark blue value. So the only thing we left is the error and success states. And let me once again demonstrate this pretty quickly. If we have an error on username, the error class will be added right here, right? If we have an error on email, it'll be added right here. So just keep this in mind. But if it is successful, it would be success. Okay, with this in mind, let's see how we can update our states. I'll just say form group dot error without any spaces because it'll be in the same element. And then I'll say select the input element, go ahead, update the border color to be this error color, which is E74C3C. Okay, and maybe we can just duplicate this and update this to be form group but success case. We're gonna give a green color like 2ECC71. And then finally on the error case, so I'll say form group dot error. We're gonna select the small element and we'll say visibility will be visible, and we'd like to update the color to the exact same error color. Okay, so that's the entire CSS file that we would need. Now we're gonna jump into the JavaScript file and get started with the functionalities. So the first thing we would like to do is get our DOM elements. And for this, I have prepared a GitHub gist that you can find the link in the description. So go ahead, find the form validator.md and basically copy this entire elements that you have seen. We're gonna get into this in a second. For now, just ignore that. All right, so we got the form, we got the username, email, password, as well as the confirm password inputs. The first thing we would like to do is add an event listener on the form. So I'll say add event listener, which will be listening for the submit event. And we'll say once we got that, go ahead and handle it within this function. So we're going to take the event as we have talked about it in a previous project. The very first thing you would like to do is say e.prevent default, right? So we don't really want this page to be refreshed. So if you don't add this, and if you say like submit this form, it is going to refresh the page. So just notice how it's going to refresh it. But if you add this line, it's not going to refresh that, right? And then the very first thing you would like to check if all the fields have been filled in, right? So when you just say register, the very first check will be just to check if any of these fields are empty, right? So let's say const is required valid. You can call this anything, but this is the name that I'll have. And we're going to call a method called check required. And this is a method that we're going to create. Let's say function check required. Now this will take an array. Let's say we're gonna put the username, email, basically all of our inputs, password, as well as the confirm password. So we're going to pass this as an array so that it's a lot more comfortable to handle it. Can we just minimize this? It's already minimized. Oops. Okay, I'll just leave it here. Alright, so we just sent this array that we're gonna check within the method in a really easy array. So I'll just say get the input array, and we'll basically run a for each on this input, on the input array. So first I'll say let is valid, that will be equal to true. So by default we will think that it is valid, but we will update it. Let's say input array dot for each. For every single input, we're gonna run this method. So I'll say if input dot value dot trim. So we're going to trim this down, and if it is equal to an empty string, that means it is invalid. We would like to throw an error. So I'll say show error, and this is a method. Once again, we are going to build, and this will take two different arguments. So the first one is the input itself. So we need to say which input has an error. Let's say you filled this in, but you did not fill these, right? Okay, so the show error will be run on these inputs, and this is exactly what we are passing. I'll say the input so that it knows which input to show the error, and then we will say like the message. Here I'll say something like is required. But what is required, right? Is it password? Is it confirm password? For this, we can say the input itself. But now if you put it like this will look kind of not formatted. So it will say something like password is required. But what we want to do is take the very first letter and capitalize it. So this is what we would like to have. So for this, I will create a method that will format the input. I'll cut this for a second. I'll say get field name. Let's say input. This will basically format it. Let's create that method, and let's actually call this as a format field name so that our code is a lot more readable. And I'll paste this method. It's super simple, and I even added some comments. So if the input ID is equal to username, it'll take that and capitalize the very first letter. So this is how we do it. We'll say input.id, get the first character and uppercase it, and then put the rest as it is. I hope this makes sense. Now this is working properly. Now that we got an error, we'll say is valid is equal to false. But in the else case, we can show a success message. Let's say show success, and this is another method that we're gonna build. And of course, we need to pass the input so that we know on which input we will display the success message. And at the very end, we'll say return is valid. Because at the end of the day, from this method, we are expecting a Boolean value that is either true or false. And just before we move on, let's build the other functions that we would need, which is going to be the function of show error, as well as the success. Okay, in the show error method, we'll get the input as well as the message as the argument. Then we'll like to select the form group. Let's say form group. That will be input.parent element. Now, why are we selecting the parent element? Because if you have the input, you would like to go into the parent element, which is the form group, and as I said previously, we're gonna add the error class right here or the success class, right? So that's why we are selecting the parent element that will be equal to form group. Then we can add a class name. I'll say class name that will be equal to form group plus it'll be the error, right? You cannot just say error only. This will delete the form group and add only the error. I hope that makes sense. So we'll add both of these. Then we can say const get the small element. I'll say form group query selector, we'll just get the small element and update the text content, right? I'll say small, you can also say inner text is equal to this message. So that's it for this method, and let's handle the success case. We'll get the input, let's get the form group in the exact same way, and for the class name, we will say success instead of error. Okay, so that's it, because in the success case, we don't really add any messages, as you can tell. So with this, maybe we can give it a go. Let's see if it'll work or not. As you can tell, this is the demo application that we have, and we are getting all these fields with some errors. Let's fill them in. Okay, it is valid. We display the success feedback, but error on the other ones. Now that was the first half. We have other things to do. Let's just fill this in pretty quickly. I'll say gmail.com. Now this is also a valid email, right? So maybe the provider is .gm.com. So this is completely a fine email format. Then we can say from 1 to 6, and I'll just say from 1 to 6 on this one, but let's just say only 2 letters. Okay, so this is one of the other checks that we need to keep in mind. Username must be at least 3 characters. And let's put this back, but now this is invalid. This is another check that we're gonna have in our code. Now let's put 3, or maybe just 1, it doesn't really matter. It'll say it should be at least 6 characters, and then we will finally check for the, if the passwords are matching or not. We have 4 additional checks that we need to add. I'll scroll to the top. So that was for the required fields. We would like to create a variable for isFormValid. This will be equal to isRequiredValid initially, but we will update this in a second. I'll say if isRequiredValid, we would like to check for the other things. I'll say const isUsernameValid. And we're going to call a method to check the length. So we'll say check the username, the minimum value could be 3 and the maximum could be 15. So if you try to add something more than 15 characters, here we can see this is another error that we have. And then we will have another check, let's say const is email valid, and we're going to call it the check email function, where we would like to check for the email that user just typed in. And then let's duplicate this one. It'll be is password valid. We will check for the length. Let's say check for the password, minimum could be 6 and the maximum could be 25. Okay, finally we will duplicate this and we'll say check passwords match. And we will check, we will compare both of these values, which is the password as well as the confirm password. And for the variable name, we could say is passwords match. Okay, now we need to create all these methods one by one. So let's scroll to the bottom and try to build it. First, I'll shrink every single function that we have so that it's easier to build. I'll say function check length, where we'll take the input as well as the minimum and maximum values. So the very first if check will be this one, if input dot value dot length, if it is less than the minimum value. In this case, we would like to show an error. Let's say show error, call the method on this input, whatever that is, and then we'll say something like must be at least minimum characters. And let's put the money sign, and finally whatever the input is. But we would like to format it just like what we have done previously. So we'll say format field name, and we're going to pass the input as the argument. Okay, and we're just going to return false from this method, from this call. Now this will be equal to false if we hit this if check. And then else if we have the maximum case, input the value the length, if it is greater than the maximum value, I'll basically get the exact same thing. but we'll say it must be, let's say, less than maximum characters, and then return false. But else, that means everything went successfully, so we can say show success on this input and return true. Okay, so that's the very first method that we would need. The other one will be to check email. So here I'll just put it right here. Let's say function check email, where we'll take the email and handle the method. Now we're going to be using a regular expression. If you don't know what that is, I can give you an example. So the first thing I'd like to do, visit that GitHub gist, and I'll copy this email regular expression. So let's go ahead and copy this, and we're going to test this out right now. Okay, I'll just open up my terminal, or the console I should say. I'll paste this in. So this is a regular expression that will check if an email is valid or not. So let's paste this in. We have this variable. Now we can say email regular expression. Okay, let's get this one, and we'll say test. And we can test anything. Let's say a.com. Is it an email or not? Obviously it is not, so it'll return false. Let's put something correct. I'll say gmail.com, but let's say john@gmail.com. Okay, this is equal to true. So here we can see this is not valid, it'll return false, and this is valid, it'll give you true. So this is what we have. This is really easy to build with regular expressions. And just before we move on, if you delete this part and tell me to type this out, honestly, I cannot do it. And I don't have to, and you don't have to neither. So this is something that you would mostly get from, online, or you would get it with AI. So, okay, just keep that in mind. If this looks complicated, maybe you are thinking, how do I memorize this? How do I learn this? Absolutely not needed. Then we'll go ahead and say if, basically what we have done in the terminal, I'll say email regex dot test, and we'll basically test the email. So I'll say email dot value dot trim. If this is equal to this will return you either true or false. If this is true, then we can show a success message. But if it is equal to false, that means we need to show an error in the else case. Here I'll say show the error, and here we'll just call the show success method, and I'll pass the input, and then here we'll pass the input as well as the message. Here we'll say email is not valid. Here we go. Then we can return false from here and true within this if check. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the check email method. The very last one that we need is the check passwords match function. That's gonna be super simple. Let's go ahead and paste it. This will take the input 1 as well as the input 2. Here I'll say if input 1 value is not equal to input 2 value. In this case, we're going to show an error. This is the input 2 that we're going to show the error, and we'll say passwords do not match. And then we can say return false. But if this is not the case, we'll just say return true. Okay, now that we got all these methods, we can move on with this if check, where we need to just update this variable, right? I'll go ahead and say is form valid. And by the way, I have a typo. This should be valid at the end. I was just missing AD. So we'll say is form valid will be equal to if user name valid. And we'll just basically chain all of these with an end check. So if every one of them is equal to true, form is valid. Otherwise, we're gonna get false. Okay, here we go. And then outside of this if, we'll say if is form valid. We would like to say alert, registration successful. Okay, but not but, and I was going to say, we'll say form dot reset. Okay, it should be reset like this. We'll basically delete the input elements, and finally we can remove the success classes. I'll say document dot query selector all select every single form group, and we'll say for each we can get every single group element. Let's say group, and we'll say group.class name will be equal to only form group, right? Previously we had this success as well, but we would like to delete it and have this one only. Now let's say if everything should be working as expected. Let's go ahead and test this out. I'll leave everything empty. We got our errors. Let's put the correct values. Like I'll just say Joe at the end. I mean at the beginning. I'll say john@gmail.com. I'll say 123 123. Okay, why is this? Okay, let's see. Type should be password. Okay, now if we type in, it's not going to be visible. Let's type this out once again. I'll say john@gmail.com 123 123. So we got an error which says username must be at least 3 characters. Let's say John, and have another error. So we should got an error, but looks like we didn't. What are we missing in our code? Let's take a look at it. So I just realized here in this method we are getting the email, but I accidentally put the input. So this should be email, and this should be also email. If you wanted to, you can call this as input and make those input as well, but this is what I'll have. Let's try to test this out once again. I'll put the invalid one and 123. Now let's see. So email is not valid, and this should be at least 6 characters. Let's put the correct one. Okay, now this is success, but this is not really success. Let's say 456. Now they do not match. Let's put the correct one. Register now. We got the alert, and then everything has been resetted, and we got rid of the success classes. So with that, that's gonna be it for this entire project, where we have built a form validator with the register form, and I have a typo. Let's fix it. Okay, this is what we should have, and that's gonna be it for this project. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, welcome back. In this section, we're gonna build a password generator application. This is the end result. Let's take a look at it, how that works, and then we'll jump into the code. Now this is such a classic application, but it's really helpful. That will teach you a bunch of different concepts. Okay, so this is the end result. When you first refresh, you will get a random password by default. And if you wanted to, you can create more. So I can update the length. It'll be generated, and as you can tell now, it is completely strong. But if I wanted to not include the uppercase letters, I can uncheck this, and now I will never have any uppercase letters in this password. And I can do it for the lowercase, and as I deselect them, the strength will decrement. Now let's go with medium. As you can tell, now this is still medium, but it says you should select at least one of those, right? So let's go with this one, and I'll take the length to be 6. So at minimum we can go with 6, and maximum could be 24. Now this is weak. Okay, and finally let's generate another one. I'll say copy this. It has been copied. Let's try to paste it. As you can tell, this is the exact same value that we have. So this is the end result. If you wanted to have these screenshots, you can find the link in the description for these diagrams. It's completely free. If you wanted to just challenge yourself and build it by yourself, these are the screenshots that you can take a look. Alright, so I'll try to shrink this window. And as always, I have my second window, which is VS Code, with an empty folder. We have 3 different empty files. First, we'll get started with the HTML file. Okay, let's go ahead and generate the boilerplate. I'll say, put the title, password generator, and then I'd like to link my CSS file. And finally, I would like to get the fav icon, font awesome for these icons. So I'll go ahead and say cdn.js font awesome. Let's search for it and get the link. I think this would work. Let's copy it. And then we will put it as the link tag under the head. Okay. Right here now we should be able to use the icons, the yeah, icons coming from Font Awesome. The very first thing I'd like to do, create my container. And then within this, we are going to put the h1, let's say password generator. Okay, right after this h1, we would like to put the container, which will be this one, where we have the password itself and then the button. So I'll go ahead, create a container called password-container. So we're going to make this to be flex, and then we will say justify content will be space between, right? Okay, here I'll say create an input that is type of text, but this is only read only, okay? So you cannot really type anything in, it is read only value. And we can give it an ID like password. And finally, we will have the icon. I'll say I, and we can say class. Class will be FA copy, which is coming from Font Awesome. Okay, then we can give it a title, let's say copy-btn, and then a title itself, so that when you hover over this, you would be able to see this title that says copy to clipboard. Now let's see, what do we have? I'll say open with live server, and we'll get the warning as always. But here we go, this is what we have. Icons are working correctly. And you cannot type something in. Now I'm pressing some keys in my keyboard, it does not type. Okay, the other thing that we'd like to build is our options. So right after the password container, I'll go ahead, add a comment, let's say options. And I can even say password container contain. All right. So under the options, I'll have the options class. Then we'll have the password length at first. I'll add comments. You don't really have to, but this is really convenient if you are following along with the source code. I'll say dot option. So the very first option we'll have is the password length. So I'll add a label. Let's say this is for the length, and let's say password length. So we just created the label. Now let's create the range container. Now this will be a container because we do not only have the input, but also we have the value output. So I'll say range-container, and I'll say the very first one will be input. That is a type of range, right? And then we can say ID will be length. Then finally, we'll say minimum value, maximum value, and then the value itself. So at minimum, as I said, we could have 6, maximum could be 24, and by default, it'll be 12. So say minimum 6, 24 as the maximum, and the default value will be 12. So whenever you move this around, this would be updated from our JavaScript code. This is a bit later in the video. And then we can have the span tag that will hold the value. By default, it is 12, and we can say ID length dash value. All right, so this is the very first option that we have. Right after this one, we would like to create the include uppercase option. So I will add my comment. And then we'll have the option class, right? Within this div, we will have the label that will be for the uppercase, and text will be include uppercase. We'll have the input. This will be type of checkbox. And then we can say ID will be uppercase. Finally, we'll say this would be checked by default. Okay, let's save. To get this formatting, I'd like to copy this entire thing. This would be for the include lowercase. So I'll say Command D a couple of times and just say lowercase. Here we go. Then let's copy this once again, duplicate it. This would be for the include numbers and then symbols. Let's duplicate this twice. I'll say this would be numbers. So I just paused the video and put them in. This is the numbers and then the symbols. It's the exact same thing that we have above, but basically we changed the ID and then the text as well as the label for attribute. All right, let's save and take a look at the output. This is what we got. We're going to be changing the colors a little bit later in the video. But now it is time to add the button as well as this container for the password strength. Okay, so let's move on. Now what you'd like to do, go ahead, scroll to the top shrink the options container because we'll go outside, and we're going to create a button that will hold the text that says generate password. And just before this text, we'll like to add an icon. I'll say class will be equal to fa-key, and we can give it a ID, and we can give it an ID to this button that will be generate-btn. And finally, we're gonna put the strength meter, right? I'll save to get this formatting. Right below to this button, I'll say strength-container, and we're gonna have a p tag that will say password strength. Okay, now as you can tell, this value will be dynamic, right? And the styling is a little bit different. I'm not really sure if you can see it, but it is font weight of bold. So we'd like to select this with a span tag. So I will say still within the p tag, but it will be under a span tag. I'll say medium. You can call this anything because we will update it. But let's go with medium, and then I'll add an ID. Let's say strength-label. Okay, finally, we're gonna put the strength meter container that you can see. So this one is the container, and this is the value itself. So still under this strength container div, I will have strength-meter. This is the container that we have, and then strength-bar. Now this value will be updated from our JavaScript code. For now, it'll be empty completely, right? Let's take a look at the output. So this is what we have. We don't really see anything for the strength meter, but we will update it once again. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the HTML file. Just before we end this section, above the body, I'll put script source of script.js. Now we can close this file with Command W, and then just open up the style.css file and get started with it. Now it's been a while since we haven't used any external font families, so let's go ahead and install something. I'll say Command-Shift-P, and we're gonna say insert CSS import, and let's go with Montserrat in this case. All right, we got the import. Now let's put our basic reset, and like if this did not work in your case, you should visit the extensions tab and get the Google fonts as we have explained previously. So once you install this, then you should be able to search for it with Command-Shift-P. All right, so we're gonna select everything, and I'll say margin of 0, padding of 0, box sizing of border box, and let's say font family will be Montserrat that we have just imported. And we can fold this back with sans serif. Now what I'd like to do, select body, and just say minimum height will be 100 ph. We'll say display of flex. Let's say df jcc, right? Justify content centered, align item centered, color could be 333, and then we can say padding will be 20 pixels. Okay, so everything has been, let's say, centered in the middle of the screen, and I'm just too much zoomed in. This is what we have. Now in this section, I'd like to use what we call CSS variables. You're gonna see it's really cool and easy to get started with. Now I'll create it. This is how you would do it. You would say :root, and then you can create anything that you wish. So we're gonna put primary color, and let's add it to be 2B5876. Now why are we creating this? So let me just showcase it pretty quickly with an example. Now let's say you have really large CSS file. Basically you have a button. Let's say you're selecting a button. Let's say you select the label, so on and so forth. You select your cards, and in all of them you would say something like color, and you would use this value. Let's say you got this value, and you did the same thing for all of them. But now some of your friends told you that this color is not really good. Go ahead and update it with this one. Now what you'd like to do, copy this from here and update it on every single places, right? And if you imagine like you have 100 instances, you have to just scroll to the bottom and update every single one of them, which is not really acceptable, right? You definitely don't want to do something like this. So instead, if you used, let's say, CSS variables, I'll do Control Z, get the exact same value. Okay, just imagine you are using the CSS variable. So instead of this, you would say var and use the primary color. Now, if you do the same thing for all of them, let's put it. Okay, now this is how your code looks like, and your friend told you that this color doesn't look really nice. You should update it with this one. Now all you have to do, only update this part, because every single one of these are using the same color, right? It's been updated here, here, and on this one, and let's say on the next 100 instances. I hope this makes sense. This is why most of the time you would like to use CSS variables. It is really useful. All right. Now the first primary color that we'll have is this one, as we just had. Now I'll put a couple of different colors, such as the secondary one. Let's say the weak color, that's gonna be this one. Okay, and like basically this is the primary color, the secondary color, weak, and we'd like to add the medium as well as the strong colors. So I'll go ahead, copy and paste. We can pause the video, type this out. Here we go. We got 5 different colors, and we'll be using them a lot within this CSS file. So what I'd like to do, just say background color will be linear gradient. And just a quick correction, if you're going to be using linear gradient, it has to be background. So if you put background dash color, it's not going to work. So this is something to keep in mind. And then we're going to put the degree, let's say 45 degrees. You can update it. This is the one that I'll be using. And then we'll be using our primary and secondary colors. So just like we have used a couple of minutes ago, I'll say var get the primary color. We'll go from this one to the secondary one. Okay, now let's save, take a look at it. This is the output. Now if you wanted to change this secondary color, all you have to do, visit this part and put something else, and your document would be updated. Any place that you use the secondary color has now been updated to this value. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So that's gonna be it for the body. We're gonna go ahead and update the container class. Let me just scroll down a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna put the background color. Let's say it'll be white. FFF, here we go. Then we can say padding will be 2.5 rem. And then we can add some rounded corners. I'll say 1 rem. We can say box shadow. That will be 0 to 10 pixels to 30 pixels. And then RGBA of, let's say, like the black, 0.15. Okay, so it's subtle, but I think it's looking nice. If you wanted to, you can increase it. This is the one, this is the value that I'll have. I'll say width will be 90%. And we'll say the maximum width could be 450 pixels. Now let's select H1. I'll say text align would be centered. We can say margin bottom will be 1.8 rem. Then we can say color will be the primary color. Here we go. Then we can say font size will be 1.8 rem. As we can tell, we'll say font weight will be 700, so it's bold. I'll say position will be relative. I'll tell you why. And then we'll say padding bottom will be 0.5 rem. So this is what we got. We'll be using the position relative because right now we'll use the after pseudo element to be able to give this underline. So here I'll go ahead to say H1. Let's grab the after pseudo element. As always, you have the content as empty. Even if you want this to be displayed, this should be empty. Or like if you're gonna put something, it'll be there, right? But if you're using it for only decoration purposes, just like what we have here, you would leave it empty. I hope that makes sense. Now we'll say position will be absolute and the parent is relative. So we're gonna say the bottom will be 0. And then we can say from the left, it'll be 50%. Let's save. This is what we got, nothing. But if we add width, we should be able to see something, or maybe height as well. Okay, why cannot we see anything? Maybe it doesn't have the background color. So currently it is right here, but it is invisible. Let's say background color will be red. Here we go. By default, the background color is white, so that's why you cannot see it. So I'll go ahead and add the background to be the same linear gradient that we have above. I'll copy this and paste it right here. Let's change the degree to be 90 degrees. Okay, but now this is not centered. We would like to take it 50% back. I'll say after the left, I'll say transform, translate x will be equal to minus 50%. Here we go, now it is centered completely. And we can say border radius could be like 2 pixels. So this is one way of creating the underline. If you wanted to, you can create a different element right after the h1. Like you could create a div and then give it a class and then style it, but this is also a pretty valid option. Right after the h1, we will update the password container. I'll go ahead and select it. And we'll say the margin bottom will be 2 rem. Here we go. We'll say background color could be this, which will be F8, FA, FC. Then we'll say border radius will be 10 pixels. We can add the border itself, 1 pixel solid, and this value, which will be E2, E8, F0. Here we go. And then let's say we will have the overflow of hidden. And then I'll add a tiny box shadow, just like this one. If you don't want to, you can delete it, but this is what I'll have. And then let's say display flex, align items would be centered. And as I said previously, the justify content will be spaced between. Here we go. Then we'll go ahead, say padding. Let's say 0, 1 rem, and 0 for both of the values. So what we have just done is to add some paddings to the right hand side, right? So if you delete it, this is how that look, but if you add it, here we go. Now we would like to select the password itself, and we'll say width will be 100%, then we'll say padding will be 1.1 rem. Here we go. We'll say padding right will be 50 pixels. Let's say no borders, and the background could be transparent. Here we go. And then we'll say color will be this grayish color, 4A 5568. And then we can say the letter spacing will be 1 pixel. And then finally, outline of none, as well as the border radius of 10 pixels. 10 pixels, here we go. Now we don't have anything inside, that's why we cannot see it. But if we got the index.html, let's try to add something in, like it is the input. Let's say value will be hello. Okay, this is how that look. Now we can move on with the copy button itself. Let's say select the copy button. It was copy-btn, and we'll say cursor will be pointer. Then we'll say the color will be this one, 718096. Now, if you wanted to, you can create those as the CSS variables, but since this is a value that we don't really use too much, I'll leave it as a hard-coded color. But definitely it is your choice if you wanted to add it right here or not. Okay, right after the color, I'll have my font size to be 1.1 rem. Then we'll go ahead, say background, or for now, let's say width to be 35 pixels. I'll duplicate this. Height will be 35 pixels as well. This is what we got. Now we can say display flex. Oops, let's try to fix it. Okay, I'll say display flex, align item centered, and let's say justify content centered as well. Here we go. And then I'll say border radius will be 50%. Then we can add the hover state. I'll say copy button. On the hover state, we could say color will be equal to the primary variable, the primary color. As you can tell, it has been updated. Now we could also get into the options. I'll just scroll a little bit. and then have the options selected. So I just selected the options. Now we'll say margin bottom will be to rem. Here we go. We'll say background will be updated to be F8, FA, FC to this grayish color. And then we'll say padding could be 1.5 rem from all directions. Border radius will be, let's say border radius will be 10 pixels. Here we go. And then we'll say box shadow. It'll be really tiny, but still I'd like to add it. Here we go. Like it's really tiny. Maybe it is not visible from the video, but I can definitely see it. Then we'll go ahead and select every single option. So we'll say display will be flex, justify content, space between. Let's save. Here we go. We'll say align items centered. And finally, margin bottom of 1 rem. Okay, now the problem here is that the very last one also got some margin bottom. We don't really want to have it, right? It is not needed because there is no element right after this one. So we can remove that by saying option colon last child. So we're gonna select the last child and we'll say margin bottom will be 0. Here we can see it's been updated. So this is another trick that you can keep in mind for these situations. And then I'll say dot option where we'll get the label itself, and we're going to say font size could be something like 0.9 rem. It's been updated. We can say color will be, let's say 4a this value. So once again, if you wanted to, you can take this and make it a CSS variable. I'll just skip that. Let's say font weight will be 500. Here we go. Then we can select the range container itself. And then we're going to say display of flex, align items would be centered, and gap of 10 pixels. Let's save. Like, I think we cannot see the difference for now because it is in the smaller screens. But now let's try to put it. I'll just put that, and I think I should put them side by side to be able to see it. Now I will save. Okay, so as you can tell, there are some differences if we delete the gap or if we add it. This is now a lot more visible. Now let's go ahead and change the width itself. I'll say this will be width of 60%. Here we go. Now let's say I'd like to select this input specifically, which is the type of range. How can I do it? I'll say input where the type is equal to range, right? And then I'd like to change this color, which is called the accent color. I'll say this will be the primary color that we have. Here we go. And then I can say the height could be something like 5 pixels. It's been updated. If you wanted to, you can change it to be 50. I don't know what is the maximum value, but let's go with 1 pixels. It's really tiny. I'll go with 5 pixels. Then you can say something like cursor will be pointer as well. And finally, I'll just say flex of 1. Okay. Now what I'll be doing is to select the checkbox itself. So it's the exact same thing, but type will be different. Let's say checkbox. And on the checkbox, I'll say width will be 20 pixels and same for the height. Let's save. Here we go. It's been incremented a little bit. Now I'll say border will be 2 pixels, solid, and I'd like to give the variable of primary color. Now it's not been updated, right? And for this, we can say appearance will be none. Now, as you can tell, it got updated. If you delete that, it will not, but this is the style that make it work. Then we'll say border radius will be 4 pixels. Here we go. And I'll say cursor will be pointer, and I'll say outline will be none. So for now, that's gonna be it for the checkbox. We will update it just in a second. For now, I'd like to select the exact same element, and we're gonna update the checked state. Okay, so if it is checked, what do we want this to happen? I'll say the background color will be equal to the primary color that we have. Now let's save and give it a go. Every one of them is checked, right? Because this is what we said in the default state. Let's see. All of them are checked, as you can tell. I'll delete the include uppercase. Now this is not checked by default, but we would like to have this checked immediately. If you click to it, now it is unchecked, right? Now we don't really want to have the background itself, we also want to have the checkmark icon, right? For this, we'll go into the checked state and we will update the after pseudo element. So I'll say checked and get the after pseudo element where we'd like to add the content. Now we'll be using a Unicode character that will be backslash, put it into a string, backslash 2714. Now let's save. What are we gonna get? As you can tell, this is what we have, but it is not really centered. So I'll say position will be absolute, but for this to work, we should say the checkbox itself will be position relative. And then I can say color will be white. And then we can now center this correctly. I'll say from the left, let's go 50%. From the top, let's go 50%. And if you think this will center it, I'm sorry, it would not. You have to use this trick where you would say transform, where the translate, the X direction will be -50. And then from the, let's say, in the Y direction, we'll also do 50%, -50% it should be. So we basically updated the X and Y values. Now it has been centered correctly. Then I can update the font size. Let's say it'll be 12 pixels. Here we go. Now one more thing that I'd like to do, which is there is no animation, like no transition at all. It happens immediately. For this, we can go right here under the checkbox. I'll say transition. Let's go a little bit extreme. I'll say 1 second. Like it's happening really slowly, but most of the time you'd like to go with a value like 0.3 seconds. I think this looks a lot more cleaner. Alright, so that's gonna be it for the after element itself. Now we can get the length value. So I will select the length value. Let's go ahead, say font weight will be 600. We can get the color, that will be primary color. Here we go. And then we'll say width will be 30 pixels. Then we would like to say the text align would be centered. Then we can update the background color, that will be equal to this value, as you can tell. Then I'll just say border radius will be 4 pixels. Here we go, it's a little bit rounded. Now I'd like to add some paddings. Finally, we'll say padding 2 pixels to 5 pixels. Alright, now we're gonna go ahead and select our button that we would like to update. So I'll say width will be 100%. Then we would like to say padding will be 1 rem from all directions. And then I'll add a background that will be linear gradient, just like what we have done above. It's the exact same thing. Let's save. Here we go. I'll say color will be equal to white. We can say border will be none. Border radius will be 10 pixels. Then we can say font size will be updated to 1 rem. Then we can say font weight will be 600. Here we go, it's a little bit more bold. Then we'll say cursor will be pointer. Now I'll give some transitions. So I'll just say all 0.3 seconds so that we can have the hover state happening a little bit more smoothly. Then margin bottom of 1.5 rem. Finally, I'll just give some box shadow that is tiny, but it'll just give this kind of effect. I think it looks a lot more cleaner if we have the box shadow. Now we're going to go ahead and update the hover state. I'll say button. On hover, we would like to basically have a transform field. I'll say translate of y will be -2 pixels. And then I think that could be it for the hover state. Alright, so this is the output that we have. And then after the hover state, we will add the active state where we will update the translate y to be resetted. Alright, now we would like to get the strength container. And I'll say margin top will be 0.8 rem. Then we would like to select the p tag within this strength container. So I will update the font size to be 0.9 rem, and then we can update the color to be this value that you see on the screen, and then we'll say margin bottom of 0.6 rem. Here we go, and then I'll say display of flex. Then finally we'll say justify content space between. just like this, so that they have some spacing between them. And lastly, I'd like to say font weight to be 500, so it's a little bit more bold. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and get the strength dash label, and I have a typo. Let's say strength label. I'd like to say the color will be primary color, so it'll say variable. Here we go. Now there isn't that much of a change, but it is this element. So if you say red, so this is the one that we have actually updated. And then I'll say font weight will be 600. Now it's a little bit more even bolder than this one. Now I'll select the strength meter. Then we'll say height will be 10 pixels. Then I'd like to say the background color will be updated to EDF2F7. It should be like this. Then I'll say border radius is going to be 5 pixels. Then we would like to say margin bottom will be, margin top actually, will be 0.5 rem. And I'll say overflow would be hidden. Finally, we can give some box shadows. I'd like to copy and paste. Here we go. Now we just said inset, and as you can tell, it is like inwards, right? It is inset. If you delete that, it would be outside, but now it is set into the container itself. Now we will get the strength bar itself. So let's say bar, and height could be 100%. It'll take the entire container. We'll say width will be 0 initially, right? And then we can say minimum width will be 5%. Now we can add a background color. I'll say variable. You can use any color. I'll go with the weak one. I'll say weak color. Here we go. And then we'll say transition is going to be all 0.3 seconds, and we'll say ease. Now transition is needed to have this effect. Now this will be strong. Notice how it'll transition smoothly. Here we go. Just take a look at it now. Okay, so this is happening thanks to this transition that we have. And we can add some border radiuses. So I'll say border radius that will be equal to 5 pixels. Okay, now it is rounded. And at the very end of this file, I'll have my media query. That's around 10 lines of code. We will update the container, h1, and option label when we hit this pixels and below. Okay, let's save. Now it's been updated, right? So there's like a subtle change once you hit that breakpoint. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the entire CSS file that we have. Next, we're gonna build the JavaScript. So the very first thing we would like to do is get all the DOM elements, such as these checkboxes, the button, the copy button, the strength meter, so on and so forth. Now we could type them out like const password input. We would get the document dot get element by ID, and then we put the ID. But instead of typing them out, I have prepared a file. You can find the GitHub gist link in the description. Just find the password generator file. Go ahead, copy everything that you have seen here. This is what I'll be doing. And I'll just delete this, paste this in. Now these are all the elements that we'll be using. And then we have the character sets that we're going to be using to be able to include the uppercase letters, lowercase, numbers, and symbols. So these are those variables that you don't really need to type them out. All right, so the first thing I'd like to do is this. If I update this input, I want this value to be updated, right? Currently, the value is 12. Let's open up the HTML file. Search for the value. All right, so it is 12 by default. And here is the text. We want this to be updated whenever the value changes, right? So this is how we can make that work. I'll say select the length slider. We're going to add an event listener, which is the input. And then we can run this function. I'll create an arrow function, and I'll say length display the text content will be equal to the value of this. I'll say slider the value. Now let's see if I update it, the value will be like, it'll be updated with this one, right? At maximum it could be 24, and at minimum it could be 6. So that's the very first thing that we have done. the other thing that we'd like to do is to create a password, right? If I click to this button, I want to generate a password. So I'll say generate button dot add event listener, which is going to be click. Once we clicked it, we would like to call a function called make password. And this is something that we'll create. So I'll go ahead, say function, paste this in, and get into the logic. So the first thing I'd like to do is get all these variables. So what is the length that user wants to have? If user wants to include the uppercase, lowercase, so on and so forth. So let's get the length. I'll say it'll be length slider dot value. Now this is a type of string, so I would like to wrap this with the number class. Now this is going to be type of number, right? And then I'll say const include uppercase. This will be uppercase checkbox dot checked. So either true or false. Here we go. We're going to duplicate this, and this will be for the lowercase checkbox, and we'll say include lowercase. So let's go ahead and update it. And let's duplicate this. This time it'll be include numbers, and I'll say number checkbox. Then finally, this will be for the symbols. Include symbols. Okay, now the first check we'd like to have is this one. If user does not select any of those, we're gonna get an alert, right? Let's go ahead and type this out. I'll say if not include password, if not include uppercase, and if not include lowercase, and the rest too. So I'll just say if this is equal to false and this is also equal to false, which means it is not checked. In this case, we would like to say alert, please select at least one character type. And then we can just return out of this function, don't do anything else. Let's test this out. I deselected every single one of them. Looks like it did not work. Why this is the case? This should be not. Now let's see. Okay, it is working as expected. But if we have at least one of them selected, we can go ahead and create a new password. So say const new password. And I want to put the logic into another function. I'll say create random password. So this is the function that will create, and I have a typo. Let's say random. Now this will take the length, right? Let's say this is the length that we would like to have in our password. We would like to give you some couple of different booleans, such as the include uppercase. Let's say include lowercase, include numbers, and then finally the symbols. Okay, once we got the new password, we'd like to say password input dot value will be equal to this newly created password. So we will update this input that we currently don't really see, right? Okay, let's save. Now we'll go ahead, create this function. Okay, let's go here. Let's say the first thing we'll take is the length, and then we will get those variables, right? You can say something like use uppercase, but I think I'll just go with the same name, like include uppercase, which is equal to true or false. For the numbers, lowercase, symbols, just make sure they are all in the exact order that as I have. Okay, now we'll go ahead and create a variable called all characters. Initially, this will be equal to an empty string. Depending on these selections, we are going to update these characters. Now let's say if user wants to include the uppercase letters, we would like to go ahead and just say all characters will be equal to, or it would be updated with the uppercase letters. And then we'll say if they want to include the lowercase letters, we would like to do the exact same thing with the lowercase letters, right? Okay, now since these are just one-liners, I can delete the curly braces. This is completely fine. And I think this looks a lot more cleaner. Now let's add the if check for the last two. I'll say if include numbers, go ahead and update the all characters variable with it. and then we'll add the symbols. Now, if all of them is equal to true, right? If all of them are true, if they are checked, what'll happen in this characters string? Basically, it'll be equal to this one, where we have the first uppercase letters, right? It has been added, and on top of it, we have added the lowercase letters, then numbers, and then finally these symbols. Now everything is selected. We're gonna go ahead and select something randomly, right? So we're gonna get one uppercase letter, we're gonna get one lowercase, number, symbol, and this will happen randomly, right? But if user had, let's say, only uppercase letters, this would be the all characters variable, right? And then we would select some values randomly. I hope that makes sense. Now we'll create a variable, let's say let password, that will be equal to an empty string, but we'll go ahead and update it. So I'll say for let I is equal to 0, while I is less than the length. We could say just increment it by 1. Okay, so we will say password plus equal to something, right? And for this, we need to create a random index. So in every single iteration, we're gonna get a random value, right? And to be able to select those values, we need to get a random index. I'll say const random index, and this should be a variable name. I'll say math.floor, we'll say math.random, call the method, and we're going to multiply it by all characters length, right? Depending on this length, we're going to get a different random number and floor this down so that it is a valid index. And we'll say password now will be equal to all characters random index. So here we go. The password will be updated with the length, whatever that is. And finally, we can return the password. Okay, now let's save. Go ahead, try to update this. I'll include everything. Here we go. This is the output that we got. It just works without any issues. Now I'll just say only include symbols. This is exactly what we got. Let's say only lowercase and some uppercase maybe. Here we go. So that's gonna be it for this method as well. Once we update the UI, we would like to update the strength meter as well. And I'll put the logic into a function. I'll say update strength meter. Call this with the new password. Now let's build this method or the function, however you'd like to call it. I'll say this will take the new password. Now to be able to decide the strength of the password, if it is medium, weak, or strong, we'll be using some numbers depending on these checkboxes. So if uppercase included, let's say, we will add additional 15 points, so on and so forth. Now instead of calling this as new password, I'll just call it as password, so it's a little bit more easier to type out. So the first thing I'd like to get is the password length. So we can say it'll be equal to the password dot length. Then we can check if it has uppercase letters, right? I'll say has uppercase. We are gonna say we would like to use a regular expression. So this is how we can do it. We'll say if it has any of these characters from uppercase A all the way up to Z. In this case, we're gonna go ahead and test this out. Test out the password. If this includes, like if this returns true, this will be equal to true, right? No brainer. Now I'll go ahead, duplicate this. This will be equal to has lowercase. We'll just say A to Z, but lowercase. And then let's duplicate it. This time it'll be numbers, let's say from 0 all the way up to 9. And we can say has numbers. Duplicate it, and I'll say has symbols. And instead of typing every single symbol, I think I can just scroll to the top, copy this entire string, and paste this in. Okay, so we got all of these. It should be like this. Now we'll say, let's calculate a score for the password strength, right? I'll say let strength score. Initially, it'll be equal to 0, and we will increment it as we go. So let's say first we'll get started with 40 points, right? I'll say strength score plus equal to, I'll say math dot minimum. We'll say password length times 2 and 40. So basically we are going to have two different values. Let's say this is equal to 30. We're going to get the minimum of them. Now if this is equal to 300, we are going to get 40, right? So at maximum, it could be 40, right? It doesn't really matter if this is like 3 million. We are going to always get the minimum value, which is 40. So that's why I say at maximum, it'll be 40, right? So this is something to keep in mind, not only to specific to this project, but if you want to get a value that is like at maximum, right? Here at maximum, we would like to get 40. That's why we use the minimum method. So maybe this is kind of like a quick note that you can take. If you want to get a maximum value, you would use the dot minimum, right? So I can feel like it sounds a little bit complicated. That's why I just put a comment that you can have in the source code. Here, the dot min method will get the minimum value from these, right? But this will make sure that at the maximum you would get 40. I hope this really makes sense. And then we'll go ahead, just add a couple of different if checks. I'll say if has uppercase. We would like to increment this strength score. Let's say strength score plus equal to 15. I'll duplicate this 3 times. And I'll say if we have some symbols, if has numbers, I think this should be numbers. Okay, and then I'll say has lowercase. So we'll just add additional 15 points for every single one of these options. And then we can enforce the minimum score for very short passwords. I'll say if password length is less than 8, I would like to run this if check. I'll say strength score will be equal to math.minimum strength score and 40, right? We're just gonna get the 40 depending on this, like thanks to this minimum method. If this is equal to 100, we would still get the 40 because length is less than 8. We want to just enforce the user, right? I'll say enforce minimum score for every short password. All right, now we'll go right below to this if check and I'll get some variable called save score. And I'd like to add a comment. Now, why do we need this? So basically, I would like to ensure the width of the strength bar is a valid percentage. So we don't really want to have something like -50 or 1000, right? It doesn't really matter what that is. I'd like to just make sure it is valid, right? So I'll say math.maximum. We'll add either 5 or we'll say math.minimum. That will be 100 and strength score. Now let's say this is equal to 1000, right? We are going to get the minimum value. So this part will be equal to 100. Now as you can tell, the save score will be either 5 or 100, right? It will be always within this spectrum. Now here we are using maximum, so we're going to get 100. I hope that makes sense. Okay, now that we have this variable, we can say strength bar. Let's select it. We'll say style. And finally, we'll just update the width. So I'll say style.width will be equal to save score, whatever that is. And we'll just add the percent at the end. Because this is some CSS, we'd like to calculate the width as a percentage. And finally, I would like to update this text as well as give a color, right? This would be either medium, weak, or something like strong. So I'll create 2 different variables. I'll say strength label text. That will be equal to an empty string, and then let bar color will be equal to an empty string as well. We'll go ahead and say if this is equal to, if strength score equal to, or if it is less than 40, this will be equal to a weak password. So I'll go ahead and say something like bar color will be this red color. That will be a hash FC8181. And then we'll say strength label text will be equal to weak, right? And then let's add the other cases. Instead of typing this out, I'd like to copy and paste. I just said else if strength score is less than 70, this will be a medium password. The yellow color as well as the medium text finally the strong password. I'll paste this in. Here we go. And now that we got all these variables, I'll just go ahead, update this strength bar and then the color. I'll say strength bar dot style dot background color will be equal to this bar color that we have, and the same for the text. Do I have a typo? Let's say strength label. Now seems like we don't really have this selector. I'll go ahead, scroll to the top and get this element. So strength label will be this value that we have. Now let's save and give it a go. I'll refresh this page. Let's say generate a password. Here we can see this is medium. Let's go all the way up to 24. Now it is strong. It is working as expected. Let's go with this value. Okay, it's medium. Now it is weak. But I think we have kind of like an error. If we select everything at maximum, it doesn't really fill this in completely, right? So let's see what we are missing in our code. So I have just paused the video and find the solution. Now this has symbols regular expression is not really correct. Notice how we have the opening and closing brackets. We are missing it right here. So first I would like to add the opening brackets, and then let's go ahead, close this off right here. But still this is not really valid because here we would like to add a backslash. Now this should be completely working out. Again, really weird, really complex, but this is what we would like to use with a regular expression, right? So I'll go ahead and save. Now let's give it a go. I'll maximize this, select everything. Now it is 100% as we wish. So I hope that makes sense. The very last functionality we left is this copy button. If we click to it, we want this value to be copied. Update the UI, and after 1.5 seconds, like we have some delays, and then it'll go back to this icon, right? Let's go ahead and add it. And just before to it, I would like to add one more thing. So if you reload this page, when this page loads, we don't really get a new password. So we would like to have this behavior every single time we refresh, we're gonna get a different value. So it's really easy to build. All we have to do, add an event listener. I'll say window dot add event listener that is DOM content loaded. We'll call our method, which is to make a password. Now let's refresh every single time. By default, we're gonna get a new password. And then if we wanted to, we can create more and more. Now I'll create that copy functionality. So I will go at the very bottom of this file and I'll say copy button dot add event listener, which will be the click event. We would like to call it this function. Now you can create a different function, but I'll just put it in line. So I'll say first let's add in like optimization check. I'll say if password input does not have any values, we could just return don't do anything, right? But if we have something, we can go ahead, select the clipboard and say write text into it. And the text that we would like to copy will be password input dot value. Now this will take some time, right? This is asynchronous, so we can say dot then. Once this is completed successfully, we would like to show copy success. Let's call this method. We are going to create it in a second. And if we got any errors, we're going to catch it with the catch block. So I'll say catch. You can do anything like displaying an alert. I'll go with a console log. Let's say could not copy. And then we can put the error message into the terminal. Okay, let's save and now create this function. I'll go ahead and create that. It'll be really simple, really basic. All we have to do, just change the icon first. I'll say copy button dot class list dot remove. We're gonna remove the classes coming from font awesome, which is this one as well as fa copy. Now I'll duplicate this and we would like to add another one. So we just remove this, right? We are gonna remove this and add this check mark, which will be FAS and FA check. Also, I'd like to change the color to be this green one. So I'll say copy button dot style dot color will be equal to this hash value, which will be 48BB78. Okay, now let's save and give it a go. I'll click to it, but now this will stay just like this forever. Instead, we would like to update it after some time, and if you want to add some delays, you should remember the set timeout method. So we got our callback as well as the timeout. Let's say after 1.5 seconds, we'll say copy button class list. Now remove the check mark, right? And then I'll duplicate this. Instead, we would like to add the copy button itself, this icon. And then let's update the color. This will be the default color. I'll just leave it as an empty string. Okay, let's save and try to see. I'll click to it. It's been updated, and let's see if we got this value. I'll just paste. Here we go. This is what we got. Let's generate another thing. Copy it. Okay, so it's the exact same value. Alright, so that's gonna be it for this entire project. I hope you enjoyed it and learned something new from it. I'll see you in the next one. So in this section, we are gonna build a Todo app. This is the end result. Let's take a look at it, how that works, and we'll jump into the code, build it from scratch. So we have an input element where we can add things, right? I'll say learn Python. I can either add this by pressing enter or clicking into this button. It should be added to the list. I can delete them and check them as completed. And we can have some filters. So I'll just say only show me the ones that are active and completed ones. If I say clear the completed, it'll go ahead to delete all of them. And now we only have these active ones, right? And the best thing about this app is that this data will be saved to the local storage. So if you go ahead and refresh this page, it'll still be there no matter what, right? All right, and you can have these screenshots from the diagrams. The link will be in the description, just like any other application that we have. Okay. So this is the end result. Now let's go ahead, create an empty folder called Todo App and have our 3 different files. They are empty at the moment, but we're gonna build them one by one. So let's put them side by side. So grab this and put it just like this. Let's get an empty HTML file. I'll say this is the Todo App. And let's put the link CSS, which will be style.css, and let's link the script file. I'll say script.js. And we can put a div that, let's say, class name of app. You can call this anything. This is the name that I'll be going with. Now we're gonna have the header section, which will be this, my tasks, as well as today's date. Now this is correct. This is not something hard-coded, and I'll show you how we can build it to be dynamic, right? So if I open this up tomorrow, this will say May 6th. And also it'll say Tuesday. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and put h1. We'll say my tasks. Now the other thing that we need to add is this icon. For this, we'll be using Font Awesome. So first, I'd like to say just open this up with live server. We got some warnings, but that's fine. Here we go. And let's grab the CDN link. So I'll say cdnjs, cdnjs.com, libraries, and Font Awesome. Go ahead, copy the very first one, and then put the link right here. Now we should be able to use those icons. So I'll put the I element. Let's say class will be FAS, FA check dash circle. And then I'll save. Here we go, we got that circle. And after this H1, we'll say P. Now this content will be empty for now. We'll say ID will be date. Later in the video, once we get into the JavaScript part, we will make this text to be inside, right, within this P tag, but it'll be dynamic. All right, after the header component, we'll say div. That will take the class name of todo-input. We'll go within this div. We'll say create an input that is type of text, and we can add an ID like task-input, and then placeholder, oops, so this should be task input, and then placeholder, it'll be what do you need to do, just like this. And then right after this input, I'll put a button. that will be ID of, let's say, add dash task, and I'll put the I element, the I tag, let's say class FAS FA plus. Okay, so this is the end result that we have at the moment. Right after this div, which is the to-do input, we'll go ahead and add our filters. So these three filters, I'll say dot filters, and we're going to create a span. Let's say the class will be filter, and this will be active initially, which is going to be the all filter, right? And I'd like to add a data dash filter attribute. I'll say this will be all. Now we'll be using these later in the video. For now, just go ahead, duplicate this twice. This will be filter but not active. This will not be active as well. This will be for the active one. Let's say active. And this will be for the completed. Okay, let's save. Take a look at the output. This is what we have at the moment. Right after this div, after the filters, we will add the to-dos container. Okay, so the first thing I'd like to have is a UL that will have the ID of to-dos list, and content will be empty. As we add more and more things, we're going to add it right here within this UL, right? So you can add a comment such as the list items will be inserted right here later in the video. Okay, after this UL, I would like to put a div. Now this will be the case if we don't have anything. We're gonna get this icon and then no tasks here yet. So I'll say this div will have the class name of empty dash state, and this will be hidden by default. Let's go ahead, say I, this will be the icon, FAS, FA dash clipboard list. Then we can say something like no tasks yet, but this will be within a p tag. So I'm too lazy to type this out. I'll copy and paste. Here we go. So currently this is visible, but we're gonna make it to be hidden unless we have nothing, right? If we have something, we're gonna see the input or the list item, but else this is going to be the output. And then after this to-dos container, so I'll just delete this comment, shrink this. Right after the to-dos container, I'll have a footer element, which is going to be this part, right? I'll say get a p tag. This will be ID of the items dash left, and we're gonna put something like 0 items left. And again, this will be dynamic later in the video. So if you add more and more things, this will be updated, and if you check them, it'll be decremented. So this will be updated from our JavaScript code later in the video. So I just need to mention them a couple of times so that it doesn't really feel any complicated. I hope it's not really annoying. So I'll say button ID clear dash completed, and let's say clear completed. So it is this button, as you can tell. So this is our output. Looks terrible, but we're gonna fix it in a couple of minutes. Okay, so we got the styling linked into the HTML. We can go ahead and get started with it. So let's get into the style.css file. The first thing I'd like to do, just add my reset. So I'll select everything and I'll say margin of 0, padding of 0, and then box sizing will be equal to border box. Now let's create some CSS variables, just like what we have done previously, so that it's a lot more convenient to work with the colors and like CSS variables in general. So I'll have my primary color. I'll just say it'll be 7749F8. Okay, it'll be this primary purple color that we have right here. And then I'll have the primary light. Let me just go ahead, put them one by one. If you wanted to type this out, you can just pause the video and do so. This is what I'll be doing just to not waste any time. We'll have dark, light, gray, we'll have danger, success, and finally the border color. Okay, so I hope these make sense, we'll be using them in a couple of seconds. Now let's say we're going to select the body. I'll say font family will be sans serif. I'll say background color is going to be, it'll be F1, F3, F5. Now if you wanted to, you can take this and put it as a CSS variable, or you can still use the hash values if this is something that we'll be using only once. And I think this is one of those cases where we'll be using this value only once, so I'll just put it right here instead of creating a CSS variable. So it's completely optional. Now let's try to take a look at the output. I'll save, background has changed a little bit, and then I'll say the minimum height will be equal to 100 VH, and then we would like to center everything. So I'll say display flex, justify content centered, and align items to be centered. Here we go. Then I'd like to add some paddings. I'll say padding of 20 pixels, and let's say color will be our dark color, right? So I'll say variable dash dash dark. Here we go. Then I would like to select the app class, and I'll say width will be 100%, but the maximum width is going to be 500 pixels. Then we can say background color is going to be, let's say white. Here we go. And I'll say border radius will be something like 12 pixels. And we can say overflow will be hidden. And finally, we can add some box shadow so that it is looking kind of like box shadowed, right? I don't really know what to say. Let's go ahead, copy, paste this. Okay, so if you wanted to, you can increase the value, but I think this is a bit too much and extreme. We can go with something like 0.1. I think it looks pretty clean. Now the other thing that I'd like to do, just get the header component. So I'll say select the header element. I'll say background color will be the primary color. So I'll say variable dash dash primary. Okay, now I'd like to say color will be white, and padding could be something like 20 pixels to 25 pixels. Here we go. And this is a bit zoomed in, I believe. Let's see if this is the case. No, it's not. It's in 100%. So it is the normal level that you should have. And then we can get the H1. So I'll say header. Go ahead, select the H1 element. Font size could be incremented to be 24 pixels. Or I think this has been decremented, right? Now if you delete this, it's a little bit larger. So I'll say 24 pixels. Let's say margin bottom of 5 pixels. And then I'll say font weight of 600. And then I'll go ahead and get the P tag. So I'll say header P. Now currently we cannot see it, but it'll be the state that we have. So this styles will be visible later in the video. I'll say the font size will be something like 14 pixels. And let's say opacity is going to be 0.9. Okay, now let's go ahead and get the to-do input. So I'll say to-do dash input. Let's say padding will be 20 pixels to 25 pixels. Here we go. I'll say display will be flex. Gap will be 10 pixels. And then we can say background color will be light. And then we can say border bottom is going to be 1 pixels, solid, variable of border. Here we go. Then we can go ahead and get the input within this to-do input. So I'll say flex will be 1, which means it'll take the entire space that is left. So I'll say padding will be 12 pixels to 15 pixels. Here we go. We'll select the border. Let's say it'll be 1 pixels, solid, DE, like DEE, 2E and 6. Then we can get the font size. Let's say it'll be 1 rem. Then we can finally get the transition to be all 0.2 seconds. Now I'll go ahead and get the focus state within this input. So here we'll like to say no outline. So outline will be none. Let's say border color will be updated to the primary color. And then we can add some box shadow when we focus into this input. Okay, just like this is what we have. Now I think we also want to add some border radiuses. So I'll say border radius could be 6 pixels. Here we go. And then after the focus state, we can get the to-do input button this time. So we're going to update this button on the right hand side. So I will say background color will be equal to the primary color that we have. And then we'll update the color to be white. Here we go. We can give some paddings, or maybe instead of paddings, I'll go ahead and give the width to be 40 pixels and same for the height. Okay, so this is what we have. Now let's say we don't want to have any borders. And then we'll say border radius, again, it'll be 6 pixels so that it is consistent. And we can say cursor will be pointer. And finally, I'll say transition will be all 0.2 seconds. Let's update the hover state. I'll say to do input. We're gonna get the, let's say get the button hover state. Background color will be primary light this time. Okay. And then right after this selection, we can get the filters. So I'll say display of flex. We can give a little bit gap of 15 pixels. Let's say border bottom will be equal to 1 pixel solid and the border color that we had. Finally, I'll say padding will be 15 pixels to 25 pixels. Okay, so this is what we got. And now on every single filter, we would like to do something. So I'll say filter, go ahead, get them. We'll say padding will be 5 pixels to 3 pixels. And then we would like to say cursor will be pointer so that it feels like as a button. I'll say color will be gray, but it should be wrapped with variable. I'll say gray, here we go. And then I'll say border bottom, I'll say 2 pixels solid and transparent. Now we would like to go ahead, get the transition. I'll say all 0.2 seconds. Then we can go ahead, get the filter dot hover state. We will update the color just like in the end result. So when we hover over them, it'll be updated. So I'll say hover. I think we can say color is going to be the primary color. Okay. And then after this one, I'll say if filter is active, we would like to say color is going to be primary one. Then we can say border bottom is going to be 2 pixels solid, and we'll say variable of dash dash primary. So this one is active, as you can tell. So it'll apply these styles. Then we can also say font weight is going to be 500. Maybe we should go with 600. I don't really know. Okay, I'll go with 500. Then we can go ahead and get the to-do container, right? I'll say to-dos dash container, where I'd like to add some paddings. So I'll say instead of auto, it'll be 15 pixels to 0. Then I'd like to get some maximum height of 300 pixels. Then I'll give, I think, overflow dash y, it'll be auto. Now why this is the case, let's see. If I add a bunch of different things, so this is what I'll be doing. Okay, at some point, this content will overflow because the maximum height is 300 pixels. Let's say this is 300 pixels. The rest content will overflow. So we say in the overflow case, go ahead, add a scroll bar, right? This is how we can do it. Just give a maximum height, but also add the overflow of auto, and specifically in the y direction, right? Because it is in the vertical direction in this case. I hope that makes sense. Now we cannot see anything because we don't really have any items yet, but later in the video, it should make sense, right? So after the to-dos container, I'll go ahead and get the to-dos list. This is going to be a selector with the ID. I'll say a list style type is going to be none because this is an unordered list. I mean, it's an unordered list and we don't really want to see those kind of like bullet points, right? I'll say to-do dash item. I'll get some paddings such as 12 pixels to 15 pixels. Again, we cannot see the styling yet. This will be a bit later in the video once we have those. So this is basically what we are building at the moment. So I'll move on and I'll say display will be flex, align items will be centered, and let's give the transition on the background color. And then I'll say it'll be 0.2 seconds. Now we can say if to-do item is hovered, what'll happen? Let's see. So the background changes, right? We'll say background color is going to be the light color that we have. Okay, now we can say the checkbox container dash container. Now you might be asking, we don't really have this class in index.html, right? If you take a look at it, we don't really have it, but it will be added once we add some list items. Okay, for now, let's add the styling. I'll say the checkbox container will have the margin right of 15 pixels, as you can tell, and then we'll say the to-do checkbox will have the opacity of 0 and position will be absolute. Let's save. Again, we cannot see anything. We don't really have any items, but we'll get there. Then we can go ahead and get the check mark itself. So at this point, I'd like to copy and paste and walk you through it line by line. So we'll say display of inline block, width and height of 20 pixels, some borders, border radiuses, position will be relative, cursor pointer, and some transitions. And just before we move on, I'd like to update the index.html file with some hard-coded data so that we can see something on the UI as we go, right? So I'll go ahead and add a list item that has the class name of to-do item and just make sure that this is under the UL element. So we have a label with the input as well as the span. Then we have another span that says buy groceries and then a button with this icon. Now let's save. This is the output. Now we're going to add some classes to make that look nice. So without this, let's see what would happen. You cannot really see the check mark, right? So this class is updating check mark. Let's see which one is this. Okay, it is the span that we have. Now let's move on. I'll say right after this, I'll say to-do dash checkbox. If this is checked, we would like to say plus dot check mark. Now what does that mean? So we just said if to-do checkbox is checked, right? If this input is checked, go ahead, select the very next span that has the checkmark class. So I hope that makes sense. Now we are going to select this one and we will update the background color. That will be, let's say, variable of success. And then we'll say border color will also be success. And let's see this in output right here. Okay, so the background is success as well as the border color. Let's see if we can see this in action. Here we go. Now, if you don't add the border color, let's see what would happen. So only the content itself is green. I hope that makes sense. So this is the check mark that we just updated. But now I'd like to draw this check kind of div, right? So here I'll go ahead and say to do checkbox. If it is checked, we would like to select the check mark and we are going to add the after element. So I'll say content will be nothing. It'll be position of absolute. Let's say position will be absolute. Then we'll say left will be 6 pixels. Top will be 2 pixels. Width will be 5 pixels. Height could be 10 pixels. Now let's save. This is what we have at the moment. Basically nothing, but let's go ahead and move on. I think on the check mark, I was going to say, did we forget the position of relative? No, we don't. So that's great. We'll go ahead and say border will be solid and white. Okay, now this is what we have. We can update it and make it look like a check mark. So I'll say border width is going to be 0, 2 pixels, 2 pixels, and 0. Here we go. This is what we got. Now we're going to just rotate it. I'll say transform will be rotated with 45 degrees. And now this is a check mark. So this is kind of like an advanced CSS, or I wouldn't really say advanced CSS, but this is something that you should be a little bit clever, right? We just draw a rectangular and then we deleted some borders, such as these left and top border, and then we rotated it. And this is the output. Okay, now we'll go ahead and add the to-do item text, which is going to be this one. So to-do item dash text. Let's say flex will be 1, so it'll take the entire space, or as much as possible. We'll say font size could be 1 rem, and then transition is going to be all 0.2 seconds. Then we can go and say to-do item. If it is completed, we'll select the to-do item text, and then we'll say text decoration will be line through, and then the color is going to be variable of gray. Okay, so for some reason this did not work because we don't really have the completed class. If I go ahead and add this completed class on the to-do item, let's see, where is the to-do item? I'll say completed. It should be like, it should be changed. Here we go. And then we'll just move on with the delete button. So instead of typing this out, I think I am a little bit lazy. Paste this in. Let's save. Now we cannot really see it. It says opacity 0, but let's say 1 for now. Okay, this is how that look. For now, it'll be opacity of 0, but later in the video, we will update it, right? So we'll say if to-do item is hovered, the delete button opacity will be 1, just like this. And then we can even change the color itself. I'll say if delete button itself hovered, the color will be danger. So here it would not, but here it should. Okay, so that's why we don't really put the color right here. And finally, we are going to update the empty state. So if we delete everything, or let's just take a look at the completed filter. This is the output that we have. This is the empty state, and let's try to update it, right? Okay. First, I'll go ahead, delete this, maybe comment this out. I'll say dot empty state. Let's say display will be flex, flex direction will be column. I'll say align items would be centered, justify content would be centered as well. Here we go. I'll say padding is going to be 40 pixels to 0. And then color is going to be equal to gray. Now I'll select the empty state of icon, right? The icon of the empty state. I'll say font size is going to be incremented to be 40 pixels and margin bottom of 10 pixels. Finally, opacity is going to be 0.7. Here we go. And let's say the hidden class is going to have this style, which is display of none. Finally, we'll add the footer element. So what I'd like to do, just copy and paste, because this is super simple that we have done millions of times at the moment, right? So far. So display flex so that they are side by side, justify content space between, align items off centered, some padding, change the border top, background color, and font size. Okay, now let's get the items on the left. Let's say items left, the color would be updated. Then the clear completed button, we'll say cursor will be pointer, color will be updated, and the rest. So this is how that look. And on the hover state, we will update the color to be this red color, right? Okay. So with that, that's kind of it for the entire CSS file. In the next section, or maybe just in a second, we're going to get into the script.js file. Okay, so now let's get started with the JavaScript file. Now we would like to get all of our DOM elements so we can type them out, or the better option, I have prepared a GitHub gist that you can find the link in the description. Go ahead and find the todo app.md file and select everything that you have seen here. copy it and paste it right here. So we got a couple of different items, a couple of different elements that we'll be using. All right, so the first thing I'd like to do is create some variables. I'll say let to-dos. This will be an empty array initially, and then we'll say let current filter is going to be equal to all. So this is the default value that we'll start with. And then I'd like to add some event listeners. So I'll say add task button dot add event listener, which will be the click event. Once we clicked it, we're gonna run this arrow function where we would like to call it the add to do method with the task input dot value. So whatever you put here, it would be sent to this method. And I also want to add another method, or sorry, I'd like to add another event listener that will be for the enter, right? So we can either add something by pressing to this button, or we can press enter. So they are right here. I'll say task input dot add event listener. This will be key down, where we would like to get the event. I'll say if event.key is equal to enter, we would like to go ahead and run this add to do method with the task input dot value. Now, since this is only a one line, I can go ahead, delete it, and just put it side by side. This is what I'd like to do most of the time. If I just have an if check with a single line, I just put it next to it rather than creating curly braces. Okay, now I'd like to create one more event listener. I'll say clear completed button. We'll listen for the click event. So when we click to this, we would like to call this method called clear completed. For now, I'll just have it as an empty function. Later in the video, we're going to build it. So the first function that we would like to get started with is the add to do, right? Add to do function, which will take the text, and we would like to just check if this is empty. So if you do not add anything and press this, nothing should happen, right? I'll say if text.trim, if this is equal to an empty string. Now we are using trim is because if user wants to add an empty string, still nothing should happen. We'll say if this is the case, just return don't do anything. But else we can go ahead, create a to do. Let's say to do, which will be an object. And here we'll be having an ID. I'd like to make this to be unique. So I'll just say date.now. And then we'll add the text. This will be equal to the text that we have. Now, since they are the same, we can shorten this. And here we should have a comma. Then I'll say by default, the completed will be false. Now that we got the to-do object, we would like to say to-dos dot push. So we're gonna push this to-do into this array that we have above, right? So we just updated the array. Now we would like to update the local storage as well. So I'll say save to-dos, call this method, and then we'll say render to-dos as well. For now, I'll comment this out. This will update the UI, but this will update the local storage. So I'll say function save to-dos. I'll say local storage dot set item. We'll update the to-dos key. You can call this anything really, such as hello, but it should be something that makes sense. In this case, it'll be to-dos. We'll say json.stringify these to-dos that we are adding. And then I'd like to update the items count. This is another function that we'll create, and then we'll say check empty state. So this will check if user should see this kind of a UI, or if they should see this kind of a UI, I was going to say, but let's say this kind of a UI, right? So if they don't have anything, this is what they see, but if they have something, this is what the user will see. Now let's try to create these functions. I'll say function. Let's create this one first and duplicate it. Now we're going to add this function. So first, let's get started with this one. I'll say const uncompleted to-dos. We'll say to-dos dot filter, where we'll get the to-do, and I'll say if it is not completed, right? I'll say to-do is not completed. So this should be to-dos, by the way. We got the list, the array, and I'll say items left dot text content will be updated. Now this will be dynamic, so I'll put backticks, and I'll say uncompleted to-dos dot length, so whatever the length is, and then items left. But now notice how, so I'll try to just delete some stuff. So I'll just leave only one. If it is only one, you'll see item, but if it is multiple, it would be items. So we are going to even check for this. So I'll say length, and we'll say item, and here it should be dynamic. So we will say, maybe I'll give a bit space, uncompleted to-dos dot length. If it is not equal to 1, that means it'll be plural, but else we can leave it as an empty string. And finally, we will say left. Okay. Now let's see, it says 0 items left, which is what we'd like to have. For the 0, it should be items, but this is currently not coming from this method. It is coming from the HTML file. Oops, let's go ahead and check the HTML. So if you say 5, this is what you would see, but just in a couple of minutes, we are going to update it dynamically. So this is just the function, we have defined it, we are not using it yet. And then we can, I think, go ahead and build the render to-dos function, which is going to be the longest one, but this is the actual function that will make our application work, right? And I think we can build this one as well, which will be pretty simple. So I'll say const filtered to-dos. Now we would like to filter the to-dos. I'll say filter to-dos. We would like to pass the current filter, right? So it is all, active, or completed. Let's create this function. So I know that this might look a little bit complicated at the moment, but this is really how we can move forward. We'll just build one function at a time, and at the end it should work and it should all make sense. Once we complete it, I can walk you through it pretty quickly. So we're going to get the filter, right? This is the current filter that we just passed, and we'll have a switch statement. I'll say switch. We'll say add the filter. We'll say if case is equal to active. We'll like to say return the active to-dos. So I'll say to-dos dot filter where the to-do is not completed. So I'll say to-do dot completed is equal to false. And then we're going to go ahead and say if case is equal to completed. In this case, I'll duplicate this. I'll say where the to-do is completed. But in the else case, so here I'll say in the default case, we'll just return all the to-dos without filtering anything. Okay, so we got those to-dos. I'll say if filter to-dos dot length is equal to 0, we can say empty state dot class list dot remove hidden. And if you just read this line, it should make sense, right? If we don't have any to-dos, we are going to see this on the UI. We are going to remove the hidden class so that it is visible. But in the else case, so here I'll say else empty state dot class list, we're going to add the hidden class. And I just realized this should be filtered to-dos, right? Not filter. This is a method. This is the variable that we have. Okay, now I think we can go ahead and get started with the render to-dos. So I'll say function render to-dos. This is not going to take any arguments, so we can just get started with it. So first, what I'd like to do, just get rid of the entire UI. I'll say to-dos list dot inner HTML will be equal to nothing because we're going to update it, right? This is kind of like a reset. I'll say const filtered to-dos. We're going to say filter to-dos, call it with the current filter. Okay, then we would like to say filter to-dos dot for each. We'll get every single to-do, and I will run this function. So the first thing we would like to do is create a list item, and that list item is going to be looking like this that we have. So we're going to create the list item that's going to have this class name. It'll have a label with the input, span, another span, and a button, right? So this will be a little bit long, but we're going to go step by step. Let's say const to do item. I'll say document dot create element, create a list element, and then I'll say to do item dot class list dot add. It'll be equal to do dash item. Then we'll say if to do is completed. In this case, we would like to say to do item dot class list add the completed class. Okay, we would like to go below to it, right? I'll say let's create a custom checkbox. I'll say const checkbox container. Let's create it. I'll say document dot create element. This will be equal to a label element, and then we'll say add a let's say class list, add a class that called the checkbox dash container. So we just created the container. Now it's time to create the checkbox itself. I'll say this will be equal to document.create element, which is going to be an input, and the type of this input, type of this checkbox, is going to be equal to checkbox. Let's say checkbox. Here we go. And then I'll add a class list. That is going to be equal to do dash checkbox, and I'll say checkbox dot checked. So either it'll be true or false, which is going to be coming from to do dot completed field. And then we can say checkbox dot add event listener. We're going to listen for the change event. In this case, we are going to call this function called toggle to do with the to do dot id. We're going to pass the ID so that we know which to do that we're updating, right? So we're going to toggle the state whenever we click to it. And let's create this function as well. I'll duplicate this. Let's say toggle to do. This will take an ID. We're going to build it in a little bit later in the video. And now let's create the checkmark itself. So we created the checkbox. Now let's create the checkmark, which is this one, right? I'll say const checkmark. That will be equal to document the create element of span. We'll go ahead and say let's add a class list. So we are going to add a new class name that will be equal to checkmark. And then now we are going to update the UI, right? I'll say checkbox container.append child checkbox. And then I'll duplicate this. We're going to also append the checkmark. Okay, now we would like to create a text element. I'll say const to do text. We are going to create a span element. I'll say to do text dot class list dot add to do item text. And then we would like to update the text content. I'll say text content will be equal to do.text, so whatever the value is. And then we can create a delete button. Now at this point, I think we can move a little bit faster. I'll add a class name called delete button, and the content will be this, which is this exact icon. If you take a look at the index.html, this is what we have used previously as well. Okay, so this is the exact same thing. And then when we click to it, we would like to call a function, right? That is called delete to do. I'll duplicate this. Call the delete to do. We will implement it in a bit later in the video. Okay, so we created everything. Now let's add this elements to the to do item. We'll say to do item dot append child checkbox container, duplicated. That will be the to do text, duplicated, and then delete button. And then finally, we'll say to-dos list, append child to-do item. So what we are doing here is this basically. So we created all these elements one by one, right? At the end of the day, we would like to take all of them, right? All of them and put it under the list item, and then take the list item, put it under the UL so that it is visible on the UI. Okay, so this is what we are doing. Now let's try to save this, which we already did, and give it a go. I'll say learn HTML and CSS. Let's add. Okay, something has been updated, not the UI. We'll take a look at it why, but definitely something is working. I'll go ahead and just say learn Python, add this. Now 2 items left. So it looks like something is working, right? Now let's try to scroll to the top and see if we have called the render to-dos method. Looks like we didn't. So let's save. Okay, I'll try to add something else. I'll say learn JavaScript this time and add this. Okay, so once again, it did not work. Let's open up the terminal. Okay, it says cannot read the dot length on the check empty state. So I'll just say dot length uncompleted to-dos. This is the only thing that we have. Okay, so why this is the case? Maybe it's because we don't really have any uncompleted to-dos. So to-do is not completed. Now to be able to get rid of this, you can add question marks, right? The optional chaining. I'll try to add something else once again. I'll just say something random. Let's just say FR 3 times. Okay, once again, we got an error, but let's try to fix it. I don't really want to cut this out from the tutorial. So again, it is coming from the check empty state, add save to-dos and add to-dos. Now the dot length is causing this, right? I'll just search for dot length. We have another one right here. So whatever the current filter is, it is all. I'll add question mark right here as well. Okay, once again, let's give it a go. I'll say learn something else. And then it says we cannot read the for each method. Now let's see why this is the case. Why did we encounter this much of errors? I'll just search for each. So this function is not really working as expected. Okay, I think here we should say return to-dos instead of just to-dos, right? Okay, that was the issue. Now, if you don't say return, it doesn't return anything, and this is equal to undefined. So that was something that we have, and I didn't delete this part from the video so that you can see my entire thought process. Okay, let's save and try to add one last thing. Here we go. UI has been updated. We can see it right here, but what happened to the previous items? Now they are definitely in the local storage. I can open up my application local storage. So here it should be application, not cookies, but local storage. All right, so we have a bunch of different values. Here we have some to-dos. Okay, so maybe the previous ones have been deleted. Why this is the case? If I refresh this page, so it is right here. Let's add something else. Okay, so what happens is this: whenever you add something new, it is going to update this one instead of adding on top of it. Okay, kind of strange. When you refresh, add something new, it's going to replace it. But if you don't refresh the page and add something, it's going to add on top of it. So we're going to get into this functionality, but first we would like to get everything from the local storage and display it on the UI whenever we load our page. So let's add an event listener for that. So I will go right here at the bottom of the file and I'll say window.add event listener let's listen for DOM content loaded, and then we'd like to run this function where we'll just say call the render to-dos, or let's say load to-dos. Let's create this function as well. Let's say function load to-dos. So this will get the stored to-dos from the local storage. I'll say local storage.get item where we have this to-dos, and then I'll say if we have some value, we would like to say to-dos array will be equal to that value. I'll say json.parse the stored to-dos, and then just go ahead and render it on the UI. Okay, now let's refresh. Looks like we don't really have anything. Okay, so of course it is not going to work if you don't call this function. Let's go ahead, call this and save. Here we go. These are the values that we are getting from the local storage, right? Let's try to delete them manually. Here I'll go ahead and get the application. Let's get the to-dos and I'll just delete them. I'll press delete. They are gone. Now if we refresh, they are not going to be there, right? Now let's add something like learn Python, add this, refresh, it should still be here. That means this is working as expected. Now let's scroll to the top. I'd like to add more things when we say add to do. So we're going to render the to-dos, but also we would like to reset the form, right? Currently, if I say learn JavaScript, it has been added, but this is not getting updated. So I'll say task input.value will be equal to an empty string. Let's add something. It'll just reset itself without redoing anything. And now we can add the function where we would like to delete the to-do itself. So here we'll get the to-do ID. I'll go ahead and say this to-dos will be equal to to-dos.filter. So we're gonna filter out the one that has just been deleted. We'll say get every single to-do and check if to-do ID is not equal to this ID and include it, but else go ahead and delete that. Then we'll just save the to-dos to the local storage and I will say render the to-dos. Okay, let's go ahead and give it a go. I'll try to delete this one. Now it is not here and the local storage has been updated. Let's refresh. As you can tell, it is not here. Now the other method could be to toggle the state, which is this one, right? Let's give all the space. I'll say we're gonna say the to-dos will be equal to to-dos.map. We're gonna get every single to-do and then run this function. Here I'll say if to-do ID is equal to this ID, we're gonna go ahead and update the completed field. So I'll say return all the previous fields of the to-do and update the completed state, right? We'll say it will be equal to to-do.completed, but we're going to negate it. So if it is equal to true, it'll be false. If it is equal to false, it'll be true, right? And if this is not the case, we'll just return the to-do as itself. Okay, and then we'll say save this to the local storage and then update the UI. Okay, now let's give it a go. I'll say completed, refresh. It is still this value. I can complete this one, uncompleted, refresh, and this is what we got. Now the other functionality that I'd like to add is this button. Let's just search for it where we have the clear button, clear completed button. We have added this function, which is this one. So when we click it, it's going to delete the completed ones, right? So let's say this one is completed. If I click to it, this should be deleted. I'll go ahead and say maybe to-dos. It'll be equal to to-dos dot filter, right? We're gonna get every single to-do. So with this, we only have the uncompleted to-dos, right? We'll say save to-dos. Go ahead, call this and render to-dos. Okay, I'll click to it. Now UI has been updated. And then we have one more thing. Let's try to refresh. Now when we refresh, it says 0 items left, but we actually 1 item left. So we'd like to fix this as well. And to be able to update it, once after we get the to-dos from the local storage, we'll just say update the UI. with the update items count, right? Let's refresh. Here we go. We have one item left. When we refresh it, this is what we got. Let's add more things. Okay, now I'll just say this one and this one is completed. If we take a look at the active, looks like UI is not being updated. Okay, we're gonna take a look at it. These does not work. And to be able to make them work, we can add an event listener, which will be click, right? We're gonna add a click event listener to this one, this, and then the completed one. So let's go ahead and try to do so. I'll say get the filters for every single one of them. We would like to run this function where we'll say filter dot add event listener of click, and then we are going to run this function. So I'll say set active filter. And how do we get the filter on all of them, right? How do we know if this is the all, if this is active, and this is completed? So we have added some attributes like data-filter, right? And they have all these values. This should be a lowercase, by the way. I don't know why I put it as uppercase, but it should be a lowercase like this one. Here we go. So just update that. Now we'll say set active filter. We'll say get the filter, get the attribute, which is called as data-filter. So this will give you the value. And then we can build this method, which will be easier than you think. We'll say function, where we'll get the filter as the argument. And then we can say, first, let's grab the current filter, which is this one. And then you'll say filters. So filters for each, every single filter, we will run this method. And I'd like to maybe just call this as item so that it's not really confusing. I'll say if item.get attribute, get the attribute of data-filter. If this is equal to the filter that we have, in this case, we'll just say item.classList.add the active class. In the else case, we'll just say remove it. Okay, so this will just make sure that only one of them is active at a time. And then once we have done this, we would like to update the to-dos. And now it should be working out. I'll say active. So we only see the active ones. If I say completed, here we go. And then all of them. And one more thing that we are missing is to set our date, right? We would like to get the today's date and format it in this format. So I will create a function for this. I'll say function that is called as set date. And we would like to call this function whenever we load this page. We'll just say set date. Now let's get into it. So we'll say const today, which will be equal to the new date. And now we would like to create some options so that we can update it properly, so that we can format it properly, right? I'll say options, where the weekday will be in the long format, month will be short, let's say, and then day will be numeric. So we'll go ahead and just say date element dot text content. It'll be equal to today dot to locale date string. We can use NUS and then put the options. Okay, so here we can see today's date is right here as expected. If you wanted to, you can change the options, which is going to update the formatting, but this is the one that I'd like to have in my code. So let's go ahead and save this file. And I think that's gonna be it for this entire project, right? Let's just try to test this out for the very last time. I'll try to add something else. Let's just say something else. We can add it with either enter key, or we can press to this button. It'll be added. We can toggle the state, delete it, refresh, everything should be here. We can say clear the completed ones. We can change the filter, right? And we can delete it manually. So that's gonna be it for this project, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so welcome back to this section. We're gonna build an entire contact form. This project only includes HTML and CSS. There is no JavaScript at all. So this is one of those projects where you can practice your design skills with CSS. Okay, so we have some cool animations with box shadows and nicely designed inputs. And finally, we have some info section. And this entire form will be animated from the bottom of the screen when you refresh the page, right? So we have this slide in effect. If you would like to get the end result screenshot, it'll be right here in the diagrams, and the link will be in the description. With this in mind, let's go ahead and get started with it. So for these icons, I'll be using Font Awesome. So I'll just visit cdnjs.com and then search for Font Awesome. Okay, so I'll click to it and I'll get the very first link that we have. Okay, now we have 3 empty files. First, let's get started with HTML. I'll get this boilerplate, let's say contact form, link our CSS file, and then paste the Font Awesome link. Now we can get started with the body element. So first I'd like to put those side by side. And this is completely responsive, by the way. As you can tell, once you hit a certain breakpoint, it's going to be in the column direction, right? Okay, so I'll say open with a live server. It should be right here, but we don't really have any content. Okay, so I'll go ahead and get started with it. So first I'll have a div with the class name of container. And then I'll have one more container, but this time it'll be called as form container. And then we'll have an h1 that will be this text that says get in touch. And then we can have a p tag. It's going to be this one. Let's say fill out the form below to contact us. And right after this p, we'll go ahead create a form element. It's not going to have any actions, so let's delete it. We'll have a div that will be input group, input-group. Then we'll go ahead create one more div that will be for the input field. So say class input-field. And then we'll have an I element where we will hold the icon. So it's going to be this icon. Let's say FAS, FA-user. And then right below to it, we'll have an input, which is going to be type of text. We can give it a placeholder like name, and then we'll say this is going to be required. Okay, let's save. This is the end result that we have. And then we can duplicate this. I'll basically duplicate this and give one space. This will be FA, like FAS and FA envelope. Okay, for the type, this is going to be email, and placeholder will be equal to email. Okay, and now let's try to duplicate this once again. Here we go. The icon will be phone, type will be tel, and then let's say phone. We could say something like optional. Since this is optional, we can delete the required field, right? Okay, so this is exactly what we're building at the moment. We can duplicate this once again, and this time it'll be icon of FA tag. Let's say type of text, and then this will be the subject and required. Okay, let's save. So this is the output. Now this time, instead of an input field, we will create a message field, because this is a little bit different, right? I'll say dot message dash field. We'll go ahead and get an icon. This time it'll be FA message, and we can delete this empty space. And then I'll have a text area component, or the element. So I'll delete the ID and then the name. Let's say placeholder will be your message. And then I'll say it'll be required. Okay, right after this div, I'll have a button. Let's say type will be submit. we'll go ahead have a div with the class name of btn-content. We can have a span that will be sent message. And then finally the icon, which is going to be class of FAS FA-paper plane. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the entire form. At the very bottom, we would like to have this info. So after the form, we'll say div that will have the class of contact-info. We can say get the info item, and we are going to be having this 3 times. So you can say multiply this by 3, right? Here within the very first one, we'll get an icon that will be class of FAS FA map marker alt. Okay, so it is this icon that we just got. Then after this I'll say span and just get this content. You can put anything that you wish. Okay, right after this, I'll get a different icon that is called FAS FA envelope. And then for the content, we can get the exact same thing that we have here. I'll put a span and put it inside. Now finally, here we'll have another icon that will be for phone. And then for the span, I'll get this text. Okay, so this is the entire UI that we have built, only the markup. Now we'll go ahead and get started with the CSS file that we have already linked. And we are not going to have any JavaScript, so we can delete it. Okay, so let's get into the CSS file and get started with it. So the first thing that we always do is to add some basic resets, right? I'll say get the padding of 0 from all directions, margin of 0, and then box sizing will be border box. And we can add a different font family. This is optional, you can put anything that you wish. I'll go with sans serif. Okay, and then I'd like to add some CSS variables. So I'll just get my root element and I'll say dash dash. The primary color will be equal to this one, which is going to be 4A DE80. I'll duplicate this. I'll have primary dark, and let's not forget to turn this off or add the semicolon at the end. Now this will be 22 C55 and E. I'll duplicate this. This is going to be BG dark, and the value is going to be 1A 3 times. Let's duplicate this. This will be text light F3, F4, F6. Let's say text light, and I'll have text gray. Let's say we will have card BG. Then we can have input BG as well. And finally, the border radius. Border radius. Okay, let's just put these values. This is going to be 10 pixels. We'll have the input BG as 333, and then we'll have card BG as 25 3 times, just like this. And then the text gray will be 9CA3AF. And then this value, I think this is something that we have already put correctly. Okay, so we'll be using these variables just in a second. We'll go ahead and get the body element. Now we'll say the background color is going to be equal to var dash dash bg dark. Okay, then we'll go ahead and change the color. That will be text light. Okay, then we'll say minimum height is going to be 100 VH. So we'll say display flex, justify content centered, and align items will be centered. Then we can say padding will be 30 pixels to 15 pixels. Then we'll go ahead and get the container itself. I'll say the width is going to be 100%, and the maximum width will be 800 pixels. Here we go. Then we'll go ahead and select the form container, and we'll update the background color. So I'll say background color will be card BG. Okay, and then we'll get the border radius value. I'll say variable dash dash border radius, which is going to be equal to 10 pixels. and then we can get a padding value such as 40 pixels from all directions, and then we can add a box shadow. So say box shadow will be equal to 0, 10 pixels, 30 pixels, and then RGBA, let's say it'll be 0.3. Okay, then we'll go ahead add an animation. Now this animation will be, let me demonstrate pretty quickly. It'll be this slide in effect from the bottom of the screen, right? So we will add this animation called fade in. Let's say 0.5 seconds, and it can be ease out. Now we don't have this fade in animation, right? We can create it with a keyframe. So say keyframes, and the name should be fade in. We'll say go from these styles to this one. And here from will be opacity of 0, and then we'll say transform translate y of, let's say, 20 pixels, because we'll be coming from the bottom, right? And now 2, which is the end result, will be opacity of 1 and transform of, let's say, just reset it, which is going to be 0 pixels in the y direction, right? Now let's save and take a look at it. Okay, whenever I refresh, it'll be like fade in from the bottom of the screen. Now we can add more things, but I think this is already looking pretty nice, so I'll just leave it as it is. Then I'd like to select the H1. Let's give a little bit of space. I'll say the color is going to be primary color that we have. Here we go. And then I'll say font size will be 2.2 rem. Then we'll go ahead and say margin bottom will be 10 pixels. And then we can select the P tag. I'll say margin bottom will be 30 pixels. And then color is going to be text gray. Okay. Then we can get the input group class. If I can type correctly, here we go. We'll say display will be grid. Now hear me out. Let me demonstrate this pretty quickly. So it'll be display of grid, right? But once we hit a certain breakpoint, it's going to be in the column direction. So let's see how we can make that work. I'll say display will be grid, and then we'll have the grid template columns that will be a repeat of, let's say, auto-fit, and then min max 240 pixels to 1 fraction. Let's see the end result. Okay, so this is how that works at the moment. Now let's move on. Right after this, I'd like to add some gap, such as 20 pixels, and then we can say margin bottom will be 25 pixels. Now I'll get the input field. This will be position of relative, because we'll use position absolute on the on these icons. And let's select the message field as well. And it'll be also position of relative, so that we can nicely position this icon. Let's do it immediately. I'll say input field, and we'll say message field. Now we'd like to select the icon within the message field as well as the icon within the input field, right? So I'll select both of them, and I'll say position will be absolute. It'll be top of 50%. From the left, we can say 15 pixels. Transform on the translate y is going to be minus 50%, so that it is centered vertically. Now let's save and let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, so it is overflowed within this, and we'll say color is going to be primary color, and then finally font size of 1.1 rem. So this is what we have. Now currently it looks not really good, but once we format the input as well as the text area, it'll look nice. Okay, so here I'll go ahead and get the message field icon, and I'll change the top position to be 25 pixels. Okay, now we'll go ahead and get the input as well as the text area. So we'll say input as well as the text area. This will have the width of 100%. Here we go. We'll say padding is going to be 15 pixels from all directions, but at the very end will be 45 pixels, which is going to be from the left hand side. And then we'll say background color is going to be input BG. Okay, then we'll say border is going to be 2 pixels, solid and transparent. Then we'd like to add the border radius. And then the color is going to be text light. Here we go. And then I'll say font size will be 1 rem. And finally, the transition from everything, let's say 0.3 seconds and ease. Okay, now let's add the text area itself. We are going to update it a little bit. I'll say the height is going to be 150 pixels. Let's save. And then I'll say the resize is going to be equal to none, because currently I can't resize it, right? And since we have some transitions, it is happening really slowly, but we are going to get rid of this resize property. And I just realized this should be text area. I had a typo. Let's save. Now we don't really have this resize option. I'll say margin bottom will be 35 or 25 pixels. Okay, now we'll go ahead and get the focus state on both input as well as the text area. And we'll say the border color will be updated. Let's say border color, not the background. It's going to be primary color that we have. And then outline is going to be none. And finally, I'd like to add some box shadow. So if we don't add the box shadow, this is how it'll look like. It's still looking pretty nice, but I'd like to have this effect as well. So I don't really know if it is visible from the video, but there is definitely a subtle change which is happening thanks to box shadow. So let's go ahead and add it. I'll say box shadow, and I'd like to just provide the value. Box shadow, everything 0, but then 3 pixels, and then we have this green color. Now let's see the end result. Okay, so this is what we have at the very outside layer. Then we can get the placeholder styling. I'll say input placeholder element and duplicate it. This will be for the text area. I'd like to change the color to be text gray. Alright, so it's been updated, a subtle change, but I think it's looking pretty nice. Then we'll go ahead and get the button itself and say the background color will be updated to primary color that we have. Then we can get the color itself, it's going to be black. And then I'll say font weight of 500, or let's go even with 600. And then I'll say font size will be 1 rem. Here we go, we can give some border of none, we'll just get rid of that. And then border radius variable that we have. Headings will be 16 pixels to 30 pixels. Then we can say cursor is going to be pointer. And then I'll say width will be 100% no matter what happens. And then the transition will be for everything 0.3 seconds, and we can say ease. Okay, now on the hover state, let's try to update something, which is going to be the background color itself. It'll be primary dark, and then we'll update the transform. So I'd like to say translate y of -2 pixels so that it would go up a little bit. But then I'd like to add this box shadow, right? Kind of like neon effect. I think it looks pretty nice. And let's see how we can add it. I'll basically grab the same value. Okay, so it's the exact same color, I believe. Let's see. Okay, it's the same thing, but 0.3, and we update these values. Okay, so this is how that look. This is how you can give the hover effect with the box shadow. And then I'd like to add the active property. So say button on the active state. We would like to take the transform of translate y and bring it to the previous state. Okay, so I'll hover over this and click to it. It just goes to the previous state. Now we can get the button content. So I'll say dot btn content, and I'll say display of flex so that we can say gap of 10 pixels. But without display flex, I think it's not going to have any gap, right? It does not work really properly. So let's say 100 pixels of gap, but if you delete the display flex, you cannot really see it. And now let's say there'll be 10 pixels. Let's say justify content will be centered. Otherwise, it is on the left hand side. And then we can say align items will be centered as well. Here we go. Then I'll go ahead and get the contact info. Contact-info. I'd like to get the margin top of 40 pixels. I'll get padding top of 30 pixels. Border top, let's say, will be 1 pixels. Solid. RGBA of white, which is going to be 255 3 times. And then we'll say 0.1. Let's save. Here we go. And then I'll say display of flex, but in the vertical direction, right? I'll say flex direction is going to be column. Then we can give the gap of 15 pixels so that they are nicely separated. I'll say info item. We'd like to say display of flex. Let's say df, and then I'll say align items to be centered so that this text as well as the icon is nicely centered. And then we'll say gap of 15 pixels. Here we go. And I'll get the info item icon, and I'll say color is going to be, let's say, primary color that we have. Then I'd like to update the font size. Let's say 1.2 rem. Okay, if you don't add this align items, like I think we cannot see it yet, but let's just be extreme. I'll say 2 rem. Okay, as you can tell, now it is not really centered nicely. If you say align item centered and accept this, okay, now it is centered as you can tell. But now we'll go with 1.2 rem. Okay, then we can give a width such as 20 pixels. Okay, let's say 20 pixels. Okay, then we'll get the info item span. Say info item span elements that we have, where we'll update the color itself to be text gray. Okay, and finally we can add some media queries. I'll say media, let's say maximum width, but we need to wrap this with brackets. Let's say 600 pixels, and below we would like to add the form container to be padding of 25 pixels. Let's see now. Okay, what the hell? This button is not really looking correct. We're going to fix it. Okay, so I think all we have to do is just say input group is going to be grid template columns, right? I'll just say 1fr. Let's see now. Okay, this doesn't really fix it. We're gonna take a look at it. But we can say something like h1 font size is going to be equal to 1.8 rem, right? Now let's see why this is causing it, right? I think, let's see, in the index.html, this button should be outside of this div. Okay, now it is working correctly, just like in the end result, but this is not width of 100. We can take a look at that. And to be able to make this text area 100% width, we can basically take this entire message field, so just cut it from here and put it right after this div. Now this should be working correctly. Okay. So with this, that's gonna be it for this entire project. We had two different small issues where we had to get this button, put it outside of this div, and then the same thing for the text area, which is this message field. Just go ahead, take it, and put it outside of this div. Previously, it was right here, but we took it and put it outside. So that's the entire project. We have learned a bunch of different things with the grid to, let's say, box shadow to animations. Now, if you want to change the entire theme, all you have to do, visit the style.css file. You don't really need to change anything here in these styles. Just change the root CSS variables. Let's say we would like to go with a blue theme. I'll go ahead, change them. Let's say we're gonna have this one. And if you save, now everything is in the blue theme. So this is the beauty of using CSS variables. So I just bring back the previous colors. I hope you enjoyed the entire project. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so welcome back. In this section, we're gonna build these pricing cards that you can see on the screen. This is a really popular component that almost every single company uses nowadays. And if you ever wondered how to build one of those, this is what we're gonna be doing in this video. And at the very bottom of this page, we have this testimonial component, which is also pretty popular, right? And this entire website, this entire UI is completely responsive. So once you hit a certain breakpoint, this is what you're gonna get. And then finally, one card at a time. And you can scroll to the bottom. Everything is working without breaking anything. Alright, so if you would like to get the screenshot, here I have it. The link will be in the description for this diagram. And then for the icons, we'll be using Font Awesome. So head over to cdnjs.com and search for Font Awesome. I'll copy the link, kill this website, and put them side by side. So I have the two different empty files. We're gonna get started with the HTML. So let's get the boilerplate. I'll say the title will be equal to something like pricing cards. And I'd like to link my CSS file and then just paste this link that we have just copied. Okay, we can go into the body and create a container. Let's say something like hello. I'll save and open this with the live server that we have. Okay, so this is the end result. Now let's go ahead and get started with it. So I'd like to show you the actual end result as we go so that I can reference it. And I said, currently we are building this. I can say something like we're currently building this button, so on and so forth. So under the container, we're gonna have a header component where we can put the title as well as the p tag. So I will say h1, choose your plan, and let's try to capitalize them. Okay, then we're gonna go ahead, create a p tag where I'll say select the perfect. And you know what? I'll just copy and paste because why not? Here we go. I just got the p tag. Right after this header, I will create the pricing cards container. And then we're gonna have the basic plan. So this will be our card and it'll have the card header initially, where we can store the icon, this rocket icon, the basic text, whatever the plan is, right? And then the price, and finally the description. Okay, so under the card header, I'll say plan-icon, where I'd like to put the I element with the class name of FA rocket. And then after this div, I'll create h3, I'll say basic. And then after the h3, I'll say price, because we're gonna have three different elements. So we're gonna have a span with the currency class, and then I'll duplicate this twice. This will be amount, and then the period. So either it is monthly or yearly, right? I'll just say /month, and then we're gonna put the amount for the basic plan, which is 9, and then the currency, which will be dollars. Okay, and then after this price, we'll put the p tag with the class name of description. Okay, I'll copy this entire thing, paste this in. This is what we have at the moment. So right after the p tag, as well as this div, which is for the card header, right? Just go ahead, shrink this. Right after this one, we'll have the card-body. And then this will get some features under the UL element. So I'll say features. Let's put all of them one by one. We'll have the list item with the icon that will be for the check mark. So I'll say class name of FA check. And next to it, we'll put, let's say, we'll put a space and I'll say 5 projects. Okay, let's save. So this is what we have at the moment. Now I will go ahead and duplicate this a couple of different times. So we're gonna have for the 20 gigabytes storage, basic support, email notifications, advanced analytics, and then finally the custom domain. but these two will have different icons. So I'll just say FA times for both of these, and they will be disabled. So I'll just say class name of disabled. Let's copy this and put it right here, right? Let's update the content. The very end one will be custom domain, and this one will be advanced analytics. Okay, now we're gonna build these three. So this will be 20 gigabytes, right? I'll say 20 gigabytes projects, sorry, storage. Here we go, if I can type it correctly. And then we'll say basic support. And finally, the email notifications. And let's capitalize this correctly. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the card body. I'll shrink this, and finally we'll have the card footer, which will get this button. So I'll go right below it, card dash footer, that will get the button. Let's say class name will be btn, and we can say get started. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the basic plan. Let's go ahead and shrink this entire card. And this is the end result, but we're gonna make that look a lot more better, right? So I'll have my pro plan. This is basically the same thing, but we'll have different content as well as different, let's say, class names. So I'll say it'll get the card as well as the popular class name, so that we can have different styles on it. And then we'll put the, let's say, popular dash badge, which is going to be this one. Can say most popular, right? We will position this absolutely to the top right corner, and then we can have the card header component that will get the icon. So it's the exact same thing. I'd like to copy and paste. If you want to, you can pause the video and type this out. So under the card header, we got the exact same content, right? We just changed the icon, and then we have the price. This is the pro plan. We got the currency, amount, and period, as well as the description. And then right after the card header, let's go ahead and shrink this. I'll have the features. Sorry, we'll have the card body. Now what I'd like to do, just go into the basic plan, copy the entire card body, and then paste this in. We will just change the content. Okay, so this will be the same. Everything will be the same, but the advanced analytics will not be disabled. Let's go ahead and delete that. And this will be a check mark as well. So I'll just say check. Here we go. And there is nothing different, like nothing is different than this one. We can leave this as it is. And then at the very bottom of this card body, we will create a card footer. We'll just say this will have a button with the class name of btn and also btn-accent. And I'll just say get started. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this plan as well. Let's go ahead and shrink this. Finally, we're gonna put the enterprise plan. And by the way, this is the output that we have. So right after this one, I'll say enterprise plan. And then we'll create the card class. This will get the card dash header thing. And I'd like to give you the content. So this will get the plan icon with this building icon. Then we'll get the text. So right after the plan icon, go ahead, put the enterprise text. Then we'll get the price as well as the currency, amount, and period. Okay, right after this one, we are gonna put the description. So after the price, go ahead, get a p tag with the description class, and this is the content. And then after the card header, we can put the card dash body, and then we'll put the features. Instead of typing this out, I'd like to get everything that we have here under the UL. So that was the pro plan. Now we're gonna put it right here under the card body. And this will not be disabled. It'll also be a check mark. Okay. And then right after the card body, we will put the card footer component, or the div I should say. We'll say this will get the button, class of btn, and then the content will be get started. Okay, and then at the very bottom, we would like to put the testimonial component. So let's go ahead and scroll to the top. I would like to find the pricing cards, shrink this, and then we'll go ahead, create the testimonial div. And then I'd like to have the quote as the class name. I'll have an icon, which will be class of fa quote dash left. Then we'd like to put a p tag right after this. I'll say p tag. You can change the content. This is what I'll have. I'll copy this entire thing, paste this in, and then right after this p tag, I will create the author class. That will get an avatar as the div with the class name, and then we would like to put an image. Now we can use the randomuser.me. So let me provide this to you, and I'll copy this entire URL, paste this into my URL, into my browser, and this is the output that we got. If you wanted to, you can change this value, we can put something like 14, you'll get a bunch of different results. And this is the one that I'd like to go with. Let's add an alt tag. I'll say this is the customer that we have, and then after the avatar, I'll say the info, which is going to be this part. We'll just say h4, put the name, and then we'll have a p tag that will be their title. Let's say marketing director. Okay, so that's kind of it for the entire markup. Next, we would like to build the CSS file. So let's go ahead, open this up and get started with it. So the first thing I'd like to do, as always, get our base styles. I'll say margin of 0. This is the basic reset that we always do. Then padding of 0, box sizing of border box. And then I'd like to change the font family. Let's say it'll be equal to sans serif. You can use anything that you wish. Now I'd like to get some CSS variables so that we are consistent in our code. And now these CSS variables will be really helpful if at the end of this project you want to change the entire color. All you have to do, just update these CSS variables, right? So let's say at the end of this section, you would like to go with a yellow theme or a blue theme. All you have to do, just update a couple of different values right here. And now instead of typing everything, I'll just type out the very first one. Let's say primary dash color. We can put this value. I'll say 4ADE80. Now we'll have a bunch of different values, and instead of typing them out, I have prepared an entire GitHub gist that you can find the link in the description. Go ahead, scroll, and somewhere in at the bottom, you should find something like pricingcards.md. So copy this entire file and paste this in. Here we go. We got the primary color, the dark one, light, and a couple of different values, as well as some shadow values, right, for the box shadow. We'll be using all of them. Now let's scroll to bottom. I'll have the body selector, and I'll say the background color is going to be this BG dark. Okay, now we'll use the color. It will be text light, and if you want to use a CSS variable, you should wrap them with the variable, as you might already know. And then I'll say minimum height is going to be 100 VH. Here we go. We'll just say display of flex, justify content centered, and then align items will be centered. Then we'll say padding will be 40 pixels to 15 pixels, and we can change the align height, could be something like 1.6. Okay, now after this, I'd like to select my container. I'll say container, that will be width of 100 pixels, sorry, 100%, but the maximum width is going to be 1200 pixels. And then I'll say margin is going to be 0 to auto. Then we can get the header styles. I'll say header, it'll be text align of centered. Now it's been centered, and then we'll say margin bottom of 50 pixels. Then I'd like to get the header h1. Now there is something different here. This is not just a regular color. I'm not really sure if it is visible from the video, but we have a linear gradient from left to right. So this color is a lot different than this one. Let's see how we can make something like this. So the first thing I'd like to do before we get into the colors, I'll say font size will be 2.5 rem, and then I'll say margin bottom will be 10 pixels. Okay, now we're gonna get into the colors. So I'll say background and not background color. Notice how it should be background because we'll be using linear gradient. So I'll say to right, we'll be going from this color, which is the primary color that we have, and to this color, which will be primary light that we have. Okay, so if you save, this is what we got. But we don't really want to have this on the background. We want to have this on the text. So we'll like to first just say display inline block. So it only takes the space that it needs. And then we'll say background clip is going to be equal to text. Now the background is gone, right? We would like to say color will be equal to text. Sorry, it'll be equal to transparent. Let's go ahead, update it. Here we go, now it works. And if you want this to work on every single browser, such as Safari as well, you can add the fallback with WebKit. Let's say get the exact same thing and just paste this without any spaces. Okay, so I'll just put a comment. Let's say this is for Safari. Okay. So this is how we can get this kind of an output. If you want to change the colors, now we can basically go scroll to the top. Let's say you would like to get a blue theme, update the primary one, and which one did we use? It is primary color and then the light one. You can go ahead, update it as well. Okay, now the entire theme has changed, but I'd like to go with these ones. Okay. Now let's scroll to the bottom. After the H1, we're gonna get the P element. So I'll say header P tag. I'll say color will be text gray that we have. And then we'll say font size is going to be 1.1 rem. I can change the max width. Let's say it'll be 600 pixels. And margin is gonna be 0 to auto. Then I'd like to say get the pricing cards container, right? I'll say pricing dash cards. And then I'll say display will be grid. We'll say grid template columns is going to be repeat to auto fit. We'll say min max. That will be 300 pixels to one fraction, right? And then we'll say gap of 30 pixels. Now we'd like to say margin bottom will be 60 pixels as well. Now currently we cannot see the effect, but if you put it like this, it'll be responsive out of the box. Okay, after the pricing cards, I would like to get the card itself. I'll say the background color is going to be the card background color that we have. And then we'll say border radius is going to be the border radius variable that we have. I think it is 10 pixels. Okay, so it's 12 pixels that we are using. If you wanted to, you can update that value as you wish. Then I'll say overflow is going to be hidden. Then we can say position is going to be relative, and you're going to see why. We'll say box shadow will be this shadow medium that we have. And then I'll say, let's give some transitions on everything, 0.3 seconds as is. Okay, so that's it. Let's also add the height of 100%. Now we'll go ahead and get the card hover state. We will update the transform property. Let's say transform will be translate y of -10 pixels. And I'd like to get the box shadow. We'll say it'll be equal to the large box shadow that we have. And then finally, the background color can change to card hover state. Okay, let's take a look at it. As we hover, I think it is changing, but this should be background color. Okay, now the background color changes as we wish. Then I'd like to get the card header component. Let's say card dash header. I always say component is because I'm using React a lot, but this is basically a class. I should say I'd like to get the card header class, right? Okay, let's say padding will be 30 pixels. I'd like to get the text align to be centered. And finally, let's add some border bottom. I'd like to copy this value and paste this in. This is the output that we got. Now I'd like to get the plan icon as well. I'll say width will be 70 pixels. Same for the height, 70 pixels. And we can add a background gradient. Now let's try to paste this in and then I'll walk you through it. Okay, so there's nothing to walk you through it basically, but we have added some degrees. You can also say something like to right or to left, to bottom, whatever you wish. I'll go with 135 degrees. We're gonna go from this color to this one, and we're updating the alpha value, right? So that we can get this kind of an output. And then I'd like to change the border radius to be 50% so that it's a complete circle. And then I'll say display flex, and then so that we can center this icon within that, right? I'll say display flex, align items to be centered, and now let's say justify content centered as well. And we can say something like margin of 0 to auto, and I'll give something like 20 pixels. Okay, so that it's centered within this container. And then I'd like to select the plan icon itself, right? The icon element, not the container. I'll say font size will be 1.8 rem. It's been incremented, and we can say the color is going to be primary color that we have. Now it is looking a lot more cleaner. Then we can get the H3. I'll say font size will be 1.5 rem. We can give margin bottom of 15 pixels. Okay, then I'll get the price itself. Let's say margin bottom will be 15 pixels as well. Then we can get the currency. So I'll go ahead and say currency. It'll be equal to font size of 1.5 rem. And then I'll say margin right is going to be 2 pixels. It's very tiny, but if you add 20 pixels, this is what would happen. I'll just give 2 pixels. Then I'll say color is going to be a variable of primary color that we have. Here we go. Now the other thing that I'd like to do, just align this to the top. So I'll say vertical align will be equal to top. Now in this case, the text has gone to the top, but what I want to happen is this, right? The currency will go to the top. Now, currently, this is not really how that works, but once we make this larger, it'll work as expected. Okay, so I hope we're gonna see what that means just in a second. Let's say amount, select this. I will say font size will be equal to 3.5 rem. Here we go, this is what we got. If you delete this part, they would be side by side. But now this is the output that we would like to have. And I'll say font weight is going to be equal to 700. And then I'll say line height could be 1. And then I'll say color is going to be a variable of primary color. Okay, now we'll go ahead and get the period itself. I'll say font size will be 1 rem. And I'll say color is going to be text gray. And after this, we can select the description itself. I'll say dot description. Let's say font size can be decremented a bit, such as 0.95 rem. And then the color is going to be text gray as well. And then I'll select the cart body. Let's say this will get the padding of 30 pixels. And then let's say flex grow of 1. Now why this did not grow? Cart body, if we delete it, I'll just bring this back. Even though we cannot see the difference, I think it'll be clear in a couple of minutes. I'll say features will be equal to list style of none, so we can get rid of those bullet points that we have. And then I'll say the features, let's say dot features get the list items. We'll say margin bottom will be 15 pixels. Then we'll say the display will be flex, so that we can align items in the center, right? In vertically they are centered. Now we'll get the same thing, but the icon itself. I'll say margin right will be 10 pixels, and we can say font size will be 0.9 rem. And then I'll select the check marks specifically, and then we'll get this cross icon. So I'll say features LAI, So list item I, and then actually the FA check specifically, right? We'll say color is going to be variable of primary color that we have, and I can duplicate this. This will be for the FA times, and this would be a color such as the danger color. I'll go with EF4444, right? 44 double times. If you'd like to take this and make it a CSS variable, you can definitely do it. So you would just come here and you would say dash dash, let's say danger color or whatever you'd like to call, and then paste the value, then use it in your CSS variables, right? I mean, right here. But I'll just use it as a hard-coded value because it's not really that important at the moment. Now we can select the disabled state as well. I'll copy this. I'll say if list item is disabled, so let's say li is disabled, we'll say the opacity is going to be 0.7, and then the color is going to be text of gray, as you can tell. Then I'd like to get the card footer itself. I'll add some paddings, such as 20 pixels to 30 pixels, as well as the 30 pixels as well. Then we're gonna get the button itself, because currently it looks terrible. I'll get the button, let's say display of block. Then I'll say width is going to be 100%. I'll get the padding itself, let's say 14 pixels. And then font size could be just 1 rem. I'll get the font weight to be 600. Text align is going to be centered. I'll say color can be text light. And then I'll get the background color, which is going to be RGBA value of, okay, this is kind of annoying, but let's type this out. We'll get the white color and we'll just change the alpha value. And then I'll duplicate this, do the same thing for the border itself. This will be 2 pixels solid, and then this exact same value. And I'll say border radius is going to be border radius value that we have, which is 12 pixels. And then I'll say cursor is going to be pointer. Finally, the transition is going to be all 0.3 seconds and ease. Okay, now let's get the hover state. I'll say btn. If we are in the hover state, we will update the border color to be primary color that we have, and then the background color. I'd like to copy and paste this value, and like why this did not update, this should be .btn. Okay, so this is what we have at the moment, working as expected. Now this button is the accent, right? This is how we called it. I'll say btn dash accent. We'll select this and I'll say the background color is going to be variable of primary color that we have. And then the border color also gonna be the primary color. And finally the color itself will be black. Okay, so this is the output that we would like to have. Now on the hover state, I'll update some stuff. Let me copy and paste, super simple. We'll change the background color as well as the border color itself. Now the other thing we would like to do is take the popular card and scale it a little bit, right? It's larger than these two. So how can we make that work? I'll go ahead and just say get the popular card. I'll say transform will be scale of 1.0.5. So it is just tiny bit, but it definitely has the effect. I'll say border will be 2 pixels solid and the variable of primary color that we have. Okay, so this is what we have at the moment, right? Let me just put them side by side. Okay. Now right after the border, I'll just say z index is going to be 2 so that it's always in front. Then I'd like to get the hover state. I'll say popular. If it is on the hover state, we can change the transform. I'll say translate y is going to be minus 10 pixels, and scale could be still 1.0.5. Let's see this in action. Okay, so if you don't add this, let's see what would happen. In the hover state, it goes like, can you see, like, it's still going up, but it also scales down. So you have to say the scale should be still the same, and then you will, let me save, and then you will take it to translate y of minus 10 pixels. I hope that makes sense. I'll just put them side by side. Okay, right after this hover state, we'll say popular dash badge. And as I said previously, we're going to position this absolutely to the top of 15 pixels, and let's say right of 15 pixels as well. Now we'd like to say the background color is going to be the primary color that we have, and then I'll say, and it is this one by the way that we're building, the color is going to be black. We'll get the font size to be 0.8 rem, font weight, let's say 600. Let's say padding is going to be 5 pixels to 12 pixels, and then border radius will be 20 pixels. Okay, and if you want this to be always in front, just to make sure, you can add the z-index such as 3. So what we have done is to set the popular z-index to be 2, and then this is larger than this, right? If you don't add them, let's see what would happen. Maybe nothing would change, but you just want to make sure that this badge is in front of the card itself, right? You don't want this to be like back of this card because it would be invisible. So what you would like to do is just add this double check where you would put the z-index on the popular to be something like 2, and then this would be larger than this. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the cards. Now we can build the testimonial component itself. I'll go ahead, just get the testimonial. I'll say margin top is going to be 60 pixels. Does that work? Let's say 600 pixels. Okay, it's working. I'd like to get the display of flex and justify content to be centered. Now I'll go ahead and get the code. I'd like to say maximum width is going to be 700 pixels. Background color could be the card BG that we have. Let's save. Like, is it updating? I don't really see. Background color, let's say it'll be red. Okay, seems like we have a typo. Let's visit the code. Okay, so it's actually correct. That's strange. Now let's say the border color is going to be 1 pixel solid red. Okay, so it is not working because I have a typo. This should be code correctly. Now let's save. We can see the output, but this should be the variable of card background. Then right after this background color, I'll have the border radius value under the border dash radius. And I think I'm missing the semicolon. And also I am missing this variable at the, like, in front, right? After the border radius, we'll add the padding of 40 pixels from all directions, and I'll say position is going to be relative. And finally, let's give some box shadow, which will be the shadow medium. Okay, this is what we have. Now let's go ahead and get the code icon. I'll say color is going to be the variable of dash dash primary color. Then we would like to get the font size to be 2 rem. I'll say opacity will be decremented. We'll say 0.3. This is looking a lot more cleaner, I think. If you wanted to, you can increase it or even delete the opacity itself. This is what I'll have. And then I'll say the position is going to be absolute to the, let's say, top of 20 pixels and left of 20 pixels. Okay, then I'll go ahead and get the code p tag. I'll say font size can be 1.1 rem. I'll say margin bottom 20 pixels, line height, and just make sure to put the semicolon. I'll say line height will be 1.7, and let's say position will be relative. I'll say the padding left is going to be 15 pixels. Then we can get the author itself. So let's say dot author. This will be width of 50 pixels. Same for the height. Then we can get the border radius to be rounded, which is going to be 50 pixels. I mean, it's going to be 50%, but this did not work because this has to be the avatar itself, right? Also like the author, and just change it to be display of flex. And we'll say align items to be centered. Okay, now this is what we have, but still not working correctly. Let's go ahead and say overflow will be hidden. Now what is happening is this, the image overflows the container, so that's why it cannot wrap it. So we say if there is an overflow, just go ahead and hide it, right? Just hide that overflow. Now we'll just say margin right is going to be 15 pixels to have this spacing, and I'll say border could be 2 pixels, solid, and the primary color that we have. Okay, still we cannot see this, but we'll just see this in a second, I believe. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna get this kind of an output. Let's say right after the avatar, I'll get the avatar image itself. Now let's say the width will be 100%, and we'll do the same thing for the height. And just to center this correctly, I'll say object fit will be cover. And I just realized this should be border, that's why it did not work. Okay, now it's working as expected. After the image, we can select the info H4, where we had the font size to be 1.1 rem, and then margin bottom of, let's say, 3 pixels. And then I'll get the info p tag. I'll say padding will be 0. Let's see, it's going to fix this spacing. I'll say margin will be 0 as well, and let's say font size can be 0.9 rem, and then finally the primary color will be used. Now this is the entire UI. I'd like to make this a little bit more responsive, so I'll go ahead and select the media queries. I'll say maximum width 768 pixels. We would like to get the body and just change some paddings, right? I'll say padding will be equal to 30 pixels to 15 pixels. And then I'd like to get the header component. I'll say margin bottom will be 30 pixels. I'll get the header h1. This will be font size of 2 rem. And then I'd like to get the pricing cards. I'll change the grid template column to be 1 fraction. And then I'll say maximum width is going to be 400 pixels. Margin will be 0, auto, and 40 pixels as well. Then I'll go ahead and get the card as well as the popular. And I'll just say transform is going to be none. Okay, and then on the hover state, I'll just change the transform L bit to be minus 5 pixels instead of 10 pixels. That would be a bit too much for mobile devices. And then I'll get the testimonial. I'll say margin top will be 40 pixels. And finally, for the code, we'll say 30 pixels. Okay, so this is the entire application that we have built. We are just missing one thing, which is this animation that we have on the button, right? We want this to be infinitely working. So I'll go ahead, put them side by side, and get started with it. So we would like to create a keyframe, right? So that it is going infinitely. I'll just say add keyframes, and I'll say the name could be anything. I'll go with the pulse because this is what we call this animation, and we'll have 3 different states. So from the 0%, we'll add something. At 70%, we'll do something, and finally, we'll do something else, which is the 100%. Now, if we want to use them, we'll just select the button accent, and we'll say the animation is going to be pulse, and then 2 seconds, let's say infinite. Here, we'd like to change the box shadow. So I'll say box shadow will be 4 different times zeros, and then we'll say RGBA of this color. So instead of typing this out, let me please copy and paste, and you can pause the video, type this out. I have already done this. Now initially this will be the value, and then we are going to change this to 10 pixels. So it's the exact same value with a different opacity, and then finally at 100%, we will add this value. Again, we don't really have any pixels, but also no opacity at all. Okay, now this is how that works. For a split second, we are able to see the box shadow, and then it's going to disappear. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for the entire project. Now, if you wanted to change the theme, all you have to do, just scroll to the top, find your primary color, right? Let's say I want to have kind of like a pink theme. I'll go ahead and select this value and change it to this one. And let's have one more. I'll go with this light theme. Now, as you can tell, the entire application has changed. All you have to do, maybe just update this background color, but you get the point. This is the beauty of using CSS variables. I'll do Ctrl Z to go to the previous state. Okay. So that's the entire project. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so welcome back to this section. This is what we're gonna build. This is what we call the team members showcase, which is something really popular and really common where the companies put their team members on a separate section. And this is exactly what we're going to be building with the avatar, the full name, title, as well as the biography. And we can even add some social links. And this will be completely responsive. So we're going to have 3 different columns in large screens. And then medium will have 2 columns at a time, and then just 1 column at a time. And this section at the very bottom, this is what we call the CTA, which stands for call to action. So there is no JavaScript at all. It is HTML, CSS only. And I think this is a great project to practice your CSS skills. And if you want to get the screenshot and build it by yourself, here I have it. And the link will be in the description for completely free. Now, the first thing that I'd like to do, get the icons, and for this we'll be using Font Awesome. So I'll visit cdnjs.com. Let's search for Font Awesome. You can use any other alternatives, but this is the one that I'll be using, Font Awesome, right? I'll go ahead, get the link, let's copy it, and then paste it into our HTML file. Speaking of which, we'll create that, and then let's say style.css. First, let's get started with the markup. So I'll get the boilerplate code. Let's say this is the team members showcase. Link our CSS file. And then I'll put the link that we have just copied for Font Awesome. I'll just say hello, save, and let's say open with live server. And then we're going to put them side by side. Here we go. Now I'd like to open up the end result. This is what we have. Here you can see the title says end result, so that we can do some references. Here I'll just create a header component, and I'll get started with this h1 that says meet our team. And then I'll create a p tag. This will be the description, and I am too lazy to type this out. I'll copy and paste. If you wanted to, you can pause the video and type this out. Then we'll like to have this team grid. Now we'll have 6 different team members. Let's say team member 1. And the content will go into the card div. Now this will have card-top. Let's duplicate it, and it'll have card bottom. Let's first get started with the top section. Now what you have seen here, this is the background, and we will create this as a separate div. So I'll say profile-bg. It's not going to have any content. Like, it'll be empty, and we're going to position this and then give it a width and height. And then we'll have the profile-image. This will get the image component or the image element, and for the source we will be using the random users. I'd like to copy the URL, paste this in, so you can type this out, randomuser.me API portraits man32.jpg, and if you paste this in, you will be able to see different results depending on the value. So I'll go with 12. This is what we have, so on and so forth. Okay, let's put them side by side once again. Let's save. This is what we have. Let's put an alt such as team member on this image. And after this image, and then after this div, I'll go ahead create the h3, which is going to hold the username. So I'll say Alex Morgan. Right after this h3, I'll put p, the p tag. I'll say class will be role. Let's say it's founder and CEO. Okay. right after this div, I think my mouse died, I was going to say. No, it is working. So right after the card top, we'll go under the card bottom, and I'll put a p tag. Let's say this will get the class name of bio. And I am too lazy to type this out as well. I'll paste this in. You can change this and put it anything that you wish. And then after the p tag, I will create a div with social links class. Now we'll have 3 different links. This is not going to take us to any website. I'll just leave it as a hashtag, right? A hash, and I'll say class name. Let's say this will be social-icon. Now let's put the actual icon. Let's say class name of FAB, FA LinkedIn-in. Okay, let's save. Now let's duplicate this twice, 1 and 2. This will be Twitter, right? And then the very last one will be GitHub. Let's save and take a look at the end result. This is what we have. Now we don't really want to type this out 6 different times, right? It's the exact same thing. All you have to do, copy it, paste it, and then change the value. Now there is no need to waste any time. So I have prepared an entire GitHub gist. Let me get this. Here we go. Okay, so you should be able to find this link in the description. Go ahead, find the team members showcase. So copy the entire markup. And we have some CSS code that we're going to get into in a bit. But basically, this is the entire team grid that we have. Okay. So this has no logic at all, just pure markup. That's why I'd like to copy and paste. I'll delete this entire team grid and paste this in. Let's save and take a look at the output. Okay, so this is the exact same data that we have right here. And now we'd like to put the CTA section. So I'd like to scroll to the top. I'll shrink the team grid component. So we have this div, let's shrink this, and we'll create this team-CTA, which is going to take an h2 that says want to join our team, ? And then p tag. Let's say we are always, and copy and paste. We are always copying and pasting. Here we go. And then we'll just put a button or a link that will take us to nowhere, but the class name should be CTA button. And CTA stands for call to action. I'll say view open positions. Okay, so this is the entire markup. Next, we are going to build the CSS. So I'll go into this file, shrink the left-hand side, and get into this file. Okay, so the first thing we would like to do is to get our basic resets. Now, I know that this is kind of repetitive and it might sound a little bit annoying, but we have to do it if we want to get rid of all the default paddings, margins, and add this box sizing of border box. We have explained this in the previous sections, so I'll not go over it once again in this project. Let's save. This is what we got, and I'd like to update the font family to be, let's say, sans serif. As always, if you wanted to, you can change this and make something completely different if you wish. Now, I'd like to get some CSS variables. I'll get my root element, and instead of typing them out, I don't really want to waste any time, so that's why I have prepared this entire list. So just go ahead, find the team members showcase. This is the HTML that we have copied, but I have a complete CSS code, around 10 lines of code. Let's paste this in. So we have a bunch of different colors for primary, for the text, and we have some values for border radius. We have some box shadow values, and then a couple of different values as well. So we'll be using all of them in the incoming minutes. So we'll kill all these websites. Okay, now let's get started with the body element. I'll say body. Let's say background color will be equal to variable of bg dark. I'd like to get the color that will be text light, and I'll say min height is going to be 100 ph. And then I'd like to get the display flex. Let's say justify content centered, align items to be centered. Let's give some paddings. I'll say 50 pixels to 15 pixels. Finally, line height of 1.6. Okay, now we'd like to get the header element. I'll say text align will be centered. Then I'd like to say margin bottom of 60 pixels. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get the header h1. Let's say font size is going to be 2.7 rem, which is this one, h1. Now I can see that everything is side by side. I think we forgot to wrap everything with the container component. So I will visit index.html. Okay, right after the body, I'll create the container div. Let's copy this and just put it right before the body closing tag. Now I'd like to go into the style.css and I'll select the container itself. Let's say the width is going to be 100% and the maximum width could be something like 1200 pixels. Now if we go into the larger screens, this is the maximum width it'll take. So if you wanted to, you can inspect it. Let's find the container, right? So here we can see, just notice here at the top, just take a look at it. We have the 1200 pixels of width. So this is the maximum value that it can take. Okay, so with this in mind, let's put them side by side once again. And just move forward. And I'd like to add one more thing. I'll just say margin of 0 from top and bottom, but auto from left and right, so that it is centered. Then I'll get the h1 that we already have. It is this element. Let's say margin bottom will be 15 pixels. Okay, I'll say background. Now it should be background, not background color, because we will give this linear gradient. I am not really sure if it is visible from the video, but this color and this one is completely different. So we'll go to the right from this one to this color. Okay, let's see. I'll say background will be linear gradient. You can either say 90 degrees or you can say to right. And I'll say go with this color, like from the primary color to this one. Let's say variable of primary light. Okay. Now if you save, you're going to see that background has been updated. So we can fix this. I'll say background clip is going to be text. That's the first thing. Now we'll just say color should be transparent. Okay, now this has been fixed. Now we'd like to add the support for the Safari as well. I'll say WebKit and I'll just get this exact same value, paste this in. Let's say it'll be text. And I'll just add a comment. Let's say for Safari as well, right? Okay. After the color, I'll say display should be inline block. And then I'll say position will be relative. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and get the after element so that I can put this underline in the middle of the h1. So I'll say header h1 and let's get the after element. Content will be nothing, which is an empty string, and we'll say position is going to be absolute to the, let's first say width of, we can go with any value. I'll go with 60 pixels. Let's say height will be 4 pixels, and then I'll say background can be variable of primary gradient. Now it is at the top, right? I'll just say bottom will be minus 10 pixels. And then we'd like to center this. So I'll say left 50%. Okay, now this is still not centered. It is starting from the 50%. I'd like to take this 50% to the left. So I'll say transform, translate x is going to be minus 50%. Here we go, now it is centered. Let's add some border radiuses. I'll go with 2 pixels. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the after element. Now we can get the header p tag. I'll say color is going to be text gray. We'll be using the CSS variable. I'll say font size will be 1.1 rem. Then we'll get the maximum width to be 600 pixels. Let's say margin will be 0 to auto. So if we do not add this, what would happen? I think it would not be centered correctly, but let's bring this back, save. Okay, now it is centered. And then I'll say margin top of something like 20 pixels. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the header p tag. Now I'd like to select the theme grid, theme-grid. I'll say display will be, as you can tell, it'll be grid. We'll say grid template columns. I'll use a repeat of auto fill and min-max 280 pixels to 1 fr. And then I'll say gap of, let's say 30 pixels, margin bottom of 60 pixels. Now let's see if this is responsive already. Let's select the correct one. Okay, so it's already responsive, as you can tell, thanks to this min-max method. Okay, now we'll get the theme-card. Let's say the background color will be card BG, and then we'll get the border radius, which will be the border radius value that we have. So it is 12 pixels, but if you wanted to, let's say you want to make this to be 20 pixels. So you can go right here and update it. Okay, but this is the value that I'll be using, which is 12 pixels. Now I'll say overflow will be hidden. Then now why is this the case? So if you delete this, now here you can see image is overflowing the card. So we say if there is any overflows, right? If there are any overflows, just get rid of that and hide it. Now we cannot really see that overflow. I hope that makes sense. Now we can add some transition. I'll add it on everything, 0.3 seconds and ease. Then I'll say box shadow will be variable of shadow md, which is going to be this value. Let's say shadow md. Okay, so it is this one, and we're using a CSS variable so that our code is consistent, right? If we wanted to use shadow md, we can copy it, paste it here if we wanted to use it in this component. Okay, right after this one, I'll say height will be 100%, and let's say display will be relative. Sorry, position should be relative, right? On display, we don't really have relative. Okay, I'll say position is going to be relative, and then I'll say display will be flex, and flex direction is going to be column. Now I would like to add a hover state on the card so that it can be translated to the top, and there are a little bit of box shadow. I don't really know if it is visible from the video, but there is definitely a box shadow going on. So let's shrink this and go into the theme card hover state. Transform could be translate y of -8 pixels, and then I'll say box shadow is going to be shadow large. Okay, and then I'll get the theme card on hover state. We would like to get the profile background. I'll say profile dash bg, and we are going to scale this up. I'll say transform scale 1.1, because if you take a look at the end result, if you hover over this, background also scales. So this is something that we would like to do. Okay, let's save and move forward. And by the way, let's open up our own version. Currently it's been like translated, but we cannot see the background. So we're gonna get into it. First, I'd like to say select the card top element. Position is going to be relative. Let's say padding top is going to be 70 pixels. Padding bottom could be 30 pixels. Text align could be centered. Okay, so this is what we have, and I'd like to add the z index of 1. Then I'll say profile dash bg. Position is going to be absolute. Let's say top of 0, left of 0, and then I'll say right of 0 as well. And then I'll get the height, let's say 120 pixels. We can add the background color as well. So I'll use the primary gradient. Let's save. We cannot see anything. Why this is the case? It is profile dash bg. Is it because maybe we don't have the z index yet? Let's test this out. I'll say -1 or maybe 10. Okay, so for some reason we cannot see this. Profile dash bg. let's see, do we have this element on team grid? We have profile-bg. So I think we are using a gradient and we are saying background color. That's why it doesn't work. Let's say just background. Here we go. It is working as expected. Now, if we wanted to take this back of the image, right? I'll say z index of -1. Okay. So if we do not add this, it will, how do we call it? Like it would overflow the image itself, but it will just take it to the one level behind. Okay. So we got the z index, and let's give the transition to be on the transform because we are scaling this up, right? I'll say transform 0.4 seconds and ease. Now, if you hover over this, as you can tell, the background is scaling up a little bit. Okay, then I'll get the profile image. Let's say width is going to be 100 pixels. Height will be 100 pixels, and we'll say border radius to be 50% so that it can be rounded. Currently it doesn't, maybe because we have the overflow of hidden. I was going to say maybe we are missing overflow of hidden. Now with this added, it is working as expected. Then we can add some margins. I'll say margin from the top, right and left, and from the bottom. Okay, now it's been centered. And then we can say border is going to be 4 pixels, solid, and it'll take this card background. Okay, then we can say something like position will be relative on the image container itself. Now we're going to select the image. I'll say profile image, because I don't really know if you remember, but this is the container that we have. This is the actual image. Okay, I'll say width is going to be 100%, same for the height. And I'll say object fit of cover. Okay, so this is nicely centered. And we can add some transition on the transform. Let's say 0.3 seconds and ease. Okay, I'll go ahead and get the theme card on hover state. Profile dash image, and I'll select the image. We would like to just say transform will be scaled up 1.1. Okay, so this is how that effect happens. Basically, when we hover over the card, the profile image is being scaled up. And we have this beautiful effect. Then we would like to select the H3 on the card top. So I'll say card dash top. Let's select the H3. I'll say font size will be 1.4 rem, margin bottom of 5 pixels, and then font weight could be 600, just like this. And then I'll get the role, update the color to be variable of primary color. Here we go. And I'll get the font size to be 0.95 rem, and then font weight could be 500. I'll get the card bottom class. Let's say padding is going to be 20 pixels from the top, 25 pixels right and left, and 25 pixels from the bottom. Okay, then we'd like to add the flex grow of 1, and then I'll get the display of flex direction of column. Let's save. This is what we have, and then I'll say justify content to be space between. And then finally, I'll say border top is going to be 1 pixels solid variable of border light. Okay, now I'll go ahead and get the bio. We'll say color will be text gray. The font size, let's update it to be 0.95 rem. We can say the margin bottom will be 25 pixels. Flex grow is going to be 1. And finally, the line height could be 1.6. Okay, and then I'd like to scroll a little bit. I will select the social links. I'll say display of flex so that we can give some gap of 15 pixels. And I'll just say justify content will be centered. Okay, and then I'll select the social icon itself. Let's say display of flex justify content centered, align item centered. I'll say width will be 36 pixels, same for the height. And then we can get the border radius to be 50%. Okay, then I'll say text decoration is going to be none so that we can get rid of this underline. Okay, I'll update the, let's say, background color that will be equal to background overlay. Okay, so this is the background that we are building. That's why we said give some height and width and height. Otherwise, this is how it would look like. And if you do not add the border radius, it's going to be a square. Okay, after the background color, we can add the color to be text light, just like this one. And finally, I'll just add some transitions to be on everything, 0.3 seconds, and let's use ease. And then I'd like to update the hover state. So I'll say social icon on hover. We would like to get the background color to be updated to the primary color that we have. Then I'll say the color is going to be text gray. And finally, we can give the transform of translate y. That's going to be -3 pixels. Let's save and give it a go. When we hover over this, this is what we got. Now I think color is not really visible, so we can update it on the hover state. Let's say this will be dark. Okay, now this is a lot more readable and accessible. Okay, now let's move on with the CTA section, because at the moment we have built all of our cards working properly. Okay, now we're gonna build this section. So I will select the team-CTA class and I'll say text align would be centered. And let's scroll to the bottom so that we can see it in action. I'll say margin top is going to be 30 pixels. Let's say padding will be 40 pixels as well, just like this. And then I'd like to update the background color to be variable of background overlay. Then I'll get the border radius value that I already have, just like this one. And finally, let's say, not finally, but a couple of different things. So we would like to say position will be relative, overflow is going to be hidden, and then box shadow will be shadow empty. Okay, now we are good to go. Then I'd like to add this kind of like UI where we have the, how do we call it? Like kind of like border top, but I'll be doing this with the after element. Or like we have used after element a lot, let's go ahead and use the before element. Let's say team.cta. Let's get the before pseudo element. We can add the content of nothing. If you add something, let's see what'll happen. It'll be added before to this component itself. Now we don't really want to have any content. This will have the position of absolute. Top of 0, left of 0. We can add the background, not background color, but background, because we'll say variable of primary gradient. And then we can get the width of 100 pixels. Sorry, 100%. Height of, let's say, height will be 5 pixels. Okay, this is what we got. It's working as expected. I would like to get team CTA H2, update the font size to be 1.8 rem, and then I'd like to get the margin bottom of 15 pixels. Let's say color is going to be variable of primary light. Okay, then I'll get the team CTA P tag, where I'd like to say color is going to be text gray. Here we go. I'd like to get the maximum width. Let's say maximum width will be 500 pixels. And let's try to center this. I'll say margin 0, auto, and 25 pixels. Then I'd like to go into the CTA button. Let's say display is going to be inline block. I'd like to get the padding, that will be 12 pixels to 25 pixels. Pixels it should be. Okay, and we'll say the background will be updated. Again, background, not background color, because we'll use the primary gradient. Now I'd like to get rid of this text decoration of underline. I'll just say none. Let's update the color itself. This will be variable of text dark. This is what we have. Right after the color, I'll say font weight is going to be 600 so that it's bold. And I'll say font size could be 1 rem. Then I'll go ahead add the border radius of 30 pixels. And then let's say transition will be on everything 0.3 seconds. And let's use ease in and out this time, because why not? I'll add the box shadow to be 0 to 5 pixels, 15 pixels, and then variable of shadow color primary. Then I would like to add the hover state on this CTA button. Let's go ahead, select it. I'll say on the hover state. As always, I'll say transform of translate y of -3 pixels, and then box shadow will be updated. Let's say 0 to 8 pixels, 20 pixels. Variable will be shadow color primary hover. Okay, so this is how that look. I think pretty clean and sick. And with this, we are pretty much done with the entire project, but I'd like to add some media queries just to make this completely responsive. I'll say maximum width of 768 pixels. We would like to add some additional styling. I'll say header is going to be margin bottom of 40 pixels. I would like to select the header H1 and update the font size to be 2.2 rem, and then I'll get the theme grid. Gap will be updated. Let's say 20 pixels, and I'll say theme CTA. Padding is going to be 30 pixels to 20 pixels, and let's say theme CTA H2, that's going to be equal to font size of 1.5 rem. And then will be even more responsive. I'll say media, get the max width 480 pixels. So below to it, and like this value and below to this value, we would like to say body will have the padding of 30 pixels to 15 pixels. We can get the header H1. I'll copy this value and even decrement it more. That's going to be equal to 1.9 rem. And let's get the profile image. Let's say width is going to be 90 pixels, same for the height. And I'll say cart top of H3. Font size will be 1.3 rem. And finally, the theme CTA, get the padding of 25 pixels to 15 pixels. Okay, so these are definitely optional. You don't have to add it, but I'll just leave it here in case you want to have this working completely responsive. Okay, so this is how that works. This is the entire project that we have built. Now let's say you want to change the color theme. All you have to do is just scroll to the top and change these values to anything that you wish, right? If you want to go with a green color, you could update all these values with some green colors. But I'll use this beautiful purple theme that we already have. Okay, so that's the entire project. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so welcome back. In this section, we're gonna build a recipe finder application. I'd like to give you a quick demo before we get started with it. So I'll say, let's search for chicken. We got different results. Here we can see. Let's click to one of them. We'll even get more details, such as the instructions, the ingredients, and even a YouTube video link. For a split second, I'll open this up. I think we'll get some ads. Okay, so but this is the actual video that is working as expected. Then you can click to the other recipes and UI will be updated. And then we can scroll to the top, search for anything that we wish. So I'll just say egg. Okay, now all these recipes are coming from a service. It has both a free plan and premium plan. We'll be using the free plan, right? This is what we call an API. If you don't know what that means, I'll explain it pretty quickly on a diagram. But basically, you can use the free plan if you are building this during development, or if it is for educational use. This is exactly what we'll have in this video, so we don't really need to pay anything. Okay, so they have a bunch of different endpoints. If you don't know what that means, once again, I'll explain. But basically, when you put chicken and click to this button, we got some results, right? But what is actually happening behind the scenes? Let's see. So they have search meal by name. I'll copy this URL, copy this endpoint. Now when you say chicken, right, you are sending a request to this endpoint, but the search query is equal to chicken. Okay, so this is the output, this is the result that you get, and then we are displaying it on UI. So here we have chicken handy, chicken kangi, right? I don't know how you pronounce it, but this is the exact same data. So chicken kangi, chicken, I don't know how do you read it, but as you can tell, it is the exact same data. So we are sending a request to this endpoint and we are getting a response. So we are displaying it right here, and we'll see how to do it in code. And then we have another request to a different endpoint where we do a lookup, right? I'll click this. We got the details. So this is another request. Let's see. They have this lookup, like there is the lookup endpoint. So what you do, you pass the ID of that meal. Let's do it pretty quickly. So here I'll go ahead, add the ID of chicken, I don't know, karage, paste this in. Okay, so this is the exact same meal, but we got even more details about, let's say, like the ingredients, like we got the instructions, so on and so forth, and even a YouTube video. Okay, so I hope all that makes sense. We'll be using them. Now, if you don't know what is an API, let's see it pretty quickly, and then we'll just jump into code. So what is an API in the first place? It stands for Application Programming Interface, which sounds absolutely complicated, but in simple terms, an API lets two programs to talk to each other, right? And here is exactly what we have. We have our own program where we would like to talk with another program, with another service. So it allows you to get or send data between your app and another service. And this is exactly what we have. From our service, we would like to send a request and get some data from a different service. And this will be possible thanks to an API. Okay, and this API is built by the MealDB, so you don't really build it. All we have to do is use it. Okay, so I hope all that makes sense. Now we can talk about APIs for hours, but if we have to keep it simple, this is what it is in its core. Okay, but now this will take a bit of time to get into the API, right? It'll take us some time because first we have to build the HTML and then CSS and then finally get into JavaScript where we can send requests to this API. Okay, so I have an empty folder. The first thing I'd like to do, just get the cdnjs.com and grab the font awesome link because we will use some icons in our application like this one, for the ingredients, so on and so forth. Okay, I'll just even put them side by side. Let's get started with the HTML. I'll zoom in, get the boilerplate, and I'll say recipe finder app. And then let's link our CSS file, get the recipe finder URL. Sorry, this is the font awesome URL, not recipe finder. And then we can create a container right here within the body. And then I'll get my header component, which is going to be this part. And as you can tell, our application is completely responsive. So we'll even make this app to be completely responsive, right? So this is the part that we are building, which is the header component itself. So I'll have h1 and I'll say get an icon where we would like to say FAS, FA, utensils. So this will give you this icon. And then right next to it, I'll give one space and I'll say recipe finder. Now let's try to run this. Let's try to run this with a live server. I think I'll get a warning, but it is working as expected. Okay. Right after this h1, I'll have a p tag. Let's say find delicious recipes from around the world. And then right after the header component, I'll get this p tag with the link. Let's say API-link. I'd like to add this data from the meal API. I'll say data from, and this will be a link so that we can take them to this URL. I'll copy it, paste it. This is what we have. For the text, I'll say the meal DB. And I'd like to add an emoji. So let's say cook. Here we go. Okay, so this is the output that we have at the moment. And right after this p tag, we'll go ahead and just say search dash container, where we'll have the input that will be type of text. Let's say the ID will be search dash input. And then I'll say placeholder is going to be search for meals or keywords. Okay, so after this input, I'll put a button where we can add the ID that will be search dash btn, and then let's say search will be the text. Right after this search container, we will put the error container itself. Now this will be hidden by default. Let's say class. Sorry, this should be ID, by the way, not class. This is going to be ID, and then the class will be hidden by default. Now we are gonna get errors if we search for something that does not exist, right? So we got an error, and by the way, let's say back to recipes. So I'll just refresh and search for something that does not exist. This is the output that we're gonna get, and this container will be hidden by default. Once we have an error, only then we will display it. So this is what we have. For the content, we can say p tag of this no meals found. Try another search term. Now we can actually like leave this content completely empty, but this is what I'll have by default. And then we can change this within our JavaScript code. Now finally, we can add another thing, which will be the result heading. So let's search for something like egg, which is existed. So we're gonna get this title, right? I'll say have a div with the ID of result dash heading, and the content will be empty at the moment. Then we'll have the meals ID, which is going to be the meals container. Okay, and then finally the details, right? If you click to one of them, it'll open this up where we have the details. So I'll say it'll be meal dash details. Let's give the class name. By default, it'll be hidden, but if we click to one of them, it'll be visible, right? And then I'll get a button. Let's say ID will be back dash btn, which is this button, and then we can give it a, let's say we'll give the icon, which will be class name of fa arrow dash left, and for the content, I'll say back to recipes. Okay, right after the button, we'll have the div with the class name of meal details content. Okay, this will be empty as well. So that's gonna be it for the entire markup. This is how that look at the moment. We'll just make it look a lot more cleaner. Just before we get into the CSS part, I'd like to get the script file linked. Let's say script.js. Okay, so now that we have this set it up, we can go into the style.css and get started with it. So the very first thing that I'd like to add is my basic reset. I'll go ahead, paste this in, and then I'd like to get my color palette. I'll put them under the root. That will be my CSS variables. Now, instead of typing them out, I have prepared an entire GitHub gist that you can find the link in the description. Just go ahead and scroll and find the recipe finder.md file and copy this color palette and paste this in right here. Okay, so we have a primary color, dark, light, and a couple of different values as well. Then I'll get the body element. I'd like to say font family will be updated to sans serif, you can use something else. Then we can get the background color, that will be background light, and then color is going to be text dark, and then I'll say the line height is going to be 1.6. Okay, so that's going to be it for the very first selector. And then we can get the container itself. Let's say the width is going to be 100%, and then the maximum width, okay, let's try to put them correctly. Max width could be something like 1000 pixels. And then I'll say margin will be 0 to auto, and the padding is going to be 2 rem to 1 rem. Okay, then we'll go ahead and get the header itself. That will be text align of centered, and I'll say margin bottom of 2 rem. Then we can get the h1, that will be font size of 2.2 rem, and then the color is going to be primary color that we have. And then I'll say margin bottom will be 0.5 rem. Here we go. And I'll get the icon itself. I'll say margin right could be something like 10 pixels. Okay, then I'll get the header p tag. Let's say header, get the p tag. That will have the opacity of, let's say 0.7. If you want, you can delete that, but this is what I'll have. And then I'll also update the color to be text dark. Okay, then I'll get the storage container. Let's say display will be flex. Then I'll say margin bottom will be 2 rem. Here we go. And I'll say gap will be 10 pixels. Max width is going to be 500 pixels. And we can say margin is going to be from the left of 0 and from the right 0 as well. And let's actually say auto instead of 0. It'll be centered correctly in a second. So I'll save and let's move on. We'll get the input, that is type of text specifically. So I'll say where the type is equal to text. We would like to select that input, and I'll say flex is going to be equal to 1. Okay, now it is taking the entire space. And then I'll say padding is going to be 10 pixels to 16 pixels. Let's say 16 pixels. And then I'll say font size will be 1 rem. Then we can say border radius is going to be the border radius value that we have. Then right after this, I'll add a border that is 1 pixel solid, and this color that is DDD. And I'll say background color will be the background that we have, and then color will be text dark, and I can say outline will be none. Okay, so this is the output, and I'm really happy with it. Now I'd like to select the focus state on this input. I'll say if it is focused, go ahead, update the border color to be primary color. Okay, and then we can select the button and try to update it. I'll say the background color will be updated to the primary color that we have. And then we can add the color to be white. Let's say border will be none. Okay, this is what we have. And then I'll add some border radiuses. Let's say variable of border radius value that we have. And I think it is either 10 pixels. Or is it even 8 pixels? Okay, after the border radius, I'll say padding is going to be equal to 0 to 20 pixels. Then we can add some font size of 1 rem. Let's say font weight is going to be 600, so it's a little bit more bold. And then I'll say cursor is going to be pointer. And then finally, some transition. I'll say it'll be equal to the variable that we have. Let's say transition. Okay, now we'll add the hover state where we would like to change the background color, which is going to be equal to primary dark. Okay, so this is how that works. Now we would like to get the result heading, and let me grab this value, paste this in, and we'll go through it. So we have the result heading, the text is centered, we have the margin bottom, font size, and then the color. Then right after the result heading, I'll select the meals-container and I'll say display will be grid. Let's say display grid, grid template columns will be repeat of, let's say auto-fill, and we'll say min max of 250 pixels to one fraction. And then let's give it a gap like 1.5 rem. And then we can get started with the meal itself. I'll say the background color will be equal to cart bg, and then the border radius value, let's say box shadow, is going to be equal to shadow variable that we have, and then overflow will be hidden. Then we can get the transition. Cursor is going to be equal to pointer, and then the position will be equal to relative. Now on the hover state, I'd like to transform this. Now let's see the end result. When you hover over these items, they are just translating to the top by -5 pixels. And we have some box shadow going on as well. Right here you can see it on hover state. So this is exactly what we have just added. Then we can select the meal image. We'll say width is going to be 100%, the height is going to be 180 pixels, and then the object fit will be equal to cover. Okay, so we can save this, and then I'll say dot meal dash info. That will be getting padding of 1 rem, and then we'll get the meal title. Let's say font size is going to be equal to 1.1 rem. I'll get the margin bottom of 0.5 rem, and then color is going to be text dark. So this is the meal title that we have just built, right? It is this component that we have in our code. And then after the meal title, we can get the meal category, which will be this one that you have seen. So I'll go ahead, paste this in. Instead of typing this out, it is super simple. We just have the display of inline block. We have a background color, which is this primary light. And then we have the color, some paddings, font size, border radius, so that it is rounded, and then some margin bottom. Okay, and then we can get the meal details, which is going to be this component, right? This is what we call the meal details container itself, right? I'd like to select that one where we had the ID of meal details. So we'll give this background some border radiuses so that it is rounded, some box shadow, padding, and margin from top and bottom with 2 rem. And then we can update the back button. So I'll go ahead, paste this in and walk you through it. We'll give some margin bottom. We'll add the background color so that it is transparent. We'll add the color itself, some borders, and then some paddings. Then on hover state, we are going to update the color as well as the background color. So this is exactly what we have. And then we can get the details content. Now we would like to center everything, right? But we want them to be in the column direction. So as you can tell, we have one at a time that is going on in the column direction. So I'd like to put this code. I'll say meal details content, flex direction will be column, and it'll be centered. Then we can get the image itself. So this will be maximum width of 400 pixels. Okay, I'll just paste this in, some border radiuses, and some margin bottom. Now let's get the title, which is this one. That will take the color of primary, some font size, margin bottom, and text align. So I am just copying and pasting these styles because they are super simple and we don't really want to waste that much of time, right? So I'd like to get the category as well. We'll say margin bottom and text would be centered. Now we can get the span itself. This is what we'll have. And if you remember, we had the span, or do we have it? Let's see the category. Okay, so I think we don't really have this span at the moment, but once we take this data from the API and once we display it within this div, we will just have the content within a span, right? So for the category specifically. So it'll make sense once we get into the JavaScript part. Okay, so these are just some basic styling, and let's get the class for the instructions as well. We'll get the h3, where we update the margin bottom only, and then we'll say the ingredients list, which is going to be this list that we have, and then we can get the list items as well as their icons. So you can pause the video, type them out. Really, there is nothing complex other than background colors, border radiuses, margin bottoms, paddings, so on and so forth. I don't really want to waste that much of time, where I'd like to give you these classes. And if you even want to, you can copy the entire style.css file from the source code and just jump into the JavaScript section. And then we'll like to get the YouTube link, which will have this background color of red. And then we will update the icon, where we'd like to give some margin right of 8 pixels. Okay, and then we can get the error container itself updated as well, right? Because let's take a look at it. If you put something that does not exist, this error container will be shown. And we would like to have these classes. And then I'd like to have the API link as well, which is this container, right? We'd like to style this. So I'll paste this in, let's save. This is how that look at the moment. Let's get the link within the API link, the A tag. Okay, so it's been updated. Now we would like to add the hidden class, which is going to be display of none, and some elements have the hidden class, such as this one. If you get rid of that, it'll be visible, but by default we don't really want this to be visible, right? Okay, so now everything is done. All we have to do is just add some responsive styling, some responsive design, thanks to the media queries. So we have the search container has been updated, the search button, and some of these classes. Okay, let's save. This is the entire CSS file that we had to build. Now we'll get into the JavaScript file and actually interact with this API. So the first thing we'd like to do is to get our DOM elements. So let's say search input, and we can say document the get element by ID, and then we'll pass the ID, which is going to be equal to search dash input. Now instead of typing out every single element, I have prepared an entire list that you can find it from the GitHub gist. So just go ahead, copy these DOM elements under the recipe finder.md and then paste this in. Okay, now the other thing that we'd like to do is to create some variables. So I'll say const base underscore URL, and I'll explain what that means and why do we need this in the first place. So whenever we send a request, let's see the documentation. So whenever we send a request, as you can tell, this part is exactly the same, right? If you want to search something, if you want to list all the meals, if you want to, get a random meal, so on and so forth, every single time you need to type this part, which is our base URL. So let's create it under a variable. I think I'll go ahead, copy this, paste this in. Okay, this is what we have, and just notice how we have a slash at the very end. And then we will need two different URLs, which is going to be, let's say, search URL. And then we're gonna need another one that will be lookup URL. So we are gonna use this search URL whenever we need to search for something, let's say chicken. So we are just sending a search request, and then if you want to get the details, we are sending a lookup request. So they both have different endpoints. That's why we need to create two different URLs. Here, this will get the base URL, let's say. This will take the search.php (s equal to), and that's it, right? So I am not memorizing these, right? I don't know them like top of my head. Everything is coming from the documentation. This is for the search meal by name endpoint, right? So here they have arrabbiata. What does that mean? I don't know, but looks like it is this food. Okay, it is this one. And if you search for something like chicken, this part would be updated. So this is exactly what we are trying to do. And then for the lookup, this is what they have. Lookup.php question mark I n equal to. So let's go ahead, just copy this, paste this in, but this should be lookup.php I n equal to. Okay, so I hope all that makes sense. We'll be using them just in a second. And then we can add some event listeners. We'll say search button dot add event listener, which will be click event, and we're going to call it the search meals function. And then we can add another event listener. Instead of clicking, when we press enter, it should also search, right? So I'll say search input dot add event listener. Let's say key press. In this case, we would like to get the event, and we'll just check if this event dot key is equal to enter, right? I'll say if it is equal to enter, just go ahead, search for the meal. I'll say search meals, and we don't have this function, so let's create it. I'll say function search meals. But now, since we'll be using the fetch request, since we'll be using the fetch API, this needs to be, let's say, async function, so that we can use await. Okay, so I'll say const. Let's first grab the search term. So whatever user types in, I'll say search term. We'll say search input dot value, and we'll like to trim this down. Let's say value dot trim. Now what happens if they don't put anything? I'll just search. They say please enter a search term. Let's try to handle this case. I'll say if search term is equal to an empty string, or you can say if it is not valid, right? If it is a falsy value. In this case, we'll say error container dot text content will be equal to please, let's type it correctly, please enter a search term. And then we can say error container dot class list dot remove the hidden class so that it can be visible. And then we don't want to do anything else from this function. We'll just say return out of it. Let's save and take a look at this actual application that we are building. I'll say don't put anything and search for it. Here we go, this is what we got. And I'll do the same thing with enter key. I just press enter. This is the UI that we got. Okay, so this is the edge case that we just handled. Let's say handled the edge case. And then now we'd like to actually fetch the data. So I'll say try and catch block. We'll try to do something successfully, and if it fails, it'll hit the catch block where we can handle the error itself. So in the try, we would like to first show some kind of a loading message. So notice how if I send a request to chicken, we are gonna see something like loading for a split second. Okay, so it says searching for chicken. Let's do it. In the try, I'll say result heading dot text content can be equal to this dynamic value that will be searching for, let's put the actual search term, and then we can even add 3 dots at the end, and then we can say meals container inner HTML is going to be equal to nothing, and then we'll say the error container dot class list dot add hidden. Now, since we are just starting to search, we're going to get rid of the error container, right? We're going to just hide it. But if we have some errors, then we can display it under the catch block. Okay, now it is time to actually fetch the meals, right? I'll say fetch meals from API. And to be able to fetch something, we can use the fetch API. So I'll say await fetch, and we'll put our search URL, right? I'll just say search URL because we are trying to search for a meal, and then we'll put the search term. I'll say search term. And now if you just scroll to the top a little bit, if you are wondering what the hell does this even mean, right? What is it? What is this equal to? Now the base URL is this one, and search URL is base URL plus this value, right? So if you delete this part and put the base URL. So this is what the search URL is. I'll copy this and just do Control Z. Okay, so this is the search URL itself that we have. And then at the very bottom, we have the search term. If user put something like chicken, this will be equal to chicken. I hope that makes sense. So this is the URL that we just put to get the correct value, the correct details. And this will give you a response, right? Let's say response, and then we can get the data out of it. I'll say const data, again, await response.json. Then we can, let's just say console log the data itself. Let's say data is here. And also we can do something like if, okay, I'll just leave it so that it's not really confusing. I'll do it in a second. For now, let's go ahead, open the terminal, the console, and send a request to chicken. Okay, so it says this could not be found. Do I have a typo? Let's see why this is the case. For some reason, this is what they put in front. So I just paused the video and debug this a bit. Just make sure to add HTTPS and double forward slashes. Now this should be working out. Let's go ahead to search for chicken. Okay, so we have this loading state, and then we got the data itself, and it is under an object called meals. So we'll say data.meals, and then we can get the actual results. So if we search for something that does not exist, the meals will be null. And let's handle this with the if check. So this is what I was going to add. I'll say if data.meals is equal to null, or we can say if it is not existed by doing this. This is the same thing. I'll just be a little bit more explicit, and I'll say if it is equal to null. In this case, I'd like to do something, right? I'll say the result heading text content for now is going to be nothing, and then we'll say the meals container inner HTML is going to be equal to nothing as well. We're just resetting it, and then we can say error container dot text content can be something like no recipes found for this search term, and I'll wrap this with quotes. Let's say search term itself, and then let's say try another search term. And then we'd like to see this on the UI. That's why we're gonna say error container dot class list, remove the hidden class so that it is visible on the UI, right? But in the else case, that means we found something, right? So this is the case where we found no meals. I'll say no meals found. But here we found something. We'd like to update the UI. Okay, so I'll just say result heading is going to be equal to, the text content will be equal to search results. So I just said search results for the search term, and notice how this should be backticks so that we can put the actual dynamic value. And then we can display the meals. So I'll just say to do display the meals for a second. But for now, let's save and give it a go. Just test this out. I'll put something that does not exist. We are going to hit the if check where the meals is not found, and we're gonna get this UI, right? No recipes found for this search term. Try another one. Let's try something else, such as chicken. We got the loading state, and then it says search results for chicken, but we don't have the function, so we need to go ahead and build it right here. So I'll say call the display meals method with the data.meals. So we'll basically take this meals object, right? We have the meals. We're going to send this array so that we can display all of them one by one. And every single one of them, let me demonstrate this. Now I'll just refresh for a second. I'll say chicken. So we got data.meals, which is an array of 25 items. So every single one of these objects has the ID meal, right? The ID of the meal, the name, let's see, we got the instructions, so on and so forth. And we'd like to grab this data, nicely display on the UI. Okay, so let's see how we can make that work. And once we search for it, once we display the results, maybe we can get rid of the search input, right? I'll just say once you display them, you can say search input dot value is going to be equal to nothing. And then in the catch case, let's handle that one as well, where we can say error container dot text content is going to be equal to something like something went wrong, right? Like anything can go wrong. So we're gonna hit the catch block and we'd like to put a general message. And then we'd like to see this on UI. So we're gonna get rid of the hidden class. Okay, I hope all that makes sense. Now we can get started with this function where we will display the meals. Okay, so I'll just scroll to the bottom. I'll say function. This is our function that we have, the function name, and then we'll get the meals as the argument. Now I'll say meals container the inner HTML will be resetted initially, and then we'll go ahead, map through every single meal and display something for them. So I'll say meals dot for each. We can use this method because it is an array. We're gonna get every single meal and return something. So here I'll say meals container dot inner HTML is going to be updated. We'll say just concatenate it with this value. So every single time we will update this container, right? And what do we want to add? So we'll say we'd like to have a div. Now you need to be really careful and type this out correctly. So we'll open this up and then turn this off. Now if you don't want to type this out, once again I have prepared the GitHub gist. I'll copy this entire thing, paste it, and I'll walk you through it. So we are basically looping through meals and creating a cart for every single one of them. So we got the meal and we will put this div for every single one of them, which is this output that you have seen. So it has the class name of meal, and we added this data meal ID. We'll be using it in a second, and it'll get the ID meal field. Then we have the image. This is coming from the API. We got the name and then the category. Okay, let's save and take a look at it. I'll say chicken, search. Okay, so it is working as expected already. We got the name, the image, the category, and it is just working as expected. Now what happens if we click to one of them? Currently nothing happens, but what we want to happen is this one. We would like to get the details. But now how do we know we click to this one, or we click to this one, or this one, right? How is this happening? Well, it is possible thanks to this field. We have the data meal ID. So this is the data set that we're going to add on every single card, just like what we have done at the moment. And when we click to them, we'll be using this ID field. I hope that makes sense. If not, it'll do just in a second. For now, let's put them side by side and get started with this functionality, where when we click to a card, we would like to have this UI updated. So let's go ahead and get started with it. So the first thing you should notice is that we have a click event, right? So let's scroll to the top and add one more event listener. I'll just say the meals container dot add event listener of click event. And then in this case, we would like to run the handle meal click. Okay, so this is the function that we are going to create right now. And then one more thing, when we click to this button, what happens? The meal details is going to removed, right? It'll be hidden. So I'd like to add that one as well. I'll say if back button is clicked. In this case, we would like to run this function where we can say meal details dot classes dot add. We would like to add the hidden class. Okay, so this is something that we'll see just in a second. When we click to the back button, it'll be hidden. Okay, now let's create this function at the very bottom of this page. Okay, so I just created the function and this page is refreshed. So I didn't really change anything in the code, I promise. This is exactly where we left. I'll go ahead create this variable called meal element, and this will be the closest element that we clicked. Let's say e.target dot closest meal. Let's say dot meal. So this will give you the meal element that we clicked, and then we'll say const meal id. We'll say meal element dot get attribute, where we'd like to get this data meal id. So this is the attribute that we have passed. So we'd like to get that one. So it'll give you the value, which is the meal id, right? And here I can say if this meal element does not exist, just return out of this function, don't do anything. Okay, now we have the meal id. We can do a lookup, right? I'll say try and catch. We'll be using the response that is coming from await fetch of the lookup URL. Let's put this. I'll say lookup URL that we have created above, and then we'll add the meal id. Okay, so I just added the meal id, but we have an error. If you are using await, the function should be marked with async. Okay, now we'll get the data out of this response call. I'll say response.json. Okay, now we can just console log the data just to see what are we getting as the data. I'll open the actual application that we are building. I'll say search for chicken and see the output. Okay, so we got the data is here. This is the previous console log. If we click to this one, it says E is not defined. Okay, this should be event. Let's take this as the argument and do it once again. I'll click to this one. Okay, now this console log is coming from here, right? It is the line 90, as you can tell. Now what do we have? We have an array with only one item. So we'd like to select that one specifically, all right? Because this is the one that we clicked. If you click to this one, still you would get this one object. We'll select this, and then it has the area, category, it has the instructions, and it has all the ingredients. Now it says the ingredient 1 is chicken, and here is the measure, 1.2 kilograms. And then onion, it's going to be 5 thinly sliced, and then tomatoes, 2 finely chopped, so on and so forth. So it is going in this order. But we don't really want to add any ingredients that is not existed, right? If it is an empty value, we don't really want to put it here on the UI. Let's just demonstrate this pretty quickly. Okay, so if a ingredient is equal to an empty string, we don't really want to see it here on the UI. So this is something that you would like to keep in mind, and this is exactly what we're going to be doing in our code. Let's put them side by side. Right after this console log, I'll say if data.meals and if data meals of 0. So we just selected that object. If this is existed, then we would like to get the meal itself. I'll say data.meals of that object, which has all the data that we need. Now I'll create an array called ingredients, and this array will take at most 20 different ingredients. Because if you take a look at the console log, let's open this up once again. I'll click to this one. Okay, so we have at most, let's say at most we have 20 different ingredients. That is starting from 1 all the way up to 20. And we'd like to get rid of the empty ones, right? So this is what we're going to be doing. I'll say have a for loop that starts from 1 and it goes all the way up to 20 included, and we'll say just increment it one by one. Now I'll say if, and I'll paste this in. So we basically say if string ingredient 7 or 6 or 5, whatever the I is, if it has existed and if it is not equal to an empty string. So just read this please. We say if this is existed and if it is not equal to an empty string, only then go ahead select that. And in this case, we'll say ingredients.push we'll push an object with the ingredient itself. Let's say ingredient, and this will be meal. Okay, so we'll basically get the value itself, right? I'll copy this thing, and then we are going to put the index. I'll say meal, let's say this will be backticks, and then whatever the index is. Here I'll say put the I. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 20. Now, I feel like I have to explain this really slowly. If it is kind of annoying, please feel free to speed this up. But we're just gonna go ahead and put the measure now. So we'll have the ingredient as well as the measure itself. Once again, I'll say meal, backticks, and string measure or str measure value, and whatever the index is. We're going to select all of them. And if this is equal to an empty string, or if it is something like null, let's see, do we have any that kind of a value? We don't really have. For the measures itself, it is also an empty string. So what we can do is just fallback this with an empty string, or we can even leave it empty. Okay, so now that we got the ingredient and measure, all we want to do just display them on UI. Now I'll go ahead right after the for loop. I'll say meal details content dot inner HTML will be equal to this thing that we have. Now we'll do the same thing or a similar thing what we have done above. We'll just put some content, and instead of typing this out, it'll be really annoying. We'd like to copy it from the GitHub gist. Let me copy and paste, and I'll walk you through it. Okay, I just pasted. We got the meal itself, which we have copied or which we have grabbed previously. We are getting the thumbnail and put it under the image. We are getting the h2, put the name of it, put the category. If it is empty, we'll say uncategorized. Then we have the instructions, and we are getting the ingredients array. For every single one of them, we are putting the measure and then whatever the ingredient is. So if you take a look at the end result, we have the measure first and then the ingredient name. So we have like 5 thinly sliced onion, so on and so forth. And since this will be an array, we would like to convert this to a string. We use the .join method. So pretty basic JavaScript knowledge that you should have in mind. Whenever you use .map, this will be an array. You would like to take this and convert it to a string. And then we say if there is a YouTube video, just go ahead, put the link, otherwise leave it empty. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the markup. I'll shrink this and I'll say meal details dot class list. We'll say remove the hidden class so that we can see it on the UI. And one more thing, we would like to scroll into view. I'll say meal details dot scroll into view, and I'll just say the behavior is going to be smooth. Okay, now let's put them side by side and give it a go. Okay, let's just even like try it like this, not side by side. I'll say search for chicken and click to this one. Okay, we got the actual details and we are scrolled into it smoothly, right? It is not happening instantly. It is going smoothly all the way up to the bottom. We have the image, the instructions, ingredients, and the link itself. Let's try to open this up for a split second. Okay, so we actually have the UI, or the link I should say. And then let's handle the catch case, and that's going to be it for this project, I believe. So we'll say could not load the recipe details, try again, and now let's get rid of the hidden class so that we can see it on the UI. Okay, so let's try this out for one last time and see if it is working as expected. So I'll search for chicken. We got the loading state and then the title. We got the actual results. We can click to any of them. We got the details, and we can say back to recipes. It'll be hidden because we are adding the hidden class. And then let's try to search without putting anything. Okay, let's search for something that does not exist. Okay, so it looks like everything is working as expected, and this should be responsive as well. So this is what we have on large screens, smaller ones, and in the tiny screens. Okay, so I'd like to get rid of the console logs that we have. This is the first one, and this is the second one. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for the entire project. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so welcome back. In this section, we're gonna build a currency converter application. This is the end result. Let's see how that works, and we'll build it from scratch. So we can put any kind of amount, let's say 150, and we will convert US dollars to something like euros. And all these currencies are coming from an API, a free API, a free service that we'll see just in a second. Okay, let's say convert. This is the equation that we have, and we can even double check this with a different application. So in my Mac, I have Raycast, so I'll say $150 to euros. Okay, so this is more or less the same thing. Maybe this one is using a different API, that's why there is a slight difference, but basically it is the same thing and it is working correctly in real time. Okay, if you would like to get the screenshots, I'll leave the link in the description. So if you would like to maybe build it by yourself, this is the, let's say the starter point. Once you convert, this will be the output. And you have all kinds of currencies, and all of them are coming from an API. So you don't really need to type this out at all. Okay, now let's go and get started with the HTML. I'll say index.html, style.css, and a JavaScript file. So I'll say script.js. First, let's get started with the markup. I'll put them side by side. And let's say start this with the live server. Okay, so I just got a warning as always. This is something that I'll delete later in the video once we complete it, but this will basically update the port. So if this looks like something that you didn't get or kind of confusing, just ignore it completely. It has nothing to do with this project. Okay, so I'll say get the title as currency converter app, and let's put a title like h1 hey. Okay, just refresh. Now it should be working out in real time. As you save, it'll be updated. So the first thing I'd like to do, just link my CSS file as well as the JavaScript file. I'll say script source, that will be script.js file. And then the other thing that we would like to do is to create a container where we would like to put the h1. And let's actually take a look at the end result and go over it. So I'll say it'll take the currency converter as our title. And then right after this, I'll have the form. Let's say form, it'll get the ID of converter-form. Now we don't really need any actions, so I'll go ahead and delete this. We have the ID where we can get started with the very first form group element. Okay, so we're gonna have a label that will be this label amount, right? I'll say for will be for amount, and then content can be amount. Right after the label, we'll have the input that is going to be type of number. Let's put that and give it an ID. Let's say it'll be amount, and then a placeholder. Let's see if I refresh, this is the placeholder that we have. So I'll say enter amount. And let's say this will be required. So if we don't put an amount and try to convert this, we are going to get a warning. Okay, right after this very first form group, we're going to have another one. Let's say group, just like this. And then this will be the select element. Now here we can see we have a select with a bunch of different options. So let's say first just get the label itself. I'll copy this, paste that. Let's say this will be for from-currency, and amount could be from, sorry, the content could be from, and then we'll have the select element. Let's delete the name. We'll put an ID. Let's say from-currency. Now the content will be empty at the moment, so we cannot really just go ahead and say, option and then add every single option. So we have, I think, more than 100. I didn't really count it. I don't know how much we have, but we cannot really type this out, right? Technically, we could spend the next 1 hour and put all of them, but this is not really something that you should be doing. This is not really how you build real-world applications, right? This data will be coming from our API. So let's say currency options will be inserted from our API. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the very first one. I'd like to duplicate this, and let's say this is going to be the form group. This will be to currency, right? Let's do the same thing, and then the content can be to. Okay, once again, the options will be displayed, and then finally we can put the result. So once we put an amount, let's say from USD to this one. Okay, so this will be the result text. So we'd like to put that after this select and after this div. I think I forgot to add the button. So go right after the form group, and still within the form, we'll have the button. Let's say the type is going to be submit, and then we can say button will say convert. Okay, and then we can go outside of the form. I'll say let's create a result div, and this will take the content later in the video, right? Once we calculate it, it'll be coming from our API. So that's it for the entire markup. I'll just go ahead and get a font family, and we can do it by using this extension as we have done previously. So let's say Google Fonts. You need to install it. I have already done this. Once you install it, you can say Command Shift P or Control Shift P, and then just search for Google Fonts. Now you can insert it with the link to the HTML file, and you can you can select any font family that you wish. I'll go with Poppins. Okay, let's put it right after the style.css import. So that's gonna be it for the HTML file. Now let's get started with the style.css file. So as always, the first thing you would like to do is to add your resets. So I'll say margin of 0, padding of 0, just get rid of them, get rid of the default margins and paddings, and also add the box sizing of border box. Now we'll be using some CSS variables that I'd like to copy and paste, and I'll provide them if you don't want to type them out. So I have just prepared a GitHub gist that you can find the link in the description. Go ahead, copy this and paste it. It should be under the currency-converter.md file. So this is the exact same value that I have. Once you have done this, we can get started with the body element. So I'll say body. Let's say the background color will be equal to variable of bg primary. And then we can get started with the centering, right? I'll just center everything in the middle of the screen. I'll say display of flags, justify content will be centered. Let's say align items will be centered as well. And we'll say minimum height could be 100 ph. Here we go. And then I'll say padding is going to be 20 pixels from all directions. And then we can update the font family. So we have imported the Poppins. I'll use this one just in case if this is not available. We can say use the default sans serif font family, and then we can get the container, right? I think I have a typo. Let's say container. I'll say width is going to be 100%. The max width could be 400 pixels, and then we can select the background color. Let's say it'll be variable of bg secondary, and then we can say padding will be 30 pixels, not auto. Okay, then we can add some border radiuses to be 15 pixels, and then I'll add some box shadow. Let's say 0 to 40 pixels, 20 pixels, and then RGBA value. Let's say use the black value 0.3. Okay, now I'll select a different element, which is going to be H1. Let's say text align could be centered, and then we'll say color is going to be text primary, and finally margin bottom of 20 pixels. Okay, now we're going to get the form group itself. That will take the margin bottom of 15 pixels. Okay, and then we'll get the label element. Let's say display will be block. so that it is taking the entire line, right? It'll be a block element. By default, it is inline or inline block. What is it? I don't really remember. Let's just type this out. What is label element display by default? I think it is inline, but let's double check. I'll just search for something like inline. Okay, they are inline by default. Right after the label of display block, we'll say margin bottom of 5 pixels, and then color is going to be text secondary. Okay, then we can get the input element, let's say input, as well as the selector, right? I'll say width will be 100%, so it is taking the entire width. We can give some padding, such as 10 pixels, and then I'll say background color will be BG input. Then we can say border will be 1 pixel, solid, let's say border color. Okay, and if you wanted to update all these values, all you have to do is just scroll to the top and change them and make them whatever you wish. Right after the border, I'd like to say border radius is going to be 5 pixels, font size will be 1 rem, and then update the color to be text primary. Okay, I'll get the input focus state, and let's duplicate this. Say select focus. Let's say outline is going to be none. Border color could be updated to be, let's say, accent primary. And then finally, we can give some box shadow that I'd like to copy and paste instead of typing this out. Okay, so this is what we have as the output. Now we'll go ahead and get the button element so that we can style it. I'll say button is going to be width of 100%. Then we can say padding is going to be 12 pixels. I'll say background color is going to be accent primary. And then we can say color will be white. Let's say FFF. And then I'll say border is going to be none. We can say border radius 5 pixels. Here we go. And I'll add some font size of 1 rem. Let's say cursor is going to be pointer, and when we hover over this, we'll like to update the background. So I can say just transition will be 0.3 seconds from all directions, and I'll just say ease, right? And then I'll just say button, select the hover state, where I'd like to say the background color will be equal to accent hover. And then I also want to say transform is going to be translate of y minus 3 pixels. So that when you hover over this, it is just going up a little bit. Okay, maybe I can go with 2 pixels. Okay, then finally, we'll just get the result. And I'll say margin top is going to be, let's say margin top will be 20 pixels. Text align centered. I'll say font size is going to be 1.2 rem, and then color is going to be, let's say, text primary. Now, even though we cannot see it, we can test this out. I'll say something like 500 USD, and this is the output that we got. Okay, but for now it'll be empty. That's the entire CSS file. Now we can get started with the JavaScript file. So the first thing I'd like to do is to select all of my elements. Let's get started with the converter form. So I'll say const converter form. We'll say document.get element by ID, and our ID is converter-form. Let's duplicate it. This will be from currency, and let's go ahead update the variable name. I'll say from currency. Let's duplicate it. This will be to currency. And then we'll get the amount input, and then we'll get the result div. Now let's update the values itself. I'll say this is the to currency, and then this will be the amount, and then finally this is going to be result. Okay, we'll go ahead and add an event listener. So the first thing we'd like to do, whenever we visit this page, whenever it's been reloaded, we would like to select all these options. Currently, we don't have anything, but here we would like to have all of them. And for this, we'll be using an API. This will be a free API. And if you don't know what an API is, I can pretty quickly explain it, even though we have done this in the previous projects. But I'd like to go over it once again. Now, it sounds complicated, such as, now first, this stands for Application Programming Interface, but basically, an API lets two programs talk to each other. And this is exactly what we have. We want our application to talk with a different service so that it can get some data. So it allows you to get or send data between your application and another service. I hope that makes sense. So this is how we can explain it in simple terms. Okay, so we'd like to, whenever we load this page, we want to send a request to get the data where we have all these options, right? Let's see how we can make that work. I'll put them side by side. Okay, I'll say window.add event listener. Whenever we load our page, we would like to say fetch currencies. And this is a function that we are going to create. I'll say create this function. For now, let's leave it empty. And then I'd like to add one more event listener. I'll say converter form, where we would like to listen for the submit event. Once this is happening, we'd like to convert the currency. I'll say convert currency. And this is a function that we will create here at the bottom. I'll say function and I'll leave it empty for now. First, let's get started with this one. So the API that we're going to use will be this one. So I'll just leave it as a comment. You can type this out. I'll copy this and paste it right here in my URL bar, right? Okay, so we are just sending a request to the latest version, and our base currency is USD, and it'll give you all the rates in real time. Okay, so here this is today's date. It has been just updated, and we have all kinds of currencies. So it is like $1 is equal to 1 AED, so on and so forth. It is equal to 138 Canadian dollars, and all the currencies. Now we would like to select all of them and display it in our UI. Okay, so I'll just leave it open and let's see how we can make that work. I'll copy this value. I'll say const response. When we send a request with the fetch API to this URL, to this endpoint, we'll get a response. And to be able to use await, we would like to mark this as async. And then we'll say const data await response.json. So if you have ever worked with fetch, this is how you would use it. First, you would get the data and then grab the you would get the response and grab the data out of it. So this is how we can extract it. And then we'll say const currency options. Now, before we do so, I'd like to just say console log data. Okay, let's see what we're gonna get. If you open up the terminal, we should be able to get this data. Okay, so first they say you can upgrade this to version 6. I think this is the latest version, but this is also working. We can use it. And now under the rates, we have every single rate that this API providing, right? We would like to get the keys, right? On every single rate, we would like to get the key so that we can nicely display it. Okay, so this is exactly what we're going to be doing. We'll get every single key and display it as a currency option. So I'll say currency options will be equal to object.keys, where we would like to get the keys from data.rates. So data is the object. We went into the rates and get the keys. So if you now say console log the currency options, you will see an array of currencies. So since this is an array, we can use the for each method. I'll say currency options dot for each, get every single currency and do something with it, where we would like to create an option. So I'll say const option, and specifically option 1. I'll tell you why. Say document.create element. Let's create an option element. Then we can say option 1.value will be equal to currency. and then we'll say option1 dot text content will be equal to currency as well. Then finally we'll append this to UI. So first we'd like to pass this value to the from element, and then we'd like to create the same option for the to element, right? For the to select. Here I'll say from currency dot append child, append the option 1. And then let's do the exact same thing for option 2. Oops, let's say duplicate it. This is going to be equal to option 2, option 2 dot value, and then append this one. Okay, so that's kind of it for this entire function. As you can tell, we got all these currencies as an option. I think this does not work because this should be to currency. Okay, now we got the exact same values here on this one. Now that we have this function is working properly, we can get started with this one. So first, if you put a value and try to submit it, notice how it'll refresh the page because this is inside a form, right? This is a form element. So we'd like to just say first get the event and say event.prevent default so that it doesn't really refresh the page. Once we have done this, we can grab the amount that user typed in. So if they put 120, we'd like to grab that. We'll say amount will be equal to amount input dot value. This will be a string because it is coming from an input. So we can take this and convert this to be a number, right? I'll say parse float, and we can get this value. And then I'd like to get the currency that will be from. So if they selected this one, we would like to get this value and then get this value as well. So it is super easy to build. We'll say const from currency value that will be equal to from currency dot value, and then I'll duplicate this. Let's say to currency value and do the exact same thing as the variable name. Now what happens if user put something like -5? We would like to give some alerts, right? I'll say if amount is less than 0. We don't really want to calculate it. Instead, I'll say alert. And if you wanted to, you can put it under the curly braces as well. I'll say alert, please enter a valid amount. And then we can return out of this function. We don't really want to do anything else, right? So I'll go ahead, put something like -50 and convert this. We got an alert that it says, well, please enter a valid amount. And then if this is not the case, that means we can actually convert it. So we'll send a request to our endpoint, which is this one, but instead of typing out as USD, we will say something else. So we'll say fetch, make this to be a backticks, paste this in. Instead of USD, we will say whatever the from value is, right? I'll say from currency value, because we don't really know what user will select, right? And then we'll say get the response. I would like to make this an async function. Okay, we'll get the data, and this should take the await in front. Okay, now we can get the rate itself. Let's say const rate, and we'll say data dot rates, just like what we have done previously, but this time we would like to get the selected rate. So we'll say to currency value. This will give you the rate, and we can convert this. I'll say const converted amount. We'll say whatever the amount is, multiply this by rate. So this is how we can calculate it. Super basic math. And then I'd like to get something. So what is that? It'll be this dot to like two floating numbers, right? If you don't add it, maybe it'll be longer than this. But I'd like to get this and just say to fixed to only two values, right? Only two floating numbers. And then we can finally update the result div.text content. Let's say this will be backticks, where we'll like to first put the amount and then the from currency equal to to currency and then the currency name. So I'll say amount, one space, and then from currency value will be equal to, let's say, converted amount, and then whatever the to currency is. Okay, now let's save and take a look at the output. This is what we have built. I'll say 150 USD to, let's say, euros. I'll search for it. And let's say convert. This is the value that we got. Let's double check. Let's say $150 to euros. Okay, more or less it is the same, right? It is working properly. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for the entire application. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in this section, we're gonna build a GitHub user finder. Now, by default, I put my own name. So when you refresh the page, it'll go ahead and get my own GitHub profile. But at the end of this video, I'll show you how you can put your own name. And then you can search for anyone. Let's put something like Brad. It'll go ahead and get this profile with the latest repositories. Okay, so this is the application. This is how that works. It is completely responsive, by the way. Let's go ahead, try to shrink the screen. So everything will be in the column direction without breaking anything. And to be able to build this application, we'll be using the GitHub API. So there is a free API where you can fetch GitHub profiles. So here's the entire link, api.github.com/users/ whatever your username is. In my case, this is what I have. You can put your own username and it should be able to fetch your profile. Now, this only gives you the profile. You cannot get the repos, right? But they have this repos URL. If you send a request, it'll give you the repositories that you have, right? So this is what we'll be doing. We'll send one request to fetch the profile and then another request to fetch the repositories. So I hope that makes sense. If not, we'll see it in action just in a second. And if you'd like to get the screenshot, maybe you'd like to build it without watching the video, here you can find the link in the description, completely free. So the first thing I'd like to do is get the, let's say, font awesome so that we can use these icons. Okay, so I'll visit cdnjs.com. Let's search for font awesome and I'll copy the link. Now let's get started with the HTML. So I have an empty folder and 3 empty files. Let's get started with the markup. So I'll put them side by side and let's say just have this title as a GitHub user finder. Let's say I'll put an h1 that says hey for now. Let's say open this up. Okay, so we have it. Now let's link our CSS file and then put the font awesome link. And at the very bottom, just before the body closing tag, I'll say script source. We'll go ahead link our script.js file. Okay, now let's get started with the actual content. So we'll have the container and I'd like to just take a look at the end result as we build it so that I can reference to this markup as we go. So let's say container and then we'll have the header component, the header element, which will have the h1. So the first thing I'd like to have is this GitHub icon. So I'll say use the I element. We'll say class of fa-github. So this is coming from font awesome, as you might know already. And next to this icon, we'll put the text, which is GitHub, let's say user finder. And I'll capitalize the H as well, because why not? Okay, so right after the h1, I'll put the p tag, where we'll say search for any GitHub user profile. Okay, so I'll just put this p tag. Right after the header element, we would like to put the search container. Let's say create this div, and I'll have an input element, which is this one, and next to it, we'll put a button. So I'll say input, this will be type of text. Let's say it'll have the ID of search. It'll have the placeholder of, let's say, enter. So if you delete that, this is the placeholder that we have. Let's say enter a GitHub username. And then right after the placeholder, I'd like to say something like autocomplete will be off so that it doesn't really get annoying with the auto completions. And then I'd like to put the button. Let's say ID will be equal to search-btn, and then the content will be search. Okay, right after the search container, we'll go ahead and create the profile container itself. Let's say profile dash container, but I think this will be an ID. So let's say this will be a hash at the beginning. Okay, and then I'd like to put the class of hidden by default, because if you refresh this, when you first visit this page, it'll be invisible, right? We'll have a loading state. Once we fetch the profile, then this profile header will be visible. So we'll just have the hidden by default. And then we can get the profile header itself. Let's say profile dash header class that will have the image. Let's say source will be empty for now because we don't really know the user profile image, right? This will be updated later in the video. And then for the alt, we can say profile avatar. And then I'd like to put the ID, which will be avatar. Okay, right after the image, I'll have a div that will have the class name of profile-info. And within this div, we'll have the h2 that will store the username, right? The full name, and then the username. Then we'll have the bio, location, date, so on and so forth. So let's say h2 will get the ID of name. The content will be empty initially. Let's say p ID will be username. Then we'll have another p tag, which will be for the bio. Okay, right after this, I'll have a div with the class name of location dash date. So both the location and date. I'll put a p tag. Let's say it'll get this icon, which will be for the marker icon, right? For the location. Let's say class is going to be FAS, FA dash map dash marker, and finally alt. Okay, right after this I element, let me give all the space. Right after this, I'll have a span, which will be ID of location. And you can leave the content empty, or you can put something like not specified by default. And if user has location, we are going to update that value with that actual location, right? So I'd like to duplicate this p tag. This will get another icon. Let's say FAR. I'll say FA. This will be calendar this time. Calendar alt. And then right after this icon, we would like to put this joint text and then whatever the date is, right? So here we'll say joint, but this part is going to be dynamic. So for now, I'll leave it empty and I'll say this is not going to be a location, but instead a joint dash date. Okay, so that's going to be it for the second p tag as well. Let's go outside of this div, which is the location and date. I'll have an a. Oops, I think I have made a mistake. Okay, let's go outside of this location date, and then I'll put the a tag with the ID of, let's say, profile dash link. And href is going to be empty for now. We can even delete it because that href will be added once we fetch the profile. So this is going to be the ID. Let's say target is going to be underscore blank, so that when we click to it, it'll open up it'll open up with a new tab. And then after the target, we can say class name is going to be button. Here I'll say view profile. That's going to be it for the content. So right after the a tag, we're gonna go outside of this div, which is the profile header, right? So just shrink this, go outside of it, and we'd like to create another one for the stats. So these are the stats elements that we have: the followers, following, and the repositories. But let's say we'll have 3 different stat. I'll duplicate this. Let's say stat times 3. The very first one is going to take this icon. Let's say class name of FAS, FA-users, which is this one. And next to it, we can put a span that will get the ID of followers, and like this content will be updated, but next to it we'll have the followers text. Okay, so we'll do the same thing for the following and repositories. What I'd like to do, copy this, paste this inside, and same for this one, but we will update the icon. Let's say this will be FAS, FA-user-friends, and let's say following. This will be repositories, and then the icon, and also this should be following, by the way. Let's fix it. The ID will be updated, and this ID will be repos, let's say, and then icon will be FAS FA code dash branch. Now if you save, you should be able to see the output. We are going correctly, right? All we have to do is just build the entire markup, then we'll jump into the CSS. Okay, so right after the stats, let's shrink this. We'll go outside of it and we'll create the additional info, such as these ones, right? I'll say dot additional dash info, and I think I have a typo. Let's say it'll be additional, just like this. So we'll have three different items. The first one will be, let's say, info dash item, and we can duplicate this twice. This will get the ID of, let's say, company container, and then we'll create for the blog container or the website, and then the Twitter container, right? So now I'd like to have an I element. Let's say class will be FAS FA dash building, which is this one, and then next to it we can have a span that will be ID of company. Here I'll say not specified by default, and then we'd like to build the rest of it. So I'll get this ID, paste this in. This is going to be blog dash container. I'll get the content, paste this in. The icon will be FA link, and then let's say ID. So the ID is going to be blog, but this is going to be a link. So I'll say a element, right? When we clicked it, it'll take us to that website, whatever that is. And then we'll say, open this up with a new tab. So we'll say target underscore blank. And we can say something like no website by default. So I'll do the exact same thing for the very last one. Let's say it'll be Twitter container. And for the content, let's try to copy this, paste this in. We'll update the icon. That will be FA Twitter. And this should be FAB, by the way, not FAS. And then we'll still have the link. ID will be Twitter as well. Target underscore blank. And let's say no Twitter, just like this. Okay, so let's save and take a look at the output. Everything is right here on markup on HTML, right? So right after the A element, go outside of these two divs, right after the additional info, right? We'll shrink this and we're gonna put the repos container, or let's say repos dash section. And then I'll have an H3 that says latest repositories. Let's go ahead, paste this in, and then I'll have a div that will be the ID of repos dash container. Let's say class will also be repos dash container. And then we can put the actual div. Now this will be for the loading state. I don't really know if you can see it, but for a split second, now this is too fast, but like there is a loading state. Let's try to actually see it. I'll go ahead, slow down my internet connection. So let's say it'll be slow 4G. I think we should be able to see it. Maybe let's say 3G. Okay, it's incredibly fast. Let's try to copy this and try to open this up in incognito window. And I'll try to do the same thing. Okay, it's incredibly fast because it is coming from the cache. Can we just disable the cache? Okay, let's say disable the cache and run this all over again. Now this is super slow, but let's try to see. Okay, here we can see we have this loading repositories for a split second. So we'd like to build it. Okay, I'll just put this to previous state. Okay, so let's put them side by side. We'll have this div that will say the loading repositories. So I just put this text that says loading repositories and I put this class. Now I'd like to add a comment where the repositories will be inserted here dynamically, right? Once we fetch the profile, they will be, like the repositories will also be fetched, and we're going to put it into here from our JavaScript code. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the repos section as well. Now, right after this div and these three, okay, so just go outside. So right after these three divs, which is going to be basically the profile container, just shrink that, and outside of it, we would like to put the error container. So if we have an error, let's try to put a user profile that does not exist. I hope this doesn't really exist. Let's search for it. Okay, so we're gonna put this error container. By default, it would be hidden, but once we hit the error case, we are going to display it, which says no user found, please try another username. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for the entire markup. This is what we have. We would like to now jump into the CSS file and get started with it. So the first thing we would like to do, as always, it'll be our basic resets. Let's say padding will be resetted, same for the margin, and then box sizing will be equal to border box. Now I'd like to add some CSS variables, and instead of typing them out, I have prepared an entire list that you can find the link in the description, find the github finder.md, and then copy this root object. Just go ahead, paste this in. So we have a bunch of different values so that we can use them to get this beautiful purple theme. Okay, now I'd like to select the body element. Let's say background color will be updated to BG dark. We would like to update the color as well. That will be text light. And since we are using a CSS variable, we have to wrap them with this variable function, right? And then I'd like to say display will be flex. And then we would like to say justify content will be centered, align items will be centered, and let's make the minimum height to be 100 ph so that our entire content is centered in the middle of the screen. And then I'll get the padding to be 30 pixels to 15 pixels. And then we can save. Let's take a look at the output as we go. Then I'd like to finally add the font family to be sans serif. And maybe we can even update the line height to be 1.6 so that everything is just a bit more spaced out. Now we can get the container itself and just give it a maximum width. So I'll say the container will be selected, width will be 100%, but the maximum width is going to be, not height, but let's say width, is going to be 800 pixels. Okay, and then we can get the header element. Let's select it. I'll say header will be selected. We can say text align will be centered, and then margin bottom will be 30 pixels. Okay, then we can get the h1. Let's say font size will be equal to 2.2 rem, and then margin bottom will be 10 pixels. Finally, update the color to be primary color. Okay, then we can get the header of I was going to say get the p tag in the header, and then we'll say color will be text gray, and let's say font size can be 1 rem. And then I'll get the search container, which is a class. Let's get this one. I'll say display will be flex, margin bottom of 30 pixels, and then gap of 10 pixels. Here we go. And I'll say let's select the input, but specifically the type of text. We'll say type is equal to text. We would like to select this input and just say flex will be 1 so that it is taking the entire space. Padding will be 12 pixels to 16 pixels. Let's say font size will be 1 rem, and then we can update the border radius value. Let's see, what is this? If you scroll to the top, it is equal to 10 pixels. Okay, I'll say border will be none, like this, and I'll say background color could be the card BG value that we have, and then we can get the color of text light. Finally, outline will be none as well. Then I'd like to get the focus state. So if we click to it, once it is focused, we would like to get this kind of like a box shadow value. And I'll just paste this in. We'll say on the focus state, go ahead, update this box shadow. Okay, and then we can get the button itself and try to update it. I'll say background color is going to be primary color that we have. And then we can get the color, let's go with black. And then we can select the border, that will be equal to none. Let's say border radius will be updated. Padding could be 0 to 20 pixels. Then we can add like font size of 1 rem. Font weight could be, let's say 600, and then I'll get the cursor to be pointer. And finally, we can give the transition, we'll say background color, and 0.3 seconds. So when we hover over it, we would like to update the background color to be this primary color that we have. And then right after the button, we can select the profile dash container, which is going to be the ID. We'll say background color, get this card BG. I'll get the border radius, let's say variable of this value. Padding, let's say 25 pixels from all directions. Add some box shadow, which is going to be shadow medium, and then margin bottom of 20 pixels. And then we can get the profile header class. I'll say display will be flex, align items will be flex start, and then gap of 25 pixels, margin bottom 25 pixels as well. Now this align items of flex start will make them to be align in the start, right? It's pretty self-explanatory, but if you were to put them side by side, right, this is how they start at the beginning. If this was something like centered, then image would be in between, so it would be in the middle of that container. Let's actually try to see. If I say this is going to be center, it should be updated. Okay, so here we can see it is now centered, but I think this looks a lot more cleaner, just like what we have right here. Okay, so this is something that I wanted to mention. Right after this one, we can get the avatar itself, and we'll say width is going to be 90 pixels, same for the height. And then we would like to, let's fix this. We would like to say border radius will be 50% so that it is a it is a circle. Let's say object fit will be cover, and then I'd like to update the border value to be 3 pixels to solid and primary color that we have. Okay, then we'll get the profile info. Let's say profile dash info flex is going to be 1 so that it is taking the entire space that is remaining. And then we can get the name element. We'll say font size will be this, and then margin bottom will be updated. Let's do the same thing for the username. So currently we cannot see those, but they will be added once we get into the JavaScript section. And then let's select the bio. These are super simple styles. That's why I'd like to copy and paste instead of typing them out. We have the bio where we have this color as well as the margin bottom. Let's do the same thing for the location date. We'll say display flex and let's save. Now they are side by side. The location as well as the date. We have some gap, margin bottom, color has been updated, and then the font size. Now we can get the location date icons, and we can say color will be the primary color that we have. Now it's been updated, and we can say margin right could be something like 5 pixels. And then we can get the btn class and try to update it. I'll say display will be inline block, and then I'll add some paddings. Let's say something like 6 pixels to 16 pixels. Sorry, 8 pixels to 16 pixels. I'll say background color will be updated to be primary color, and then we can update the color itself. Let's go ahead and say color will be black, and then I'd like to just copy the rest of it. We will update the text decoration, border radius, font weight, font size, and then the transition, because when we hover over it, we would like to update the background color to be this value. And I think this should be equal to background color. Okay, so this is the output that we have at the moment. The next thing that I'd like to do is to update my stats. So here I'll put my comment and then the stats so that they are side by side, where we set display of flex, gap of 15 pixels, and just space between. Now we can select every single stat. I'll just put them one by one. Now these have been updated, but I think we are missing the stat on this class or on this element. Let's visit the index.html under the stats. Where do we have it? Okay, we have stat. Okay, so I think I have double stats right here. Let's try to delete them, and this should also be deleted. Okay, so we have one stats parent and then one stat second and then the third one. Now they all have been updated. So right after the stat, we can get the icon, update the color as well as the margin right. So this is what we have at the moment. Okay, then we can get the error container and try to update the background color as well as the color itself so that we can get this output. And then I'd like to add this hidden utility class. Let's say display will be none so that it is not really visible on the screen. So if you save now, they should be invisible, right? Because we have added this hidden class by default. And then we can get the additional info. Let's select this class. Additional dash info. Let's say margin top will be 25 pixels. Let's say display will be grid. And then we'll say grid template columns is going to be repeat of auto dash fill. And then I think I have an extra brackets. Let's delete them. Autofill of, let's say, min max of 20 pixels to one fraction. And then we can get the gap of 15 pixels. Then we'll give the border top, let's type this out. Border top will be 1 pixel solid, and let's use this value. I'll say 255 a couple of times, and we'll just get this value. So even though we cannot see it on the screen, but basically this is the place that we are trying to build, the additional info, right? We have added this border top, and let's say the padding top is going to be equal to 20 pixels. Okay, now we can get the info item. I'd like to copy and paste because it is such a simple style. We have display flex, align items of centered, we have some gap, color has been updated, as well as the font size itself. Now we would like to select the icon and try to update the color. So I'll say info item I, color, width, and text would be centered. Now let's get the link itself. So I'd like to copy and paste. Here we go. So that they can look like this. And on hover state, so if I hover over the link, we would like to update the text decoration as well as the color itself. So I'll add the hover state, just like what I have just mentioned. Okay, so let's save. That's the styles that we have. And the other thing we would need is the repos dash section, where we'd like to add some margin top of 30 pixels. Then we can get the H3. I'll say select the H3 and update the font size to be 1.2 rem. Let's say margin bottom will be 15 pixels. We can add some colors such as text light, and then we can add the padding bottom to be 10 pixels, and then we can add this border bottom. So instead of typing this out, I'll go ahead, copy and paste with this value. So that's gonna be it for the H3. Now we can get the repos container itself and make them to be responsive with the display grid. Okay, now let's save. Of course, we cannot see the output because we don't really have any UI at the moment. But yeah, so this is the output that we are building at the moment. So these are the styles that we would need. And then let's say repo-cart, we would like to update the background color to be this value. And then I'd like to update the border radius with this 10 pixels that we have. And then we can give some paddings from all directions, right? I'll say padding will be 15 pixels. And then we can say the border itself is going to be this value that you can type this out. And then I'll add the transition. Now when you hover over them, they will be translated, right? So we'll say add the transition on the transform as well as on the background color, because the background color is also getting updated. Now let's add the hover state. Here we can say translate y will be minus pixels, minus 3 pixels so that it can go up, and then the background color will be updated. Now let's get the repo name itself. So font weight will be updated, margin bottom, color, text decoration will be none because it is a link by default. Then the display will be blocked so that it can take the entire width. So since we are doing the exact same thing over and over again, we can just speed this up a little bit. I'll say repo.name. On the hover state, the text decoration would be updated so that we can have this underline, And then the description is going to take all these values. We can get the metadata, which is going to be this container that we have. So we will say display of flags so that they are side by side, add some gap in between, which is 15 pixels, update the color as well as the font size. Then we can get each item. So this is one item, this is one item, so on and so forth. We'll say repo meta-item, and then we can get the icon and try to update it as well. Then for the loading container that we had, we can select it, update the color, and add all these styles. This will basically make it to take the entire width, right? We say grid column, it'll start from the very first one until the last one. So it'll basically make it to be the entire width. And if there are no repos, we would like to add this class. So that was a lot of copying and pasting. Sorry if it is kind of like confusing or annoying, but we haven't done anything complex. So these are all the styles that we have written above, right? We have done this over and over again. So I just wanted to copy and paste the last styles. So the very last thing that I'll be copying and pasting will be the responsive styles for the mobile devices, okay? So I'll add all of them. If you don't want to type them out, you can grab everything from the source code, right? Just find the style.css, copy the entire file and paste this in. And with that, that's gonna be it for the style.css file. Now we are going to build the most exciting part, which is the JavaScript file. Okay, so the first thing we need is to get our DOM elements. Now we can type them out, but we'll have more than 20 elements, so there is no need to type them out. I have prepared the entire list that you can find under the GitHub Finder. Just go ahead, copy every single one of them, and just paste this in. So we have 20 different elements. So we'll just use all of them to display the UI nicely here on this application, right? Okay, now that we have all the elements, we can add some event listeners. So when we click to this button, we'd like to search, or if we press enter, we also want to search. So let's add both of those event listeners. So I'll say search button dot add event listener. This will be click, where we'd like to call the search user function, and let's duplicate it. This time we will listen for key press, but we would like to add this onto the search input element. So we'll add the key press event. We would like to do a quick check. So I'll get the event, and we'll say if event.key is equal to enter, right? Only if it is equal to enter, then we would like to search for the user. I'll say if e.key is equal to enter, we would like to just say search the user. Okay, now we need to create this function. Let's go ahead, create it. This will be a function, search user, but now this will be an async function because we'll be using await within this function. And first, let's try to get the value, and we'd like to check if it is an empty value or if it is an actual input, right? So let's see what I mean. I'll say const username. We would like to say search input dot value, and we would like to trim this down. I'll say dot trim, call the method, and then we'll say if there is not username. If this is a false value, we can say just return out of this function and return an alert where we can say please enter a username. Now I'll just try to click to it without typing anything. We got the alert, and if you put an empty space, so I'll just put a bunch of different spaces, still we're gonna get the exact same output. If you don't add the trim, and if you try to add some spaces, it'll try to search. So that's why we're using the trim right here. Okay, so after this check, we would like to actually send the request. Now I'll have the try and catch block. In the catch, we will get the error and handle it. But here in the try, we would like to send the request, right? And let me type out the entire URL. So it is api.github, and just try to put the HTTPS in front. So it is api.github.com, and then /users/ whatever the username is. So in this case, I'll put my own, but actually this value will be coming from the input. So just go ahead, copy this, and we'll be using it. I'll say const response. We would like to say await fetch, where we would like to send a GET request to this endpoint. I'll make it to be backticks, and then here instead of my username, this will be coming from the search input. So I'll say this will be equal to the username value that we have, right? Whatever user has. And just before we send the request, I'd like to just reset the UI. So I'll say profile container dot class list dot add. We would like to hide this. So I'll say add the hidden class, and then same for the error container. This will basically reset the UI whenever you send a request, and then in a bit will make it to be visible. So we got the response. Now let's say if it is not okay, I'll say if response is not okay, we can just throw a new error. And then we can put something like user not found. We can put anything, I'll just say user not found. And then after this if check, we can get the user data. Let's say const, and try to format this. Okay, I'll say const user data. We'll say await response.json. Okay, so response.json, and let's try to say console log user data is here, and try to put this next to it. I'll save and take a look at it. I'll try to search for my name. I'll say put my username and search for it. Okay, user data is right here. We just got this data. We have all these fields that we can display, and then we'll be using the repos URL to be able to fetch the repositories of this user, right? Okay, so now that we know we got the actual data, it is working correctly, we can go ahead, call this function. I'll say display user data, and we'll pass the user data into this function. In the catch case, I'll say just show an error, and let's create this function. It'll be really basic. Let's say show error. This will not take any arguments. I'll just basically say error container dot class list dot remove. We'll say remove the hidden class so that it is visible, and then go ahead, add the hidden class onto the profile container so that we don't really see the profile container right here. For now, let's try to create this function as well. I'll say function, put this name. We'll take the user data, and for now I'll just leave this empty. So let's try to put a username that does not exist. I'll say, I think I need to save this file as well, by the way. Let's try to search for a user. Okay, user not found. That means this function is working correctly. Now we can get started with the actual function that we have. So I'll just call this as user, because why not? It is shorter. And before we get into it, once again, I'd like to put my own name right here by default. So you can put your own as well. Basically, just scroll to the very bottom. Outside of any functions, I'll say search input dot value, and you can put your own username. I'll put mine. This is my GitHub username, and I'll say go ahead, call this search user function. Now if you save, by default this will be the value within the input, and it'll actually call this function. So if you take a look at the terminal and refresh, you should be able to see this console log where it is fetching the user data. Now we would like to take this user and try to display it. I'll say avatar.source. Let's get started with the image. I'll say it'll be equal to user.avatar_URL. So it has to be called like this, because this is how GitHub returns us, right? Avatar.url. If you want to get the bio, you would say .bio, so on and so forth. Okay, now that we know this, we can move forward with the name element. We'll say text content will be equal to user.name, or if this is undefined, we can put the username. I'll say user.login. So this is how GitHub calls it. For the username, it is under the login field. I'll say username element dot text content will be equal to backticks. I'd like to put the @ symbol, and then I'll say user.login. And then we can put the bio element. Let's say text content will be equal to user.bio. If this is undefined, we can say no bio available. So that's gonna be it for the basic info. Now we can update the location and date. I'll say location element dot text content will be equal to user dot location. Let's try to type this out. But if this is not really specified, we can say not specified. And then let's try to put the joint date. I'll say joint date element dot text content will be equal to user dot created underscore at. So this is the field how how GitHub stores. So created underscore at, but now this date is not really formatted, right? It is kind of like ugly. So we'd like to make it look nice so that we can put this like December 1 and then the year. We are going to build a function where we can format it. For now, I'll just leave this as a to-do. I'll say to-do format the date. Okay, so right after this one, we can add the stats. Instead of typing them out, I'll copy and paste 4 lines of code. We will update the profile link, which is coming from this field. Same for the followers, following, and then the repos. Now for the additional info, we can put this if-else statement. I'll say if user.company existed, we can update that, but else we can say not specified. So you can either wrap them with curly braces, or if it is a single line, you can put them as a one-liner. And then I'll do the same thing for the user blog, if user has it or not. So I'd like to just paste this value, and let's maximize this entire screen. Okay, so if user has the blog, we are going to update the text content as well as the href. Now, if it starts with HTTP, we'll just use it. But if not, we will put that so that it is an actual link, right? And then in the else case, we'll leave the href empty and we'll say no website. Okay, now we can actually display this because by default, it would be hidden. And then let's do the same thing for the Twitter username. So I'll go ahead, paste this in. And by the way, all these fields, once again, are coming from GitHub. So they have like Twitter username, we use the blog, right? User.blog. As you can tell, this is not something that I am just making up, right? All of them are coming from the actual API. So let's try to use the display flex as well. And then finally, we will remove the hidden class so that it is actually visible, right? I'll just say show the profile. Now let's save, and here we go, it'll be updated. We got all this info by default. And now, as you can tell, this is not really formatted. We would like to fix it, and then we are going to get the repositories, because currently it just says loading repositories, but we don't really have that function. So the first thing I'd like to do, just scroll to the top and wrap this with the format date function and delete this to do. Now let's try to create this function. I'll go ahead and scroll to the bottom. Let's say function is going to be format date, where we'd like to get the date string and try to return the formatted date. So I'll use new date, pass the date string, and I'll say to locale date string. First option will be n/US, and then we can add our options. So I'll say year is going to be numeric, and then I will duplicate this twice. Here we would like to select the month. This is going to be short, and then finally the day is going to be numeric as well. Okay, let's try to save. Now, as you can tell, it's been updated. So here, I think our gap is not really working. Let's try to find it within the style.css file. So just scroll to the top and find the profile header. This should be gap instead of grid area. Let's say gap is going to be 25 pixels. Now we have that gap working properly. So that's it for the profile info. Next, we are going to build the latest repositories. So I just killed the CSS file, and here I am in the search user function. Once we display the user data, we'll like to fetch the repositories. So I will call this function that we will create in a second. And this will take an argument, which is going to be user data dot repos underscore URL. Okay, now let's try to create this function. I'd like to shrink every one of those so that it's not really confusing. And I'll just put it right here. Let's say function, I think I have a typo. Put the name that will take the repos URL. And let's try to make this function to be an async function. Okay, so I'll go within this function, and the first thing I'd like to do is just clear the previous repos and show some kind of loading state, even though we have it. But if we try to fetch another profile, we'd like to just reset the state. So I'll say repos container.inner HTML is going to be this, let's say, string value where we'll put a div. And be really careful to type this out. You don't really want to have any typos here, right? So I'll say div will take the class. Let's open up our codes, and I'll put the loading dash repos as the class name, and then we can put the loading repo. I'll just copy this entire thing. I don't want to put any typos, and then I'll put 3 dots at the end. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the inner HTML. Now we can create the try and catch block where we'd like to send a request to this repos URL. So I'll say response where we'd like to send a request to this repos URL. And then I'll put the, let's say, data. And instead of data, let's just actually call it as repos. And I'll say await response.json. And then now that we fetched the repos, we can display it. So I'll create a function. Instead of display user data, we'll say display repos. And then we can pass this as the argument. And in the catch, we can handle this. I'll say repos container.inner HTML will be equal to this value, which is the error.message, and we're gonna pass the class. Okay, so let's try to create this function, and then I think the entire application will be completed. So first I'll check for an edge case. So I'll say if repos, let's say if repos.length, if it is equal to 0, that means no repos found, right? So I'll say just put the inner HTML to be this div where it says no repositories found, and then we'll return out of this function. But if there are some repos, we can basically try to display it, right? We'll just put these cards one by one. Okay, so first I'd like to clear the container. I'll say repos container.inner HTML will be resetted, and then we can add every single repository one by one. So I'll say repos.for each, because it'll be an array, and every repo will just get them and try to run this function. So first, let's say const repo card. We'd like to create a div. Let's say document.create element. It's going to be a div element, and then we can add the class name. So say repo card.class name will be equal to repo-card, and then we can format the date. So here we have a date. Once again, we'll be using this function to be able to format it. I'd like to say const updated at, and we will call this function where we'd like to pass the repo.updated underscore add field. So this is going to update that. So this is going to update that date. And now once again, I have prepared something for you that you can copy and paste, because this is really annoying to type this out otherwise. Here I'll go ahead and just say paste this in. The only thing that we do is to update the inner HTML where we add a link tag, a p tag, a div, everything that you have seen here, where we'd like to basically get the data and display it. Now I don't really want to type this out because probably I'll make some mistakes, some typos. That's why I have prepared this where you can copy and paste with me. Okay, so just after this semicolon, we would like to say repos.container append this child into it, right? Which is going to be the repo card. Okay, so if you scroll to the top, you will see that we have the link, we have the description, we have the name, language, we have the star count, forks count, and then finally the updated at date. Okay, so if we save, I think this should be good to go. I'd like to make this a little bit larger, and here we go, we got all the repositories. But now in the end result, we only have 6, right? How does that work that we got 30 in this case? So we can update this basically. It's super easy. We can scroll to the top. When we send the fetch request, okay, it is right here. We can add a query. So I'll say whatever the repo's URL is, right? Whatever that is, just go ahead, add this per page, and let's say it'll be equal to something like 6. Let's save and take a look at the output. I think this should be underscore per page. Okay, now we got only 6 values, right? 6 repositories. Let's say make this to be 10. You would get only 10 different repositories. So this is something that you can add to make that work. But what happens if you accidentally break this? So let's put something random. Now this is not a correct URL. Let's save. So we got this error where it says failed to fetch. So this is something that we have even handled, right? Under the catch. This is what is happening. But let's get rid of this fetch error. Now it is working correctly. And I'll put this as 6. Let's refresh. Okay, so we only have 6 repositories in this application. Okay, so believe it or not, this is the entire application that we have built. It's completely responsive. You can search for anything, right? Let's just put Brad. This is what we got. You can search for John. You'll just get a bunch of different user profiles, and by default you can put your own. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this entire project. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in this section we're gonna build a custom 404 page. There is no JavaScript at all. This is only HTML and CSS. Now this is actually not about the project itself, but it's about a website that I'd like to mention. So how do you find these kind of beautiful illustrations? So there's a free website called storyset.com, which is something that I'm using for my personal projects and even some of my tutorials. So you can search for something like not found or even 404. I think I searched for 404 previously to be able to get this image, which is this one. So you can use any of them. This is the one that I'll be using with. And if you want to change the color, all you have to do, just go ahead, visit here, and you can even put your own color as well. Okay, so I'll just refresh and get this default image. Now I already have installed it, so I would like to copy and paste from my file. Okay, so it is this image. Once you have installed it, just put it under the under this folder. We will not have any JavaScript. I'd like to delete that file, and let's get started with the UI. Okay, let's say this is our custom 404 page. Let's try to link our CSS file, which is this one, and then we can get started with the markup. That will be really simple. So let's put them side by side. Okay, so I'll just put them side by side. Here we can see we have an image, then h1, p tag, and then a link. So let's try to type this out. I'll have the image, which is going to be the 404.png. Let's add an alt like 404 illustration. I think I have a typo, but let's say illustration. And then we'll have the h1. Let's say oops, page not found. And I'd like to add this emoji just to make it a little bit more fun. And then I'll put the p tag. Let's try to copy and paste this value. And then finally, we'll have a link. Now this will not take us to any other pages because we don't really have it. I'll leave the href empty and let's say back to home. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the markup. Let's say open this up with the live server. Okay, now let's try to add the CSS file. So I will get the base styles, let's say margin of 0, and then the padding of 0 as well. Box sizing will be border box. Then we can get the body element. Let's say the background color will be 111, so it is kind of like a dark color, so it's not completely black like 000, but it's a little bit different. And then we'll get the color, let's say it'll be white. Then we can say display will be flex. But now everything should be side by side. Let's see. So everything is side by side, but we want them to be in the vertical direction. So I'll say flex direction is going to be column. And then we can say justify content will be centered. Same for the align items. Height could be, let's say, height will be 100 VH. Okay, so I just said height is going to be 100 VH and font family could be sans serif. Then let's select the image and try to update the width to be 100%, and then the maximum width could be 550 pixels. Okay, so now it's looking a lot more cleaner, right? I'll say margin bottom will be 1.5 rem, and then we can get the h1. Let's say font size will be 2 rem, and then margin bottom could be 1 rem, just like this. And then I'll get the p tag. Let's say font size is going to be updated. The color could be this gray color. And then finally the margin bottom, let's say 2 rem. Let's update the link. So I'll say background color is going to be this green value, which is #3ECF8E. And then we can update the color itself. Then let's say text decoration is going to be none. Let's save, it's been updated. Let's try to add some paddings. I'll say 0.75 rem to double it. Okay, let's say border radius will be 8 pixels. Font weight could be bold. And let's try to add some transition on the background color. I'll say 0.3 seconds. And let's say A on the hover state. We can update it. So I'll say background color will be equal to this value, which is 04, let's say FC8D. Okay, now let's save. This is what we have. We can make this a little bit more responsive. Let's put them side by side. I'll add a media query. Let's say media max-width is going to be 600 pixels. So below 600 pixels and below, we'd like to implement these styles. Let's say max width could be 400 pixels on the image. H1 could be font size of 1.5 rem, and then the p tag could be font size of 0.9 rem. Okay, so once we hit 600 pixels, the UI will be updated. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this project as well, where we have learned about this website called StorySet, so that you can get free illustrations with a bunch of different options. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in this section, let's build this newsletter sign-up UI, which is something really popular and common. I'm sure you have seen one of those, where you put your email and submit it, then weekly you would get some tips or whatever the content is, right? And you can find the diagrams in the description. So for these icons, I would like to use the font awesome. So I'll head over to CDN.js and search for font awesome, and then get the very first link, and then we'll get started with the UI. So I have an empty folder with 2 different files, which is the HTML as well as the style.css. This does not contain any JavaScript at all. Okay, so let's try to put them side by side. This is the end result, and this is the one that we're going to be building now. Okay, so let's just say h1, hey, save, we got the output. So let's say newsletter app, or let's say UI, and then I'll put the link of my style.css file as well as the font awesome link that I have just copied. Okay, so before we build the CSS file, let's first get started with the markup. So here, the first thing we'd like to do is the signup container, right? We'd like to create this one, and then I will create the icon container as well, which is going to take the icon of envelope. So I'll say FA envelope dash open. It is that icon that we have. And then I'll put the h2. This is going to be the content. I'd like to copy and paste. And then let's get the p tag as well, which is the description. Okay, then right after this signup container, within this container, we will create a form. We don't really need any actions, so let's delete it. Within this form, we can create the div element. Class will be input dash group, and then within this div, we can create this icon. Let's say class name is going to be FA-envelope, but not open. And then next to it, we can put an input that is a type of email. Okay, we don't really need a name or ID, so let's try to delete them. Let's say this will be required, and then the placeholder could be enter your email. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this div. And then right after this, we'll add a button, which is going to say subscribe, and we can put the icon. So I'll say put the I element FA-arrow right. So that's the content. Right after the form, we can put the benefits. So I'll say dot benefits, and then we'll put two different p tags. Let's say they will take the class name of benefit dash item, and then as the content, it'll take the I element FA dash check. Right next to it, we can put this text that says weekly coding tips, and let's try to replace this, and I'll say FA check, but the content is going to be this one. Okay, so I just copied and pasted. Here we go. This is the output that we have at the moment. Now let's jump into the CSS file and get started with it. So as always, I will add my reset at the very top, and then I'd like to get my CSS variables. So for this, once again, I have prepared the GitHub gist under the newsletter signup.md. So go ahead and get these colors. We'll be using them. So now we can select the body element. Let's say body, where we'd like to update a couple of different things. So I'll say font family will be sans serif. The background color could be the BG color that we have. And then height 100 ph. Display will be flex. Justify content would be centered. Align item centered. And then finally, the color is going to be text primary. Okay, now we can get the signup container, where we'd like to say background color will be updated to be equal to container-bg. And then we'll give some paddings from all directions. Let's say 2.5 rem. And then let's say border radius could be 16 pixels, or you can just say 1 rem. And then we can say box shadow will be updated. So I'd like to provide this 0 to 10 pixels, 30 pixels, and then the shadow color that we have. And then I'll say text align would be centered. Let's save. This is the output. Let's say maximum width is going to be 400 pixels, and the width is going to be 90%. Okay, then we can say border will be 1 pixel solid, and then the border color. Then we can get started with the icon container itself. I'll say margin bottom will be 1.5 rem, so that it's just pushed, the content is pushed down. We'll say font size will be 2.5 rem. And then the color is going to be primary color that we have. So I'll say primary color, go ahead, get that value. Let's update the h2. That will be margin bottom of 0.75 rem. We can give the color, that will be text primary. And then we'll update the font weight as well as the font size. Let's get the p tag itself. Let's say font size is going to be 0.95 rem. And then we can get the color, that will be text secondary. Let's say line height will be 1.5, so it is a little bit more spaced out. margin bottom could be updated as well to be, let's say, 1.5 rem. And then we can get the input group itself. Let's say get this class. So first I'll say margin bottom will be 1.5 rem, or let's go with 1 rem itself. And then I'd like to say position will be relative, because I will position this icon absolutely within this input group. Okay, so I'll say input group, get the icon. Let's say position will be equal to absolute. Let's say from the left it'll be 12 pixels. From the top we'll say 50%. And to be able to center this correctly, we'll say transform, translate y of minus 50%. And let's update the color to be text secondary. Okay, now it's been updated. But we'd like to take the input and just say width is going to be 100%. So it is taking the entire space, just like this. And we'll give a little bit of padding. We'll say padding will be 0.85 rem from all directions. But we will update the very last one, which is the left. I'll say 2.5 rem. Okay, then we can get the background color and update it to be input bg, and then get rid of the border, or even update it. I'll say 1 pixel solid and get the border color itself. And then I'd like to update the color, that will be text primary, and then font size to be 1 rem. And let's give the transition on everything 0.3 seconds and ease. And then we can get the focus state. So I'll say input, once it is focused, we would like to update something, which will be the, let's say, outline is going to be none. The border color could be updated. Let's say it'll be primary color. And then I'll say box shadow, instead of typing this out, I'll just provide. Okay, it'll be equal to this value, so that when you focus, like this is how that would look like. And I think I forgot to add some border radiuses. So I'll say border radius will be 8 pixels, so that it is looking a lot more cleaner. And then how do you update the placeholder itself? So you can say input and get the placeholder element. Let's update the color. I'll say text secondary, and opacity could be 0.7. Okay, so here we can see it's been updated. So if you say red, this will be the output. Okay, now let's select the button itself. I'll say get the button, where we can say the width is going to be 100%. It is taking the entire space. And then I'll say padding will be 0.85 rem. And then we can give the background color to be primary one. It's been updated. Let's say color could be black. And then we can say font size of 1 rem, font weight 500. I'll say no borders at all. Let's say border radius to be 8 pixels. Cursor could be updated to be pointer. And then let's say display of flex, so that these are side by side, but we also want to give some spacing. So let me save. Okay, I'll say justify content will be centered. And then let's say align item centered. And then finally, let's say gap of something like 10 pixels, or maybe 8 pixels. Okay, I think it's a subtle change, but it is looking a lot more cleaner. Then I'll say add the transition on background color with 0.3 seconds, and let's use the ease function. And then on hover state on the button, we can say background color will be updated. You can use any of these. I'll just use this one. Let's see. Okay, so it is the exact same color. So instead, let's use something like A66, AE, and 9. Okay, so this is kind of like the dark color. If you wanted to, you can create this as a, let's say, as a CSS variable, but I'll just leave it as hard-coded value. And then we can say transform will be translate of y minus 2 pixels. So when you hover over that, it'll just go up. And let's say this will be added on everything. Now this is happening smoothly. Now I will select this icon within the button. So I'll say button, get the I element. I'll say font size is going to be 0.9 rem, and let's say the transition will be on transform 0.3 seconds in ease, because when we hover over that, let's say button, once button is hovered, we will take the I element and we'll say transform translate x of 3 pixels. So when you hover over this icon will be pushed to the right by 3 pixels. And then we can get the benefits. Let's say margin top could be 1.5 rem. And then we can say text align is going to be equal to left so that they are pushed to the left. I'll say border top is going to be updated. Let's say it'll be 1 pixel solid deep border color itself. Here we go. Then we can say padding top could be 1.5 rem. Then we can get the benefit item itself. I'll say display of flex items centered gap of 8 pixels. And we'll say margin bottom of 0.5 rem. Let's update the font size itself to be 0.9 rem. Okay, so this is the output. Now we can update the color on these icons. I'll say benefit item, get the I element, say color will be equal to variable of secondary color, and font size can be 0.8 rem. Okay, finally, I'll just add a media query. Let's say media max width 500 pixels and below. We can update the signup containers padding values. So I'll say 2 rem to 1.5 rem. Okay, let's try to hit that breakpoint. So we are at 500 pixels. It is a subtle change, but I think it is looking a lot more cleaner. Okay, so that was the entire project and the entire video actually. It's been 10 hours and we have built 16 different projects in total. I hope you enjoyed every single one of them. If so, just let me know in the comments and I'll see you in the next video.